start the show, Timmy. Fire it up, baby. What did I do? Hey, guys. Oh, man. Guys, that vacation, that one night in D.C. was exactly the mental health day that I needed. Oh, my God. What a blast in D.C. with Humboldt Pond. Yo, cut the music. Boom, but I'm back, guys. I'm back from the capital.
Are you happy? Are you happy?
What?
This is happy? This is
Shh, don't dox us. All right.
So this is happy?
Okay, what do you mean? Apparently.
Yeah, apparently because of you, everything ruined again.
What do you mean? How is it because of me? Roommate. By the way, guys, our package was broken into. Yo, what are you doing?
So, reporting. Basically, nice Humble Pine and Mrs. Humble Pine, when they travel other places, they bought some cosmetic. I asked to some cosmetic for me. And they went to specific place. They spent their time to buying because I asking. And because I asked this trip for 2 weeks ago, and he said he gonna get the ticket for flight. So he didn't say anything updating to Humble Pine.
I was
so
busy.
Humble Pine really considerable.
Yo, I was busy, roommate.
He thought the flight, this cosmetic cannot carry. So he asked Mrs. Humble Pine to shipping to us. Mm-hmm. If Humble Pine knew we coming DC by train, he wouldn't ask Mrs. Humble Pine to going to this big ship package to all the way going to post office shipping to us.
Right.
But this fucking idiot didn't sell anything updating to Humble Pine. So look at that.
I didn't know until the last second, roommate. I have been slowly cooking.
$700 cosmetic is gone.
Roommate, I'm sorry. Listen,
this fucking my apartment. This fucking my apartment. They always missing package or whatever because they dropped in the lobby. So they made some security room for the package.
But you have to blame the thief. He's the one stole. Why am I the one who's being blamed? The thief did it. I didn't steal the package.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter. They make some security room. It doesn't matter because the people inside, they get into the inside room. Well, they open the box. They took the inside stuff.
But that security room is like wearing a condom. It's not guaranteed.
Hopefully they have a surveillance camera inside the package room. If they don't, this fucking idiot supers. They have come up with this idea.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is a priority mail, so they're gonna be.
You're blaming the wrong people, roommate. You're out of control. You're blaming the guy who designed the security system. Okay, that wasn't his fault that the package was stolen. It was the thief.
It didn't work. It doesn't matter.
It was the thief who stole it. That's whose fault it is. Why are you blaming the guguy who created the security system?
And first of all, if you talk to Humble Pine that we coming by train because your flight is too expensive, then he wouldn't ask his wife to shipping to us.
I didn't know until the night before.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Next time I'm gonna plan a little bit better. I promise.
And he asked me, "Calm down." What the fuck? Calm down.
Calm down.
How calm down?
So we're gonna get kicked out of the apartment.
No, I'm gonna find who is robbery in the living this place. I'm gonna fucking.
All right, roommate. It's a show. It's not.
Okay, so you're gonna be calm down. If you purchase iPhone, iPad, something like $1,000 over $1,000, and then somebody stole. You're gonna be happy.
Roommate, what if the insurance can be claimed? We can claim insurance and then no problems. So okay.
Yeah, last time the cosmetic place they didn't send I ordered
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I ordered
You know,
double,
you know what? That
but
was
they
good
shipping
product.
one item
Hey,
only, and they
it was
said,
good
"Oh,
product. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken it. Okay, so whoever's gonna get
I will
the
see.
stolen
I
shipment, they're
will
gonna
see.
use it.
If somebody stole your PlayStation, whatever, your like valuable thing, I will see how you calm down. How you gonna calm down? Oh yeah, you're gonna calm
Then
down.
you're
Okay.
gonna tell me to
Oh,
calm
you're
down.
gonna calm down.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, wowzers.
Hey, why you throw the Red Bull here? It's not
All right.
throw
Can I? By the way, can I get a can of Red Bull? I am exhausted. I'm beat. After traveling to DC, I am completely beat, guys. But we got the show to run. We've got the show to run. Let's shout out our loyal viewers. We got JMB. Welcome to the show. The Awesome Pawn. We got Tim G. Tim G, hop on the stream. Let's talk some watches. Oh, hey, Tap. The Awesome Pawn. Welcome to the show.
Hey Timmy, what happened, man? Roommate seems upset.
Um, somebody basically opened our package that Humble Pine sent us,
Oh,
stole the contents of it, and she's bugging out on everyone. It's my fault because I didn't book correctly, and if I told Humble Pine that we were taking bus and not plane, that what's it called? It wouldn't have been stolen. But you have to look at it on my part. I don't want to tell people that I'm taking bus to go to DC. That's fucking embarrassing. You know,
is it?
well, come on, man. We were almost in a car accident on the way there.
Oh,
We got lucky that we didn't die on the way, right, roommate? We could have been. I'm gonna die today. Yeah, if I keep going like this.
was it expensive? The makeup?
The makeup,
Yeah, the
probably
cosmetics.
like $300, $400.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's not that expensive. But yeah, it's a loss is
it's
still a
triggered.
loss.
She's
Yeah, a
triggered.
loss is a loss.
She's triggered.
one person. If
Yeah,
one
but make
person
fun
doing
of
the
it.
correct
I
work,
know, but what's the solution?
everything was okay. Yeah, there is no solution. And she's
Yeah,
fucking
the
Mrs.
no,
Spice.
no. But you're the anger. Direct the anger in the right way. Well, why am I getting blamed? What the hell? I was dealing with something. I was being cooked like a lobster. Tap. You know how if you put a lobster in a pot of cold water, and then over like the time of about 1 month, if you turn up the heat, the lobster is not even gonna know that he's being cooked alive. It's an
Yep.
interesting fact.
Yeah.
Anyways, check this out. The bus, dude, it's pretty cool. We paid cash and we had front row seats. I kid you not. Like, we showed this on community channel. I sent it to OC because I was actually on the bus when well, I didn't see this happen. This happened kind of in front of me, but it was wild, man. Like, wait, wait. I had some. Jesus, where is this thing?
Oh, is that a trailer?
Yeah, it's a full trailer turned flipped over. Yeah, you see this?
Yep.
Yeah. You see this? And oh, you can see there's a car stuck
Mhm.
over there.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's another car here stuck. So this probably, and they were like tow trucks. They were picking cars out of there. But the insane thing is that we're sitting like this, right? This is front row seats. We had the front row seats,
Okay.
yeah. And so, oh, you see, there's a mattress. There's a guy who freaking lost a mattress. Yo, these highways are out of freaking control. There was a mattress in. Yo, I was afraid for my freaking life. There's no seat belts in this thing. If anything happens, if there's a tire that flies through the window, my head gets chopped off first. It's it's insane trip. It's like so. But what happens? I see stuff like this. Well, so I'm like taking pictures, tap, and then there's this car that just flies in front of us, kind of swerves, and
Oh.
I could see it like weaving between traffic. I kicked the roommate, and the roommate saw. So after that, I was like taking pictures, and then we hit traffic, and then bam, the the thing, the
Yeah.
the collision. It's like it probably like maybe 15 minutes ahead of us, or maybe
Uh,
less than that. Yeah.
is this DC area or that's New York?
No, this is 50 minutes out of New York
Okay.
towards DC. Yeah. But yeah, this is the crazy, wild, um, just ride to DC. But how you doing, Pawn?
Doing good, man. Just slept the whole all day long.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
shit, nice. Well, that's what it's all about, right?
Yep.
Resting, relaxing, doing
Yeah,
what you
man.
like doing.
Yep. Last week was hectic. Too much work, Timmy. Too much work.
For who? For you? For you?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, what happened? Is it
Yeah.
like season or what's going on?
Nah, so yeah. I can't divulge much further, Timmy.
Yeah,
Too many
yeah, yeah.
haters
No,
on
no,
the
you
street.
don't divulge nothing that you don't want to divulge. I was just because you brought up work, so I said, hey, well, anyways. But hey, it's good to hear that you have a little bit time off. You want to take a look at some watches?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at some watches. Uh, have you have anything interested you from the current releases? What's been happening here? There's a pink Tudor. There hasn't been anything since I left, right?
Yeah, I am think so.
Oh wow.
But yeah, I
Good.
haven't been following watch markets for the past 2 days, so I don't know.
Oh man, then we're so screwed. You know that?
What do you think about this pink Tudor, Timmy?
The pink Tudor?
Yeah.
Pink Tudor looks like cherry blossom that I just saw in DC. The color, right?
Doesn't Grand Seiko has a cherry blossom dial?
Grand Seiko. Yes, they do. It's even called the cherry blossom Grand Seiko.
Yeah. I will take that over this Tudor, Timmy.
Yeah. Humble Pine has that watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Humble Pine. Yep.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's
But
Korean, no? Humble Pine
yes,
is
he
Korean.
is. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, I met up with him. He brought out two watches. You want to see it? What he had there? I mean, I think I showed this one before, but it was nice to see it again. That's the one the roommate wants to borrow from him. Crazy AP. She's nuts, man. She's nuts. She was going at him. She wouldn't let go. She was like a dog that latches on somebody's like foot and just won't let go. It was wild to watch. But man, this piece, I totally get it. I mean, you buy a watch like this, of course other people will want it. This is what this watch does to people. It wants it was you know, it's crazy. Crazy watch, crazy AP.
What's the price on the secondary, Timmy?
I'm not sure. It's not very there's not a lot of movement there. Hey, roommate, can I get some water or a Red Bull? Please? Please? Jesus, there's no yeah, I'm so thirsty. Yeah, I was on the bus trip and stuff. Okay. Now she's ignoring me.
Oof.
Okay. Oof. Tough luck. I get it. I see how it is. Okay. No, it's so cool. Ah. All right. I better take off the ears. It might be the ears that's triggering her. Uh I was gonna wish everybody happy Easter. It's Easter season, correct? On the 31st. It's gonna be tomorrow.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah. And being being I don't know, because it kind of I don't know where I came up with this bunny shtick, but it might have some origins that I'm working to recover.
I think the bunny stick came from ER. Do you remember ER?
Um, yeah, yeah,
I
yes.
think it came
Oh,
from
maybe
her.
she was calling me bunny, and I got the ears to match, or maybe I have no idea. Oh, here we go. Here we go. E. Stewart Hall says, Tim, make sure you leave your car keys near the front door. They want that next. LOL. Hey, you know what? Look, for those people that leave their car keys in front of their door, they might as well take off their balls and leave with the car keys as well, because man, that's a pussy move. I mean, listen, if there's a break in, all right, then you know what? You gotta defend yourself. But I think the awesome pawn would disagree, right? That's never a right thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So, listen, I think if it came to robberies, in reality, I'm more of a Mike and Josh type of guy.
That's a good one, Timmy.
That's the you like that one?
Yep.
Because that's
Dodge
what
and
these
weave. Timmy, dodge and weave.
yeah, dodge and weave. But that's what these snowflake libs are like, right? I don't know. Either Republican or are they liberal? The Mike and Josh.
I think who is the Republican? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they gotta be right because it's like Texas, and they're very religious. Um,
Yeah, it's Texas, Timmy.
hmm Yeah. Hey, shout out to David H. David H. Hey, by the way, David H. He just sent me a picture of his amazing Cartier, and he put it on this beautiful strap. And I hope it's okay if I share it. It looks so good, and this is commentary on buying what you love. And then you know what? With Humble Pine, the same thing. Like with the APs, Humble Pine bought his APs before they were going above retail. He was buying them for 30% off. So the new AP customer is not the old AP customer. However, let me show you this. This is a pretty cool watch. This is we've seen this before. Do you know what this is, Juan?
That's a tank.
It's a tank normal.
Oh yeah, I know. That's the platinum one you were talking about.
That's right. But you see how it looks different, completely different.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's because David, he took it off from that original strap. I think it was just on the black strap. And he put it on this burgundy strap that matches the crown.
Mhm.
And I think also hands here are red, kind of red fired.
Oh,
Yeah.
those are expensive, no, Timmy?
What?
The watch is expensive, I think.
This one?
Yep.
I think it's like 30,000.
It-
It's
what-
very expensive, yeah. For a
Mm.
watch on the leather strap. But it's kind of a lot of value too, because like this is a unique design, right?
I think this is the limited edition, Timmy.
It is. I think it's like 100 pieces.
So yeah.
Um, but check this out. The Crash.
Yep.
Now Crash actually retail for Crash is a lot more expensive.
Because of you.
Huh.
Because of your laziness.
It was part of it. It was part of it.
Everything is
But it was percentage. It was percentage. But
You know what? And he said he blaming Diego.
no,
Diego makes him crazy, so he cannot pay attention my stuff and
what are you
my
talking
stuff.
about? Just relax.
Now what happened to Diego, Timmy?
I don't know. He's been gone. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Oh my
I feel
god.
sorry to the humble pine. Mrs. Humble Pine.
Okay, the box is gonna be okay, roommate. This is just a box. I'm sure they're not gonna be worried about it. Look, just
Timmy,
say they don't have to replace it, roommate. Just say, listen, they tried, right? They tried sending you some makeup. I'll buy you instead, all right? We'll go
It's-
together. We'll
it's-
go shopping. Okay, look, we'll go shopping for.
It's not a meaning.
All right.
It's not that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they went to travel there. They spend the time specific some place to go get this. They spend the time for that. Okay,
Mhm,
they
mhm.
spend the time for specific for me. Okay, and
Yeah,
they bring
I
the
understand.
stuff bring to
I understand,
all
but it
the
doesn't
way
change
to
this. They're
DC.
still.
Do you
It's
think this is easy?
appreciated. Appreciate the gesture.
And
You
because of
appreciate.
your one
Well, it was
laziness,
part
you
of it,
said,
roommate.
and
It's just.
gone.
It's just part of
It's
it,
gone.
roommate.
And ruined the
It's not all my
because of
fault.
you. 3 people's
Jesus.
emotion
Wow,
ruined
she's
it.
hammering me. No, it's not completely my fault. Come on, man.
Yeah, I should.
It's the thief who took it.
Yeah,
Why not blame the thief? I don't understand. Awesome Pawn, help me out. What am I missing?
I should ask. Actually, that's their vacations. I shouldn't ask
What?
my fortune. I shouldn't ask. I should ask
It's a-
them. Let them enjoy their
Hey,
vacation.
sorry, Awesome Pawn. Sorry. Oh
Yep.
shoot, we got Red Shovel also in the house. Yo, Red,
Timmy, what's
Red.
happening? What's happening?
Yo, I took a 1 day mental day off last night for mental health, just to take care
Yeah.
of my mental health. Think about some things, put some stuff into the perspective, and
Fuck.
the image has been revealed to me. Yeah, and it's an interesting one. You know, it's red. You know what, dude? Oh, I don't know what you do, but keep doing it, man. Fuck the haters, yo.
Unbelievable, Timmy.
Yo,
Unbelievable.
they got nothing. They got nothing. They're so triggered, Red. So
Oh, they're so triggered. It's
it's so sweet.
unbelievable.
It's so sweet, man.
Unbelievable.
4P, all these guys. Man, what's their problem?
I
What
was
do they want from you?
here,
You're
I
like
was out.
you're just an enthusiast.
Tim,
Yeah.
I was out tonight, right, with the family, right? Because I was out with the family, right? Getting dinner because I'm a real man. I'm a real man. I'm a real man. I'm a
Can
real
you
man.
want me to play that clip? I have it here at the ready. Here.
Do you know, I'm actually in bed because I want to spend time with my beautiful boy, you know, and do activities with him, you know, because that's what men do with their children. Unfortunately, you're sat on a stream drinking on your own and talking about things that are not important. You know, I don't like to see somebody drinking on their own talking about nonsense. I think it might be best if you might go and see a therapist or something, because there's obviously concerns in your life that you need to sort out. Would you agree?
Would you agree? Would you agree? Yo, you need some mental health. Yo, these guys are totally nuts. Red, you know what this is? It's the Shutter Island. It's the Shutter Island.
Look, I had agreed with this guy, right, that I wasn't going to talk about him anymore, right? He's the one that came on the streams and started talking about me again, right?
Yeah, he brings you up.
This guy's a nut. He's a nut. He's a fucking nut job.
Yo, dude, you know he has this perfect score on Trustpilot. You know about this Trustpilot thing?
I don't know about I'm just going to comment on the clip. No, I'm just going to comment on the clip. My children have nothing to fucking want for, right? If I could have as a child written a perfect fucking childhood, right?
Yeah.
It's the fucking childhood that my children have at the minute, right?
Yeah.
Fucking want for nothing.
Dude, but this is the thing. I mean, what the heck is wrong with them?
These people are insane.
Like,
that
Red Shovel actually has the healthiest marriage I have ever seen in my life. Him and his wife, they're freaking on the same wavelength. They just let each other do what needs to be done. Their kids are incredible.
Do you see the next morning after that clip was actually done, right?
Yeah.
I actually bumped into one of the main sort of like Red Bar guys down at the cinema with my son because we were going to see the the new Ghostbuster film.
Yeah.
It was just so funny. The guy just says to me, he goes, yeah. You're a real man.
What?
It's fucking hilarious.
What the hell? How is this happening? Why does it keep happening? It's like a cycle that repeats itself. Did you notice?
Look, I don't understand why Alex is even talking about us because he had specifically asked that we didn't, and I hadn't even mentioned him. It was only when Alex was on Paul's stream talking about me did I have any other interaction with him. Have I mentioned Alex since I think it was at the Watch Pro show where he had specifically texted me to say, I would prefer if you didn't talk about me on Tim's stream or anyone's stream.
Who's talking about him? Who's talking about him? I wasn't talking about him. And then there was this time, Red Shovel, this is gonna blow your mind, okay? Because there's a moment in time where there was the cartel has turned on me, right? And they had to quickly smear me. And they were just taking applicants. Anyone who had any type of dirt on Timmy, please come in. And they had a rotation. Like every day they had a new guy come forward. They were like, they had these like fucking, like a movie where they get like witnesses. And there's all these traumatized guys. Oh yeah, I had an experience with Timmy. Oh my God. I am fucking losing it over here. Like these traumatized individuals. Dirk Diggler even had one of these episodes where they had him on for like a therapy session. He was like retelling an experience he had with me. It was trying to understand.
That's even funnier because I have met Dirk Diggler. Dirk Diggler is not the sort of guy that is traumatized by much. It would take a lot to traumatize Dirk.
Yo.
Oh my God.
Man, this Alex guy. And think about his Trustpilot score. That Trustpilot score. By the way, guys, Trustpilot score, you can't trust that shit. I know it for sure because, hey, O'Shea had some legitimate complaints against Alex, right? So here's some valid points. Yes, he did it out of spite, right? But those were based on valid points, right?
So
if you're talking about, right, all right, hold on.
Hey. Oh, slow down. Let me just read these super chats.
Okay.
E. Stewart Hall, $5 super chat for Roommates Cosmetics Replacement Fund. Thank you, E. Stewart Hall. He's gonna have to be for Humble Pine. It was his cosmetics. It was his gift. Shout out to Humble Pine, the legend. OC91, $2 super chat. Sorry for roommates. Tim, send your text. Okay, sorry. Let's get Awesome Pawn and then Red Shovel.
So Red, I think you should box Alex 40.
What?
I should box him?
Yeah,
box him or dox him?
Box like Nico and
box
him. Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
If Red wins, Red will get the watchmaking business from 40.
I wouldn't be bothered with Alex. I don't even want to see the man again. If I seen him at a show, I would cross the room just to avoid him. It's a lunatic. That guy's a lunatic.
So Red, he's basically like Andy Binns. Is he mentally unstable?
Well, judging by my recent interactions with him, yes, because there was no need all that time ago to make that phone call to me, and I had came to a conclusion with the gentleman to say that I wouldn't talk about him on any stream, and neither did I. And it was only him that came on to Paul's, started talking to me, and then came on to, was it Archie's show there the other day? And he started that shit. He had no reason to interact with me.
What is wrong with these people? What do they want from you?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
And how come there's people who say like, hey, these guys, how is Alex allowed to get away with this, right? Attack Red Shovel for no reason. You didn't even do anything.
I hadn't mentioned him. I hadn't mentioned him for months.
Yeah, they throw some shit. Yeah, like what the hell? And how come Alex is not being called out? But then when Red Shovel says like, hey guys, this is not right, everybody's just freaking out.
Don't know. It's just bizarre because the last time that I had spoken to Alex, even on text message, was at Watch Pro, right? Mm-hmm. And he was getting a bit upset about something that had happened way in the past. We had already made up with D and all, and fucking Alex was getting all annoyed about it. Something way in the past, and I just basically said, look, let's just leave it at that. And he texted something like, I suppose you'll start talking about this on Tim's stream. I says, look, I'm not even going to mention your name again. And I never did until that time I was on Paul's stream and Alex starts talking to me, and then he comes on to Archie's stream there last week and starts fucking at me.
What the heck is wrong with this guy?
Man. I'm the real man. What the fuck?
The real man.
What the
Dude,
fuck?
wait, he's watching this the toxic live stream. He's watching that toxic live stream.
That's hate stream to me. Hate stream.
Yeah, he's watching
What
a
is
hate
wrong
stream.
with these people? What is wrong? Did you now? I didn't watch it, but I have watched bits of it back. Ocean's live stream there from the other night. Did you see the people that were going mental in the chat?
Oh, I didn't start with that yet.
Paul,
I was taking a mental day. Oh, dude, if I watched it, I would have lost my mind.
Ocean fucking strung them along for ages about some fucking clip that he never even fucking played in the end. But fucking was going fucking mental in the chat.
Oh, Paul Thorpe?
Paul was going mental, all his supporters. Ocean had them. He fucking strung them out for fucking about an hour.
Oh my God. I remember. There was a screenshot sent to me. I was at the dinner and I get this screenshot where Paul Thorpe says that Oshin was making fun of like the death of hundreds of thousands of people. I was like, oh my God, this is.
But Oshin, right, very calmly give an answer to Paul's sort of question in the chat, right? But it sent the chat into chaos.
Oh, really?
And then Oshin
it was frenzy.
He sort of dangled some sort of a clip that he's going to play for Paul. And he fucking strung it out.
How many hours did he go?
I just watched it for about like 20, 30 minutes. And I had to take Oshin at one stage and go, man, you've just riled.
It's just cruel. It's cruel to Paul. Yeah, it's like watching somebody getting like a really bad.
But why is he watching? Why does he watch this? Why does he put himself through it? I don't understand.
He's not right. He's definitely. He watches my stuff. Why would he watch my stuff?
Yeah, that's torturing. That's
who cares? Yeah. Yep. What? Who cares what Timmy does? We're just trying to talk watches.
Yep.
And then they're throwing shade at us. And sometimes, look, from time to time, we gotta do this kind of a clearing off our names, because if we just let people smear us endlessly, it's not good for us, right? I don't want to be smeared. What the hell? People are gonna get used to it.
Yep. You have to fight back, Timmy. Right?
Yeah, we're fighting back. We're fighting back. Fuck you, haters.
Fuck you.
Burning on. Is that all they got? Oh, that's it.
Jeez. That's it.
Jeez. Man, that Alex. The Trustpilot score. You can't. You know what the new name?
Okay.
You can't trust.
Just let me say something. Just let me say something here, right? Okay, about these sort of like that seems to be with them, with Alex, with D, with certain people there. These sort of online review things seem to be a big thing with them, right?
It's a red flag. It's too perfect.
Hold on, wait. Okay, just let me explain my sort of stance on this whole thing, right? Because this is something that I explained to D, that I explained to Paul. I have absolutely, right, and I will say this, I have no time for these online review things, right? And
but people use them. Remember when David was on the show? He said one of the things he used to check if this guy was legitimate or not, he used the Trustpilot score.
I wouldn't. These things can be manipulated, and also people sometimes leave them when they're maybe not thinking correctly, right? So
what does that mean? What does that mean? Not thinking correctly.
I personally wouldn't have anything to do with them, right? That's one thing that I wouldn't. You see,
would you check it just to see it?
No, because I don't believe them. When I was in London there, like last time for the British Watchmaker show, of which they sent me the certificate and all for. Hold on, I must get you that. and the badge. Hold on, you fucking got to see this. I'll fucking get it for you.
Bring it.
They asked me to do a review of the hotel. The guy was at the desk. You must do a review of the hotel.
Wow.
And I went, do you know something? The hotel was brilliant. I said, you couldn't possibly have done any better. You put the free bottle of wine in the room for the gold status on hotels.com. All the rest of it, right? Yeah. I says, but I'm not going to leave you an online review. And he went, why? Why would you not leave an online review?
Yeah.
And I went, mate, I just don't agree with them. I says, there can be fake ones. There can be people leave things that maybe they're a little bit angry at the time. They don't think about it. They say things that they shouldn't, which is why I don't agree with anyone leaving online reviews for.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
I just don't agree with it.
Oh my God. I hope you guys understood what Red Shovel just said, because that was deep. That was actually very profound.
It's deep.
That's too philosophical for
Oh
Red.
shit, man. Plumber philosopher.
No,
Yep.
and it's deep.
Fuck.
Like it's deep for another reason, right? It's deep for another reason, of which I have told Dee and of which I've told Paul in that. And I don't really want to depress people now, but I had a friend of a friend that had a business, not in Northern Ireland, but in another part of the UK, that he provided a service, got on the day, the person wasn't happy with the service, but got everyone else who was there on the day to leave an online review.
Ooh.
Right? Basically wrecked his business. Now there was other things going on in his life, right?
Wow.
But this guy ended up killing himself.
Oh,
Jesus. Because of the negative reviews.
It's deep, right? And even though people, so I've always thought that this was one of the, because he had sort of branched out on his own. He got his own apartment, and and then he was all of a sudden, his business was wrecked. He was back with his parents that he didn't really want to be with. Blah blah blah. And then so I have always sort of pinpointed that was one of the things that was like a catalyst for this guy going downhill. So that's why I don't have any time for online reviews.
Right. This is the problem. And I think if you're going to be a smart online shopper, I mean, look, Red, you could ideally, you would be able to read the reviews, but also interpret them as you can't trust them. But you don't even want to look at them.
I don't even want to look at them
anymore because they'll sway you one way or another.
I know from being in business myself for all these years that there are people that come to us and will offer to sell us methods of how to get fake online reviews. Right. And they physically show you how they manipulate these systems like Trustpilot, like Google, like Yale, like Yelp, all that sort of shit. And you sort of go, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, and what really annoys me, what really pisses me off, right, is that I know lots of people talk to me about this all the time. Oh, I've got a bad review and all, but they're actually paying, sometimes
this is some next level stuff, Red Shovel.
It's completely
these people are obsessed. Alex is obsessed about his Trustpilot. He's
I don't know much about Trustpilot, but there's a guy that I know, right, that pays that he's with there's a company here called Yale.com, right, and he literally pays them thousands of pounds per year to advertise on their system, right, and they accept these reviews, and he gets these people.
Big scam. It's a big circular scam. These Trustpilot reviews.
And he gets these people that leave reviews for him.
They're like hired. Hired writers.
He tells me that, see this review here that I got.
Yeah.
Our company don't even know who this is. Like,
wow.
Genuinely, but yet.
Wow. Is it like
he's
AI?
On the phone to them going, I don't know who this is, but yet you're publishing this, and I'm paying you what is it? I think he told me like 20 odd grand like a year, and I'm going, what? This is insane. Anyway,
Wow.
I just don't agree with any of that shit.
This is just, it's got to stop. These people are out of control. What do they want from us? Let's see. We got some questions, guys. If you got some questions, and what can we do to get these guys off our back? Because
Who's this? Hold on.
man,
What's this?
Red Shovel, I'm a bit fan of yours, but the terrible story you just told is all the more reason to leave a good review when the service is good. Well, there's somehow these guys, they're able to pull down actual legitimate negative reviews, because how else do you explain Oshin's negative review on Alex's account? How did it get pulled down? Because now it's the score is perfect again. It's, you can't trust this stuff, because like I know
I wouldn't trust any of that. I wouldn't trust any of that, and I don't even want to talk about it anymore because
it's
just
pointless. We're just going.
It just makes me angry. It just actually makes me angry that people think that they can maybe go on, maybe like when they are angry and they can sort of go on and they can talk about people and maybe what they've done, what they haven't done. And I just always think back to this guy that I knew, and I want you know something. There's two sides to every story, but somebody getting 30, 40 other people to basically copy, cut, and paste the same review. For I think it was
that's a business. That's called a business, or
and I think
it's not legitimate. It's one of those scammy ones.
I think it was Google, right? I think it was Google. It might not have been. I don't know, but for them to physically publish all that, right? And then to take nothing to do with, just to leave it there, right? 30, 40 people posting basically the same fucking thing.
Wow.
I thought was bad.
It's manipulation of ratings, and ratings is like how people decide on certain things. These ratings cannot be trusted. I mean, you cannot make a judgment based on the rating. And a lot of them, you can even now pay Google to put you higher in the search engine. So so somebody does search for something, that term could have been already paid for, and there's somebody advertising. So when you search, you're searching through the list of advertisers.
That's just like a premium listing. That's what certain other companies have been doing like for years. Like like they sell premium search results. So it's no surprise that Google might be doing that now.
It's very nasty.
I don't really have time for it.
Spunky Hunk says Red Shovel doesn't bother with trivial details, with absolutely no questions asked or even considered. He's totally focused on delivering his done and dusted, disappeared without a trace services. Wow. I mean, we have writers in the chat.
Is Spunky Hunk maybe Andy Malone? Because that's the only person who can maybe speak like that. There's a guy from Northern Ireland called Andy Malone, and he would speak in the same like drivel.
Flowery language. Yeah. Drivel. Oh, God. Double D says, I always leave positive reviews on escort sites, even if they don't deserve it. After all, those girls are working their way through med school.
Double D, can you send me the email? Timmy, ask him for the names. What agency he uses?
What agency? Fuck me, damn, man.
Dude, this is unbelievable. Wait, what's the agency?
Send us the video, Double D. Send us the video.
Send the video.
Man, Double D is funny. Jump on the stream, Double D. Let's talk some watches. We're coming up to Napa. Watches and Wonders.
Watches and Wonders. Oh, I can't believe it. I am so looking forward to it.
When are we doing the dinner? The red wedding. The red dinner. When are we doing the red dinner?
I don't know.
Okay. I
might buy. I'm thinking about
with you.
I'm thinking about a new camera for the show, so I might actually buy a new camera. You know,
What kind
to
of
take
camera
some
are we
nice
talking?
images. Yeah.
What kind of cameras?
One of those Sony. Oh fuck's sake, I forget the name of them. You know, one of those like Sony blogging cameras.
Okay, you want to take a look at some cameras?
Search that there first of all. Search
Okay.
the Sony blogging camera, and and it'll come up. And ask people's opinion on it. Because I might start using it also as the camera for in here. As I need to finally get the studio like sorted out here.
Oh yeah. That would be cool. That'd be very cool.
Yeah, basically that thing there.
I recommended one of these to someone in the watch community that I.
Tickers recommended this.
Oh yeah. Wow, this is professional.
Yeah.
10 Tickers.
That's basically it. Yeah, well, that's basically it. That or this big variant of it.
One of these variants. Here's one with the tripod. It has one of those selfie tripods.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
but you want to take pictures with it? What's the?
I just thought I would take a bit more. Take a bit of video. Take a bit of take a few better pictures. During the show, because people do go onto your Instagram and people.
You gotta create better quality pictures. I'm all for it.
Yeah, because people do actually go on and want to see images of the watch.
Sean!
Hey, Tim, Red.
The boss is in the house.
How are you?
Hey, Sean.
Pretend like you're working. Pretend like you're working. The boss is in the house.
How you doing, guys?
Hey. Fantastic.
Timmy,
Reg Bubbles been telling us some stuff. Yep.
It was nice to see you and roommate in the capital doing the walk this morning. I love that city. It is amazing.
Thank you.
I did the same walk that you did, but went the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah?
And it's an amazing, amazing city. I jumped on just to say that I will vouch that Red is one of the nicest, most genuine, gentle people out there. So I just jumped on to declare that.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah. It's just some kind of a weird vendetta that people just grow to not like about Red. It's just I don't know what it is. It's weird.
I know what it is, Tim. Because it's because there's people in the UK see me as the link to you. I see me as the UK link to you. And they think that if they can get at me, they will get at you. That's what it is.
But their complaints are circular because they're attacking you, expecting you to not say anything about it. Yeah. They just want to there's like it's so.
It's bizarre at times. It's bizarre. And people know that they're doing it, and they go, "Oh,
and they're not calling it out."
You say this, because it's been said that you stream. I don't know, how many hours a week, 30, 40 hours a week, like sometimes. You stream, and there's some weeks I maybe on it, maybe like for 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
But yet,
it's like you're here all the time. You start the show with me and you end it with me.
Yeah, but yet. For these people in the UK, they think that I'm here for 40 hours a week going, "Oh, your business is shit, your business is shit." And it's just not the truth. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Sean, I don't know if you had this ever happen to you, but man, it's been fun couple of days. That walk, Sean, It's so great that you jumped on the stream and and told us that you also took that walk because if I haven't done it, I wouldn't have believed that it's a cool kind of experience, like to walk there and just spend the time and take in everything that's around you.
Yeah.
And it's a really, really powerful feeling. And the way they built everything, it's like an adventure.
Yeah.
It
is on the
journey.
It's not only obviously it's one of the epicenters of power, I think, in the world, right?
Yeah, well, it's global power. I mean, I guess United States is like the world's like strongest country, so it would be capital of.
Yeah, and
in a way, in a strange way.
Yeah, and aside from the fact that it's the way it's put together. By the way, all the museums are free to the public to go, but also it's an emotional experience too. When on one end you go, you stand by the statue of Lincoln, and then you walk through, and all the monuments honoring the fallen soldiers in different wars, and and every country has that, right? I'm not saying that one soldier of one country is any more special than soldier of another, but soldiers around the world, I think they're all one. When you talk about a soldier of a country, you're talking about soldiers of any country because they're patriots. They gave up their life, sacrificed their life for the good of all. What doesn't matter which side of the war you're on, but the act of what a soldier does and what they sacrifice, what their families sacrifice is not unique. It's common, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why even among the soldiers, among the military, when they have respect for each other, even though they may be on the opposing sides, right?
Yeah.
So that's why when I refer to soldiers, as long as you're an honorable soldier, you didn't cross the line, and you did what you had to do with dignity and with honor, I think all the soldiers around the world are the same. And obviously, if you're an American, the American soldier means a lot to you because where you live, what you do, your livelihood, and your being was dependent on what those soldiers accomplished, right? So no matter which generation, it could be a soldier that fought in the Civil War, it could be a soldier that fought in World War I, World War II, or any other more recent wars. So it's a really emotional experience when you go through, and then you also see like the cherry blossom trees that are there. There were gifts from Japan, and you see all these different embassies, and you see so many international people there. There's a sense of substance there that's not superficial, right?
Coming together.
Yeah, that's why I think that DC is such a special place, and it's a place that you should walk. You should go out there and walk the place, and really enjoy it. You go through neighborhoods, and you come to this place that was one time it's somebody's residence, and now it's a museum. It's a great town to go and see, and you went at a good time. Spring is a good time to go and see it.
Yeah, even the roommates was saying that there's another week of cherry blossom.
Yeah.
So if you were thinking about it, would be a good opportunity. Red, have you ever wanted to visit Washington D.C., or is that something that completely doesn't interest you?
I have been to Washington D.C. several times. So I have.
Whoa!
Yeah.
No way!
Yeah.
What the? What? Why?
My favorite town was Georgetown. We stayed in Georgetown, so we did.
Georgetown.
Yeah, we stayed in Georgetown.
That's history.
And we had drinks. Now, I think the place is now closed down, but there was a whiskey bar.
Oh, yes. All right. Okay.
We had some great nights there. Great nights there.
Oh my God.
We had some friends. We actually done a trip we were doing New York to Tennessee and then back up again to New York.
Wow.
So we stopped in Georgetown twice, and it was amazing. So
that's fascinating. Amazing. That's before the Red Shovel days.
Yeah, that was before the Red Shovel days.
So there you go, guys. Red Shovel was doing the same thing he's still doing now, just on the live stream. Actually, nothing changed.
The Red Shovel name actually existed then, but not just in this watch.
Giving this stuff up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I loved it. That was a brilliant time. Georgetown, I actually fell in love with Georgetown. I would love to live in Georgetown, but it's as you would say to me, it's expensive. It's expensive.
Expensive, man. This stuff is not cheap.
No.
But you know what? Look, if you want to put my cost of my trip to mathematical terms, right? $250 for one night, and then for two people, and then also $200 on the bus there and back, plus some like $100 in other minor expenses, and freaking thank God, Humble Pine took us out to dinner, so we didn't have to pay for that. He was very generous. But next time he's in town, we're taking him to a restaurant. We're not letting him get away with it, okay? Because he also got us
Humble
breakfast.
Pine has been
He's out of
so
control.
generous.
This man is
He's
out
been
of
so
control.
generous.
Somebody needs to stop him.
Yeah.
Hey, let
needs
me
to
ask you a
come-
question. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
You're not going to take him to McDonald's, right?
No.
No.
Take,
No.
take him to a nice place.
No. Well, I'll take him to a kind of a mid-priced Korean restaurant. Mid-priced.
Very cool.
It's about $15 to $20 per dish. I'm
Okay, very
thinking
good.
about under $100. I'm trying to fall into.
Hey, I got a bit of fun news this afternoon.
Oh yeah.
I will not disclose who it was. That will be the gentleman's choice, but it is a very valued member of the community, and he said that today he got the call that his Omega White Speedy is ready to be picked up. So you have another member of the community that's soon will pick up his White Speedy, and hopefully we'll do an unboxing. But
I wonder who it is. I am.
I don't want to.
curious.
I won't say. I won't say.
It's a mystery.
Hey,
It's a mystery. We'll try
the
to solve it.
mystery. So, yeah. So he's a great guy. So yeah, and I'm gonna just give you one bit of not a clue because I don't want you to guess
Yeah.
it, but he does not reside in United States.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
All right.
Tim,
Okay. Yes. What's going on there?
Can I say to you,
Yeah.
there's a guy in the chat there called Just Horology.
Just horology.
Ask him to come onto the stream. This is a guy that has been.
I'm
going
good,
for
mate.
years.
Let's see. Who is this? What has he been saying?
No. This is the guy that. This is one of the guys that actually got me into going onto this YouTube, like stuff.
What?
So
No.
He had a channel called. I think it was called Just Horology, and he used to run shows and streams and all, right?
Crazy. Origin.
And then he disappeared for a while, but this guy's good if you can get him on.
Hey, gents, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna be going underground the parking. I'm gonna get disconnected, and I'm gonna go get my much delayed haircut. So I'll try to catch up with you guys later on.
We need a before and after picture.
But I don't get a haircut. I get a hair trim, right? You know that. So it's not much. But anyways, guys, good chatting with you.
All
right.
right.
If I don't talk, hopefully I'll talk to you before the end of the weekend. But if I don't, happy Easter to everybody, and happy holiday weekend to everybody. Take care. Cheers.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Man, if I got a haircut, it would be a completely different person. It would be like completely different person. Not even close.
I cannot believe. Come on here, this guy's.
Yo, yeah, Just Horology.
Just
Horology. Come on, he's coming on. He said, "Give me a minute."
He's good.
I can't believe it. Just Horology.
This guy, in the UK, this guy was he was one of the streams that you used to, it's like go to.
Mm-hmm.
So he was, and he disappeared for a while, and I hope he's maybe sort of coming back. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, hop on the stream. Would love to catch up for how it's been. How did YouTube treated you? As you can see, this is how the YouTube has been treating me. Man, it's brutal. It's been brutal. I've been through things. I've seen some crazy shit. Stephen Monash, David does not mind waiting lists. He has a lot of time to waste. No, man. We want David on for the unboxing. Remember that? He's got an unboxing. He's gonna pick it up unless he changed his mind. Man, if he comes back and he changes his mind.
Timmy, Red, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know Watchfinder is a British company.
Mhm.
Can't he just buy the watches from Watchfinder? They are a good company, good grey market dealers.
Yeah,
Watchfinder's
they're good. Yeah, they're good. I was actually at a there was a customer that I had who I spotted a speedy on his wrist, and he couldn't believe, that I actually knew like what the watch was. And I sort of said to him, "Where did you get the watch from?"
Did he say, "How does the plumber know what this watch is?"
Yeah, basically, right? Yeah, basically, yeah. And he went, I got it from a company. I got it from a company in England, and I was just waiting. Oh, please don't say BQ. Please don't say BQ.
Oh, that he needs to check that bezel. He needs to check the bezel. Sorry.
I know. And then he went, "Oh, I got it from Watchfinder." I went, "Fuck for that."
Oh, Watchfinder. You know what? Watchfinder. I don't know if they don't miss stuff either. I think these guys have been known to, have things happen as well.
So Timmy, but they are owned by Richmond Group. Watchfinder is owned by Richmond.
Right. That's when you have large quantity, big processing, you could also make a mistake.
Yeah, that's true. You aren't wrong.
Yeah, there's no perfect system.
Yep.
Back in 1 second, Tim.
Okay.
Back 1 second.
Cool.
Because Timmy, I was looking to buy a Cartier, and Watchfinder is the pre-owned. They have the certified Cartier program.
Mm-hmm.
So because they are owned by Richmond, it's the same group. So there are pretty good Cartier deals in Watchfinder.
In what? Oh, okay. So right now there's some good deals. Let's see.
For at least for Cartier.
Oh, for Cartier. Hey, you know who's looking for Cartier? TG01, the legend. He's looking for Cartier. He's been thinking, you know what? He wants to get another men's Cartier. He wears a Cartier, and he's got that Skydweller, solid gold. But let's see if there's a nice Cartier watch that could work as an everyday piece for a man. Let's see.
So I think your options would be Santos or Tank.
Oh, that's how about something like this? Look at this. Roadster.
I don't like it.
Really? It looks like one of those vintage cars, with the big fins on the back.
Yep.
But okay, I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Oh, these are nice. Oh, no.
Pasha.
The Pasha.
Bit much. A bit much.
Oh, dude. I had a situation. I was being slow rolled on the purchase of a Cartier watch. It was a terrible experience. I think I shared that story sometime in the past.
Too much though.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, what's that?
No. They're just like there's too much in those sort of.
Too much going on. How about wait? What about
Cartier.
this one? This is like the sort of newer one.
That's
Look
a
at that.
nice
This
one.
is Gerald Genta.
Yep, you're right, Timmy. That's Gerald Genta.
That's a nicer one.
Right? It's really nice. In this type of configuration, I am really starting to like this piece. It's look at this. Wowzers. It's got the polished bezel with that curve, sexy blue cabochon.
Timmy.
Tim,
what's up?
Let David in there.
Oh, he's in the waiting room. David!
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Oh my God! It's such a long time, man.
It's like seeing a ghost, right? Well, wait a minute. There you go. There's the ghost.
Oh my God!
What's going on?
Oh my God! Where have you
wait
been?
a minute.
This camera looks a bit strange.
Wait, which David is this? This is different David.
No, I don't think so.
I don't
That's
know.
the British Tim
Sorry,
right there.
David. I don't know you yet.
I think we're on an Archie stream. I think
Oh man.
as I departed,
Yeah,
You
those were
just started.
the younger, the more innocent days before
my
all the
God.
wars. What do we
Was
what
it
do we
ever
survive?
innocent?
How many wars did we survive, Red? Like 6 world wars and wristwatch wars?
David was one of the first streams that I got involved with in the chat anyway. So it
Oh, we
was,
got Clam in the chat as well. Christ, there's so many of the people still sticking around.
And where are you
actually,
from?
David,
Yeah.
David, you actually, do you remember you actually drew my two-tone sea dweller for me?
I did. I remember that. Yeah.
Do you remember that? Holy fuck!
Yeah, I remember that. So it's a long time ago.
Absolutely,
A long time ago.
Wow.
Where is
Where's
David
Ben?
from? Tell us about what does he do? Red.
What
does
do
he
I
do?
do?
Yeah.
Tell us, Red. What do I do?
Well, I don't know, because you used to come on and you used to have a brilliant stream talking about watches, and it was all. I remember you were looking to buy the root beer. That was your dream watch.
Yeah.
Right, and you bought one on grey, and then you finally got the call from the AD.
Correct.
To buy it.
It's a good memory.
Then, yeah, and then
Perfect
you
recall.
got the watch. You got the watch. You were with some mad girlfriend at the time, was it right? Yeah.
Yeah. Really, it's like a fucking elephant.
Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jesus, I know. And then you finally got that. But then it all started. The channel started to go off rails a wee bit then, because I don't know why.
What happened to the channel? Why did it all go to shit?
It's a long-winded story.
Yeah, tell us. That's the most, because a lot of people are saying that my channel is going to shit, and so this is going to be very interesting to hear David's story.
It'd be interesting to know why they say that. I think they just say that half the time just to get a reaction, right? Maybe. I think that's the majority of it. Oh Jesus. Where to start? I mean, the trolls will show up in a minute, no doubt.
Yeah.
But it's just I jump in from time to time to see what's going on. Obviously, it's a shock to see Red in person on a live now. It's like the tables are completely flipped.
He's a legend. He's one of the most notorious fighters in this underground battle arena, or whatever you want to call it. He's so far, he has like 36 KOs, 0 losses.
Red is like Gandhi, David. Red is like Gandhi fighting against the cartel in UK.
Yeah, but sorry, what I was saying. I jump in from time to time. I like to see what's going on. And if I didn't, I wouldn't know stuff like the Timepiece Gentleman. I saw that whole fiasco playing out, in the shadows. I was just lurking. So that was fun. I noticed some of the channels. I just like to see really like what's changed since I've been away, and a lot has changed. Yeah. The scope of who's doing what. I don't want to name names, but some have gone into like political video type stuff, which I find hilarious. It's like, because if you're going to take political advice from anyone, make sure he's wearing like what's that? You should know, Red. That show the label thing. What's that called?
Canada Goose.
I can't remember. No, it's not Canada Goose. No, not Burberry. Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. Anyway, I honestly can't remember. I'm not a designer brand guy.
Is it the poppy? Wearing the poppy?
The poppy, Tim. Don't go there, man.
I can't remember what it is. It's designer clobber anyway. But yeah, I'm sure you know who I'm referring to when I say about political videos. There's a couple of them.
I think we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, yeah. So that blew my mind.
It's just, David, I can't believe that you're on. I can't believe that you're here again, because at one stage, like, you had the likes of Adrian Barker jumping
on the stream. Yeah.
Adrian Barker on the stream.
Twice. Yeah.
On David's stream, right?
That's it. Someone got it. Stone Island.
At this stage, nobody knew who Red Shovel was. I had just bought. I remember that night. I had just been to Edinburgh, and I had bought my. I bought my Panerai 422, and you run a stream, and I come onto it, and we had Ed, and we had Jonathan from Member Watch on, and there was Adrian Barker come on.
By the way, guys, check this out. If you guys want to get your minds blown, okay? So here we are, the four of us, and there's Adrian Barker next to John Mayer.
Wow.
How funny is that, huh? Interesting.
And what's even funnier, Tim, is that Adrian was standing right beside me and Alan.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago at the British Watchmaker show.
Oh, yes.
Giving us the fucking orders.
You got the tap. You got the tap, you know, the dreaded. By the way, David, have you ever gotten the dreaded tap?
What's that?
The dreaded tap. That's when you get the tap on the shoulder, and you're told to keep your mouth shut. We don't like what you're saying in the chat.
No, can't say I've ever had that. No.
Or on the strip. You never got that? Oh, okay.
No, well, to be honest with you, I was very careful with what I used to say.
Continue the story. Continue the story.
Well, I was very careful. Yeah, it just went downhill, and I think there was. Oh God, I'm pinned now. Great.
Oh, it's a great story. I mean, look, it's a life lesson learned.
It's a sordid story, I guess. Yeah, it just turned into. I drew a lot of attention from the Archie crowd. Not that there's anything wrong with the Archie crowd, and there's a niche, and that feels that right.
Well, there's nothing to say that there is something wrong. Well,
no.
Because there's actually a lot to say that there is something wrong with that Archie verse. There's actually a lot wrong with it. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's full of people who need to seek help.
Psychiatric evaluation. Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing. And I know I was watching your guys stream a few weeks ago. And I know you were talking about Neo.
Yeah,
That's always a hot topic.
David, you're not going to believe it. The Archie crowd tried to Shutter Island me.
Doesn't surprise me.
What the fuck, man? Why would you Shutter Island me? And like, you know, I'm glad I watched the movie, so I didn't fall for the tricks. But my God,
it was just a lot of people saying I'm back. I'm not back. I'd just like to clarify that I'm not coming back to YouTube.
Come back. Come back.
No.
So, but like, what could make you leave and never want to come back? That is.
I'll tell you. I'll pop up from time to time, maybe.
Yeah.
But it was just I was I think 26, maybe 25 at the time, and it was just so nightmarish. Like it got to the point where I was receiving like death threats by email, and people trying to dox me, and all of this sort of stuff. And I was at that point switching careers, doing really well. I was just like, you know what? I haven't got time for this shit anymore. I literally cannot be bothered. And Red saw a lot of it. You know, sometimes I'd start the streams, and I don't think back then I was as thick-skinned.
Had a bit of a falling out. Me and you had a bit of a falling out, like, didn't we? Yeah.
I wasn't in a good place back then, to be perfectly honest. So I'm not surprised.
I know that. And me and you had a bit of a falling out, and I always, but David, I always admired your streams, and I remember that, you know, there was a couple of, you know, you done a really few sort of interactive streams where we done
the Cool Wall.
Yeah, the Cool Wall, of which I was going to steal for the UK watch guys. Because that was brilliant. Those were brilliant streams you done. They really were.
That was the thing. And the amount of hours and the amount of planning and sticking shit on my walls, you know, all of that went into it. And then I would literally just get death threats by email. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. I can't be bothered anymore. It just
there was a joke. There was because there was a running joke in all the WhatsApp groups about you wanting to shut stuff down. Oh, let's just fucking shut that down. Let's fucking shut that.
Shut down what? What are you trying to shut down?
Hey, David wanted to shut stuff down.
David, hold on a second. You realize that whoever was sending these death threats to you was probably one of the people in that group.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, it could have been somebody. I mean, who could have? Like,
I obviously I don't have them anymore.
What did you do to someone? Look, what did you do? It was like
I just
say something wrong about someone.
No, it was literally there was just like the death threat. It's probably Neo. Let's be honest. It was the death threats, and then there was like threats to rape my ex-girlfriend, and it was just, oh god. I was just like, I'm doing all of this stuff. I'm a young guy. You know, I'm trying to focus on this over here. I'm spending 2-3 hours an evening planning streams, editing videos and stuff, doing all of that just to then get a death threat by emails. It's like, that's it now. And then there was a period.
Do you still have those emails?
No, I don't know. It's just long gone.
You sure you can't? Because the reason I'm saying is that you can if you can get those emails, you can get that language analyzed, and you might get a match.
Tim, he's moved on. Tim,
okay, well, listen,
he's moved on. He wants to. I am just so glad to see David back online. So
no, right. but my point is that whoever was doing that, David, they're still on the loose, and they're doing it to someone else.
Yeah, it was weird. I've done a few streams on my channel. There's like 3 or 4 people that actually still give a shit that join. And I came to the conclusion a long time ago, not that I'm like some rich guy, but I remember a comment that I got a while back, and there was a guy, and he was saying I was going to leave like a troll comment. That was the opening, so I was like, this is going to be good, this is juicy, because I was jealous of your collection. But then I spoke to my wife, and she told me that blah blah blah, stop being a baby, and that was basically the intent of the comment. And it was a really strange comment, and I came to the conclusion that some of it was probably that. No, I was like in my mid-20s.
Wait. Say it again. What's the comment? What was the comment?
So it was a comment like, I was going to leave a troll comment. However,
I was going to leave a troll comment.
Yeah.
Comment. Okay. So it says,
but speaking to my wife, we've decided that I'm just jealous of your collection, and I'm not going to be a baby. I'm just going to say, well done. And it was something like that, along those lines. And that was it. And that I came to the conclusion that some of it was probably that. I was like 25, and I had like 5 Rolexes, a JLC, what was it, a Cartier as well. And I guess some of it was probably that.
I remember the Cartier.
Yeah.
What about?
I know you buy the JLC Polaris. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
But like,
so much money. It's mad.
What about that comment in particular? Why did that comment make you leave? Like, because
no, that didn't make me leave. That didn't make me leave. That resonated with me, that one.
But why did it resonate? What part of
something here?
Resonated?
So if you look at what my audience stats were back then, it was mostly sorry everyone, it was mostly men from like 30 to 50. You know, maybe a little bit above that as well. Mm-hmm. So I've got my audience is predominantly older than me. And I guess, like I've said on my other show, I'm not a mover and shaker. I'm not like a rich man. Like you can see behind me, I haven't even got a wall up at the minute. I'm doing renovations. So I'm not a rich man by any means. But if I've got all of these watches, what was it like? It must have been like £100,000 worth at one time.
What kind of a collection? Wait, you're like, how much money did you have in the collection?
I'm trying to remember. So I'm trying to remember at the height of everything I had. So I had.
You had a good collection there, but you really did have a good collection.
A Submariner date. I'm trying to remember now. Explorer 1, Explorer 2.
Wow, Explorer 1 and Explorer 2.
The JLC Polaris.
JLC Polaris.
Cartier.
Wow. Cartier.
Speedmaster.
My God.
What else was it? Red, come on, help me out. Oh, root beer.
Root beer?
Yeah. I think that was it.
How the heck were you affording this collection?
I have a good job.
Okay. So, I mean, were you
I think that was it.
Yeah. So were you like investing more into watches because you saw them going up in value?
Oh, no. I always just loved it. That whole side of things. And actually, it's an interesting point you make. That was one of the things that killed the joy of the streams for me, is that whenever I did a stream, no matter how much planning and all that sort of stuff that I did, every single stream would be the same. People would come and go, what do you think the price is going to be like on this in a year's time? And it's just really boring keeping speculating about Rolex the entire time.
Well, that's because that's the gray market cartel
narrative. Yeah.
So what you have people who are coming off after watching a Timepiece Gentleman video. They're coming to your channel and they're saying, you know, you're doing kind of whatever, and they're
that was at the start of all of that. Yeah. Definitely, that was at the start of all of that stuff. But yeah, I don't know how much the collection was worth, but that's what I had at the height of when I was collecting.
That's a massive collection. Massive.
Too big. If any, I own nothing now. That's the good news.
You sold everything? No.
Yeah, I sold everything. Yeah, I wear nothing.
Even
you're a free man.
Even the root beer.
Yeah, it got to the point, and I mean, ultimately, I live nearer London. And it's just like one of those things. You can't wear these things outdoors nowadays. And to have that amount of money in a single item. Just
you talked for hours about that root beer, about getting that.
Oh yeah, that was one of the first that I sold. That was one of the first. Because it was worth the most money.
Hey, we got Cam on the stream. A special guest. Hello, Cam.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, we have David on here. He's a wristwatch, a former.
Yep.
I guess,
dude,
one of the guys that got whacked in the wristwatch.
David, man. Bro,
they got you out like you're like a soldier. That we were talking about soldiers, and then the way
you can see what it's
like
like.
the wristwatch battlefield. You got your head blown off.
Yeah, so you can see what's the other side now.
You have to come back though. Forget about it, man. Come on, get another watch. You can't because they can't kill you.
I've got a watch. I've got a Tissot. That will do.
That's great. All right, there you go.
Yeah. Someone said, "Do you have a basic watch?" Yes,
then
I do.
Still
there you
respect
go.
watches. You still respect watches because that's Tissot. That's a pretty good watch.
Every man should have at least one nice watch.
Hell yeah,
100%.
Why did you choose the Tissot PRX? Do you still follow and read all the wristwatch news? But you just wear the watch, or you
no? I saw that in a shop window, and I used to, when towards the end of stopping collecting and the YouTubes, I had the original Tissot PRX when it first launched. I think it was that 40, 42. I can't remember now. And this is the smaller one, and it's just so comfortable, and it just caught my eye one day, so I just randomly bought it. It was just a complete impulse purchase.
Hey, if anybody's got questions for David, Tab, Cam, please feel free to ask.
Someone said, "What was the last watch you gave up?" That'd be the Submariner.
Submariner was the last one.
Oh, so that was your favorite, David?
That was the hardest one to let go. That was my first ever Rolex. Was the Submariner?
Submariner date?
Yes. Is it the choke sub they used to call it?
That. Holy fuck, David! Jeez.
I'm sorry, Red. I'm sorry.
I can't believe it.
David, you need to buy that back, David.
I don't think I can. I don't know where it is.
You can always save, David.
Well, this is the thing now. If you give one up, right, I can't now go to the same AD that I used to go to and go, "Oh, by the way, can I have another one of these?" To be like, "Where's the other one?"
Dude, why not just get an Explorer 1? Forget about the haters.
That was another. I had an Explorer 1. That was the hardest one to give up, I think, out of all of them. But that between that and the Submariner,
I think Explorer 1 is not any type of a crazy watch. It's just an Explorer 1.
Yeah.
Ian Fleming wore one. Whole life. No problems. Okay, I'm going to stop yelling. Sorry for yelling. Guys.
Someone's asked me if I collect Pokemon cards. No, definitely not.
Wow. What happened? What was the score with the... I know there was... I know on one of the WhatsApp groups, David, right, there was a little bit of an incident one day with the...
I was never part of these WhatsApp groups.
Right, okay, there was an incident that happened one day with the girl that you used to go out with. And this is going back to something that Tim was talking about earlier, about an online review for a certain company that your other half had left them. What was the score with that?
Well, say that again. I'm not even computing what this is about.
There was an online review that your former partner had left for Edinburgh Watch Company.
My former partner?
Yeah. And I remember my phone blew up on the day that it happened because
my ex-girlfriend.
Yes, everyone realized that it was your ex-girlfriend, and they said, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Why would she go to Edinburgh Watch Company? I'm really confused.
I have no, I've never had any idea as to why this had happened, but there was a very negative review that was left by.
Oh, wait. So someone left a negative review in my name.
Yeah. No. I don't think it was in your name. It was in her name, but it was, But it was
no,
her.
I think I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I do remember this actually because I had
Oh.
Jonathan messaging me about it.
Explain it from the beginning because I couldn't jack shit.
No, so here's what's happened. Here's what happened. So someone created a Google account called Just Cupcakes, which
Yes.
okay, whatever, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
And then put the picture from one of my old streams of my ex-girlfriend as the picture for the Google account, and then left a really bad review for Edible Watch Company. And I got messages from so many people I hadn't heard from in years saying, "Why are you doing this?" I don't know what you're talking about. So I contacted Jonathan. I was like, "Give me his number. I'll call him and tell him." And it just blows my mind.
That's insane.
And this was the thing.
What did you do to somebody?
Well, exactly. Even Jonathan believed it was me. Why would I, right, create an account that is going to point the finger directly at me and leave a shitty review on his business? It makes no sense. Why would I incriminate myself from the get-go? Just Cupcakes, Just Horology. Here's a picture of my ex-girlfriend. It makes no sense. It's just idiotic, and that's the sort of shit that was always happening, and that's why I got so bored. It's so obvious.
Like, are people just bored and they're overreacting? Yeah. Like, is this what's happening?
It's like people messaged me. Yeah, it was just like people messaging me that were friends from back in the watch stuff.
Yeah,
like,
they just want to be upset. They want.
Yeah, why are you doing this? It's like why would I incriminate myself from the get-go? That just makes no sense. It's like murdering someone and leaving a little flag with your face on it, right, above the body. It's like, why would you do that?
Username Mickey, $5 super chat. Just really quickly, let me get these super chats. Was David in the Game of Thrones, and did he protect House Stark and the Wall from the White Walkers?
Well, this is going to get some attention. I've never actually seen Game of Thrones, so I have no idea what that means.
What character in the Game of Thrones were you?
He's never seen Game of Thrones. So
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
You look like you were in the movie. What do you mean? You look like one of the characters, the cast.
I mean, if I look like an A-list celebrity, I'm okay with that. That's fine.
You look like somebody from House Stark. Somebody.
Yeah, I protected the house of Stark. That's it. Yeah. I definitely did that.
I think the chat is right, David. You look like that guy from Game of Thrones. I'm forgetting the name.
Is it like Jon Snow or something? I know there's a guy with long hair.
No, not Jon Snow, David. That's up there, man. I don't want to disrespect you, but yeah.
Watch fan. Member for 10 months, like David. I am also a watch apostate. Apostate. That's a dictionary word. What does it mean? What does it mean, apostate?
I thought it was talking about his prostate.
I thought too. It's not prostate. A person who renounced a religion or a political belief or a principle. He gave up the watches as a symbol. This is madness. Red. This has gone too far. This has gone too far. No strictly G-Shock. No more theft. Gray, Franken, potential damage stress. The potential damage.
I actually cannot believe, Tim, that we're on a stream with David. I can't believe it. I thought he disappeared for good
David,
because occasionally, David, in the in the WhatsApp groups, do you remember people like Lee and Paul?
Yeah.
Right. They sometimes ask me, "What happened to David? What the fuck ever happened to David?" And I go, "I don't know. I don't know where
he disappeared."
You're here. It's unbelievable.
How long? Tell us about the process of giving up the watches. Was there a way you gave up the watches one by one, or did you like?
Yeah, I mean they sat in a bank safe for a long time, and it was at the point I can't remember how much it was now. I think it was like £40 a month to store them. And I sort of just got sick of paying it. So I bought them home, put them in the loft, forgot about them for a little while. And then one day just decided to sell them all. It's,
Wow.
someone's asking what I sold the root beer for. Oh, it's clam. Not as much. Because I bought the story of the root beer. I was buying a house, and I thought, you know what? While I'm doing this, I'll sell that, a little bit more change for the solicitors and all that boring stuff. And I sold it, and I think the week later they went up to like 24k, something stupid like that. So that was interesting.
So Tim, you and Paul Thorpe need to get the over drink. Yeah, we'll get together for drinks at the Watches and Wonders. David, are you coming to Watches and Wonders?
No.
Come on, man. Come on.
I don't even know where it is.
Live
Where is
a little. Just hang out with watch people. We'll go for.
How do you even get into Watches and Wonder?
You get tickets
with a ticket card, with a fucking ticket.
I think as long as you're with Reg, you'll be all right. He gets in.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
He'll get you in.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the one in Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's one. That's where all the watches are going to be released. The new Rolexes are going to be released. The new Pagani designs are going to come out. The Panerai.
Wait. Can I just interrupt a second? Just Cupcakes is in the chat.
Just Cupcakes. You always prefer to watch.
I don't know if that's the original one or someone's just changed their name.
It's probably, dude. You know what? This is so, David. I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually the same guy.
It wouldn't surprise me
all the time back then, because he's still in these chats. He can't let it go.
You know what, Tim? I'll be honest with you. You know what shocks me more than anything is that they still care enough to do this shit. And I know for a fact it is middle-aged men, and I'm living in their head rent-free. Even to this day, I don't even do YouTube anymore. It is absolute madness.
Now, hold on a second. Now, this was just a joke. This is probably
it probably was. Yeah,
and this is funny. This is insider humor. This is actually one of the good guys. This is a good troll. Shout out. We got a couple of folks there.
Yeah, a couple of people. You see, David, this is the thing. This is the thing that really annoyed me about you. You did at times get really annoyed at certain trolls and certain people.
I know.
Right?
I know.
You did, and your channel was good because I used to go to your channel and I used to love it. And you could see you getting physically annoyed.
No, 100%. Yeah, especially when I was on streams and stuff. Yeah, well, when you're on a stream, and I can't remember the comments that were left now, and I was just much younger and not as thick-skinned as I am now. That's the answer, effectively. And I know for a fact what you're talking about. There would be comments made on the stream, whether it be about my ex-girlfriend or me or whatever, and some of them were so heinous.
Shit comments, and I used to look at you, and you were doing a really good stream, and you were really been affected by these, and I used to go, why the fuck is he caring about what these people are saying?
You know what? To be honest, though, I gotta say the trolls have evolved since that time, David.
I'm not surprised.
They're gotten a lot more subtle, a lot less obvious.
Just taking little digs.
Well, yeah, they're a lot. Exactly, their digs are a lot more subtle. They're like a really soft knife that kind of goes into you, and you can't even feel it. You're like, oh, you just realize you're bleeding. You're like, oh no, what the heck?
Like some of the pictures that people send me, like it's unbelievable. One person, like Paul Thorpe mentions, like, oh, Red, you're like a schoolgirl. You can't. And then there's about fucking 50 images of my face superimposed on the fucking said to me.
No, that was good.
That is funny, though. That is funny.
But why would we call you a schoolgirl? I don't understand. Oh yeah, that was Dingo Dave who made that picture of putting you over the schoolgirl. That was Dingo Dave Photoshop.
That was brilliant.
That was made out of love. That was the funniest thing ever, man. Dioptree 75, 2 pounds. David left on YouTube Space says it all. I mean, it's not worth it. At some point, it depends on.
Hold on, back in a second.
Right, like at some point, it becomes you're spending so much time.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort, isn't it? Yeah.
Hey, I don't feel like it's going it's not going forward in any way.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, it's okay to abandon the project and start something else. What hobby did you transition after wristwatches?
I haven't really got any. I work so much. I'm to and from, I travel a lot for work, so I don't get much time.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's it. I just work. That's a hobby, right?
Wow. What kind of work do you do? Or
I work in IT, in software.
Oh yeah, that's really nice.
Really nice. Yeah.
What kind of software do you work with?
Oh, he's a computer genius here.
A computer genius. I won't go that far.
Oh, Cam is good. He's got those databases access keys.
Oh, he's got access keys, does he? I work in software for like e-commerce, that type of stuff.
Oh, nice.
Cam's good.
Yeah. It's fun. I travel a lot. Yeah, that sort of stuff. Yeah. That's it. I'd have to travel out to Vietnam every so often for the dev team and stuff like that. But yeah, it's hustle and bustle. It's good, keeps me busy and stops me spending. So
what's favorite destination that you travel to?
You said Vietnam?
Recommendations?
Yeah, Vietnam's probably my favorite.
Oh, yeah?
I'll tell you why.
Wow.
Because compared to the UK, it's so cheap. It's unreal. You could literally, if you had
in US, right? Or sorry, in your case, it's British.
Yeah.
Pound.
So yeah, the pound is incredibly strong over there, and you can quite literally, I was there last time for like a week, and I think on my expenses, I spent about, it must have been like 40 quid on food for the entire week.
Wow.
Like, I don't really eat breakfast, but lunch and dinner every day. Like you go to like a little mom and pop restaurant, have some noodles and stuff, and it's like 90p. It's just ridiculous.
I have a sandwich here. This is probably cost about $15.
Yeah, it's probably about like 2 weeks worth of food in Vietnam.
It's out of control.
Have you ever had a banh mi?
A what?
Banh mi.
No, I don't know what that is.
He's talking about the sandwich, David.
Yeah.
Sandwiches.
Yeah, it's the Vietnamese name of a sandwich, David.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not too good at remembering names of things. Possibly. Probably.
Yeah. I heard it's communist in Vietnam.
So how has your outlook on YouTube Space has changed since you left it? Like you haven't been participating, but you've been watching it
every so often,
yeah. And so can you from your perspective, someone who was a participant in the dialogue and someone who has now exited the dialogue and like watched it happen?
I feel like some things are unchanged. I feel like if we're talking about like the live streamers side of things, that's relatively the same. I think Tim, obviously you're around now and probably one of the more preferable ones that isn't so toxic.
I don't know how preferable,
but well, it's to be debated. But like the Archie side of stuff, that's still there. It's still serving its purpose, I guess. Still putting money in his pocket. But as far as all the things that have happened since I've left, Adrian obviously doesn't get involved in any of that sort of stuff, so it's just business as usual for him, right?
Adrian is doing it the right way. He doesn't.
He's with John Matt. He's going to start a band.
There was the art, David. There was the thing that you done on my watch.
I remember that. I think I might still have that on my iPad actually.
Yeah.
What is that?
David done a drawing of my Sea Dweller two-tone, and that was it.
Oh, you also do art kind of on the side, or is it part of your like?
It's just one of those things that I'm. That's just one of those things that I'm good at. To be honest, I haven't done that in a long time.
I mean, that looks like you could put it on a website, like on a Rolex
Yeah,
website.
it was good. Oh,
I
it
mean,
was
it's
good. It was
almost
good.
perfect.
Yeah, it was
Really good, really good.
But yeah, I think
so you kind of
go on.
incorporated stuff that you like into your YouTube.
Yeah,
And then it was
I
all
did it. Like
ruined for you. What the
it was all
hell?
ruined. It was all
That's
by
kind of
Neo.
messed up. What the heck?
No, it's fine.
I want to
It's fine.
find out who did it, and you know, yeah, let's find out who did it.
I don't think that's
Wait,
possible.
Tim,
Why
wait,
would
wait,
that
wait,
be
wait.
impossible?
Wait, Tim,
Retrace
Tim,
our
wait.
steps.
Tim, wait.
Yeah.
Tim, wait. I think I think David would maybe. There was a lot of the fact that
Yeah.
David,
He doesn't need this. This is
that
just
David couldn't handle the trolls and the people that didn't want David
no, but
to succeed.
he has
It's a fair
changed.
comment. It's a fair comment.
He has come as a new man, David.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now
Jesus.
you said if things were different, now you have a little bit tougher skin, a bit different.
Yeah.
The trolls, though, man, they have evolved. They're like fucking super bacteria. You know, that's the bacteria that you kill. You know, the 99.99 spray. You kill the bacteria. It kills 99.9, but it just those 0.01% that always survive, and then they reproduce and they make super bacteria, and that's where the entire human population is going to be wiped out.
Yeah.
But listen, it is what it is.
Yeah, so much stuff got weird to them, but going back to the scope of the YouTube space now, it's relatively unchanged, right? I don't know what Oisin's doing. I can't remember the name of his channel, so I can never find it.
Oh man, he was on fire.
Yeah,
I heard. I was away.
Well, physically on fire or just theoretically?
No.
Oh, okay, good. That's
2,000 people watching versus
Jesus.
usual. Yeah, 2,000. They were doing Palestine talk, I think.
Oh, okay. Because we're not aboard of that. But yeah, it's strange that some people have completely changed their content in ways more political stuff.
4P went. I think Sheen changed his.
I saw some bits there.
Think about it. There's one. I don't know who. I've been trying to figure it out. Like, is O'Sheen? Because you know how me and Red Shovel, we're here. We're always being attacked. Like we were just talking about this. Red, we were just talking about this shit, right? You're like Alex Fody comes on, doxes himself, attacks Red Shovel, and then we're not supposed to say anything. And then, so like in this situation, and then like everybody for some reason blames Red Shovel for defending himself.
Alex is he's a real man. I am not a real man, apparently.
But David, but the crazy thing is that this is a parallel between Paul Thorpe and O'Sheen, because I don't remember who started first. Who started talking about Palestine or the right-wing politics? Because Paul Thorpe is doing right-wing politics and O'Sheen is doing kind of left-wing politics. And they're kind of almost in a way, there's a blow for blow. There's one video from O'Sheen, there's one video from Paul Thorpe, and Paul has been getting more and more radical.
I don't understand the correlation between his old content and his new content. It seems a bit of a departure. Yeah, it's almost like putting Rolex in bold in every title of your video stopped working. So try a new tactic, right? I don't know. that was it. I remember I did like one of my little streams when this was like a year or so after. And we played a little game, and it was going through the list of videos and trying to spot one without Rolex in the title. It's very difficult. So basically, you have to get to 5 points. If you see Rolex, you reset. It's impossible to win. You can't win that game. That's what it used to be like. Buckley, thank you.
Buckley in the chat says David seems like a good guy. Thank you, Buckley.
David is a good guy. David is a good guy.
He's a great guy.
Bullied.
He's a human. It's in this wristwatch space and social media is such a radically new tool.
Tim, this for me is a bizarre night.
It is bizarre. I knew when I posted in the chat that I would get you, Red. I knew I'd get you.
Yeah,
and it would shock you.
Because David, like I spent many a night watching your channel, right? And
am I still living rent free like with everyone else?
Yeah, because like we had good laughs on your channel, me and some of the other people that I still speak to regularly on WhatsApp. We had a great laugh watching your channel, and it's just a bizarre. It just feels bizarre.
Do you remember any stories, any kind of jokes from David's stream that particularly stood out, Red? If you could think about it, you could take a little bit of time.
While he thinks about that, the standout thing for me was the cool wall. I think that was my best stolen idea ever.
To be honest with you, David,
what is that?
To be honest with you, David, I was stealing that for the Watch Guy UK channel that we did. We were stealing that.
Yeah, Scottish Watches beat you to that though. Unfortunately, they started doing that. Yeah. And the cool wall was basically a concept stolen from Top Gear in the UK. They used to put cars on the wall under categories of like Sub-Zero to uncool or seriously uncool. Yeah. So I did that with watches on the stream. Yeah. And it was quite funny because
that was really good.
It was good.
Because you usually get into the situation where you used to put a watch into maybe cool or seriously uncool, and people would disagree with it so much that they would fucking super chat you to fucking move it from one fucking side to the other.
Well, that was the thing. I made that a thing, didn't I? I was like, right, if you really disagree, super chat, and I'll move it to wherever you say. And people, were, oh my god, you're trying to make money. Okay, seriously, and.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the cool wall was definitely one of the highlights. Definitely.
Tim, I think you.
But tell me more about this Cornwall. I don't understand. What the heck is the Cornwall? What the? I still don't get
cool.
No, cool wall. The cool wall.
What's a cool wall?
So it's like basically you have gone.
Right, the cool wall is basically right. You had a wall, right, like fucking behind you here, right? And you used to say to people, is this watch, I get have a printed picture maybe of a watch, let's say the Hulk, right? And you'd go to the audience, is this watch cool or is it uncool? Right?
Yeah.
And you'd have to ultimately place that watch in one location, cool or uncool, right? Yeah. And there would be some of the audience who go, oh, the Hulk, it's the best watch ever. It must be cool, right? And you'd pin it on the cool wall. But there would be people in the chat, right, that would say, oh, fuck, that fucking Hulk is shit, right? Yeah. And you then say, right, okay, if someone super chats fucking $20, right, I'll move it to uncool, right? And people would fucking super chat and actually... You would actually then unpin it and put it there.
David, I think I know why people wanted you to go kill yourself. I think we found the answer. Dude, that is one of that cool or not cool. Man, that was probably torturous. Absolutely torturous to some of the people. Because some people, they're so passionate about watches. Seeing you put that Hulk is not cool and they're fucking wearing one. Who the fuck are you to take $5 and put it in the not cool section, David? Who the fuck you think you are?
That's exactly it. Exactly that. And this is the thing, and it's a point of contention, right? Because I remember I made a video once of why I was selling my Speedmaster, and I still to this day think it's one of the most bland and boring watches ever made, and milked within an inch of its life. And obviously someone who's just gone out and purchased one, spent thousands of pounds and worked very hard for that watch, for me to say it sucks, they're gonna feel some kind of way about that, right? And that's one of the main problems I think with the watch stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's like
different strokes.
Do you understand how these guys there's some people, they're not 100%. You put them, man, these things are tough, man. Sorry. Jesus Christ.
Someone's asked you to pull up my old videos, but there isn't any.
You took them down?
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone.
Wow.
They are gone.
You know, I have like a full
David,
archive for 3
they're
years.
gone. But
They're gone.
some people may have clipped some of that shit.
Well, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
More than likely.
But so what? So what?
Oh,
I
no,
mean,
that's
what's
fine.
the big deal? This is nuts. The people, I don't even know why other people get upset about the clips. Like I went on Paul Thorpe's channel. He played clips to me. And so what? What's the problem? This is nuts. This is nuts.
So David, what watch do you want to own now? What is the goal? Why are you here? Why are you back? Tell me what's happening.
I just morbid curiosity to see what's going on. And then I thought I'd message because I saw you were on here. And I think I've seen a few replays of lives where you've been on and on camera, but I've never caught you live. So I thought this would be the perfect time for me to jump in, say hello to him, and blow his mind.
Hey,
that's it, really.
You've been watching. You're a fan of the show, right? You've been on watching from time to time, yeah? Timepiece Gentleman, that guy.
Oh yeah, I used to watch that.
Yeah.
There was always something a bit fishy because I had a friend, I can't remember his last name now, Mike, and he went to work for me. He was doing like accounting or something. And there's since day one, it just seemed a bit strange that they came out of nowhere and had all of this stock and all of these followers and stuff. It just seemed a bit suspect, and turns out it was. There we go.
I mean, man, it's
why is someone's asking if I've got a Chewbacca tattoo? I don't.
Chewbacca tattoo.
I don't know what that's about.
Oh fuck!
Random.
It's probably
random.
You look like some kind of an actor. And
I mean, I might look like Chewbacca.
They're
Maybe
trying to
that's what it means.
identify which actor you look like.
Yeah, Jon Snow or Chewbacca.
This is one of the most ridiculous stories kind of on YouTube, and I didn't even know. So what has made you want to come on the live stream today? Because there's.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't planning on it. I just thought I'd wind Red up and blow his mind that I was in the comments.
Time? How did you,
and he wanted me to come on, and I was like, you know what? I won't say no. I'll be polite.
I thought people. David, me and some of the other guys that are in some of the other chats had recently been wondering, whatever happened? Whatever happened to David? Whatever happened to you? Right. And, people used to make it, oh, that's the guy that used to love to shut stuff down. He used to love to shut it down. It wasn't
what is this? What is this shut stuff down?
Did you give people wrenches, David? Did you give people wrenches?
No, hold on. Wait, Tim.
Probably.
Uh-oh.
I did.
Right. It was the fact that people used to think, David, that you thought that the channel maybe wasn't doing as well as it should, right? And that if a live stream didn't go as well as it was or whatever, that you would just shut it down. Fuck, it's not working. Shut that fucker down. Right. That was the joke. That was the joke.
I don't know. but this is the thing, right? Is if you're putting a lot of effort into something and it's not performing as well as you wanted it to, you sort of, like Tim said earlier, stop sinking time into it, and that's
also get bored, or you can find out that it's not for you. Not every hobby. This life, David. In fact, maybe you were liberated. Maybe this hobby wasn't even for you. Sometimes we find a hobby, we really try to stick with it. It just doesn't work. It's not what we're meant for in that day. So we go out, we try something else, and then we find happiness. We find what we're really happy doing. Exactly. And maybe you were kind of finding a little bit of serenity now. I don't know.
So,
I mean,
tell us about
how has your life changed before, after watches? Was it like giving up a drug, like giving up a needle?
I wouldn't know what that was like, luckily. No, it was pretty easy. I tell you what, it was, I think at the time, those watches were tied to that whole experience. So I really didn't, I didn't find it difficult to give it all up.
David, you were really into it. I remember your streams when you talked about, it was a time, for instance, that when you bought the Santos, you really went into the detail of how, when you were there at the dealer, that the one that had, there was a bit of dust or something under the dial, or sorry, under the glass.
Your memory's way too good.
Yeah,
Wow.
do you remember that? And remember
Yeah.
that they had another one at another dealer, and that they sent it down to you and all the rest of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Do you
that was
remember?
the JLC. That was the JLC. Yeah.
Yes,
That's it. Yeah.
that was the Polaris, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yes,
That
yeah.
was Watches of
I
Switzerland.
remember that, but people loved that. They loved how you were so involved, and you want like you were personally spending thousands of pounds,
It's way
and
too
you
much.
wanted
Yeah.
the watch to be perfect.
Wow.
I think
People love
everyone
that.
would.
Yeah,
If you're
people
spending
love that.
thousands, I mean, yeah, it's like something. If you're spending 10 grand on a car and it comes with a, well, maybe not 10 grand. That's a poor example. 10 grand on a watch and it comes with a scratch. It's sort of, it's
Man.
not brand new, is it?
David.
That's
David.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Tim, go on.
please go. I was just gonna say something stupid.
No, it was just that. It's just that I love that. I love that whole story about you. Like fucking sitting there going, this watch. There's a bit of fucking stuff, and they actually got the other branch to send you the other watch.
It was from another branch of Watches of Switzerland. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And it's what's funny is that they sent it by like a bike messenger, which was great. I felt really important.
Oh my god.
It was quite funny.
Unbelievable.
I mean,
Unbelievable.
but do you guys understand? Like, this is a person on the other side of the phone. They were probably going crazy. This guy's making me change like the watch because of the little thing. Man, like you could create a troll
No,
accident.
but Tim,
Yeah.
Tim, I
This
understood at
hobby.
the time, if you're spending that amount of money on
Exactly.
a watch and there's something wrong with it.
But this is the thing, guys. This is David. You see it. The problem is that the gray market cartel fucking brainwashed you. They told you that a scratch on the watch fucking matters, and it's a matter of thousands of dollars. And
Yeah.
because they convinced you that this is so valuable, they kind of set you up for this kind of a fall. A scratch on the watch doesn't freaking matter. Who cares? I mean, it's just a watch. Look, it's in fact, it improves it. You create a memory on the wristwatch.
Yeah, I mean, once you've got it, if you put the scratch there, then that's fine. If it's there when you buy it, it's.
But you got
It's a bit-
history. It's history. It becomes a historical piece. Who did
Yeah.
the watch belong to? I mean, you could try to figure it out based on the scratches, whether the watch, like if it's beat to shit, then you know a nurse was wearing, because the woman is wearing the Pepsi and she is just demolishing that thing. It's gonna have a cracked bezel soon, guys. I have no doubts. Okay, so it's there's interest. But also David, it's for different people, right?
Yeah.
If you feel like maybe you have OCD, some people have OCD, kind of they have to be very particular about something, right? Like if you feel like you have to be very particular, then yeah, you don't even want to touch this hobby, because some of the stuff that people get obsessed about in this hobby is so insignificant, but they make it a life or death situation.
Yeah.
I
remember that. I remember when Red got the wrong box with his deep sea. I remember that being a whole thing.
Oh, the wrong box. No, look. I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, there's a little bit more obvious,
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't the wrong box. That was that not the one from that we can't really talk about, the Pride and Pinion. It wasn't the wrong box.
I remember this.
It was the watch was damaged and it had to go back in the end.
It was a completely different watch. They took a picture of one deep sea. They said it was perfect, and then they trusted a dealer.
No, it wasn't a picture. It was the fact that I had, just to make this clear, it was the fact that I had said to Nico that I had agreed to buy a watch in England from another dealer, right? And they said, we can get you the same watch for the same price. Let's do the deal now. And I went, right, okay. And the watch arrived. It wasn't what it was. It wasn't the fact that it was the wrong box. It just wasn't, the watch wasn't right. And I bought it from elsewhere. Like in the end.
Yeah, it was more than just a little finicky thing. And also, like, remember, like at that time, everyone was trained to be so fussy. Oh, you had one scratch.
Yeah.
Like we were trained like freaking dogs. Paul
We
Thorpe,
were.
all these guys were saying scratches.
Paul Thorpe had fucking taught us that if this isn't right, not to fucking quote you, Tim, but it's a scam. It's a scam. If you know what I mean, that's what had been bred in this, right?
Yeah.
Look at this and go, is it right? And to me that day, it wasn't right, and that's why I said, no, I don't want this. Please take it back.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's more trouble than you thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were taught the rules of watch collecting wrong. You were taught that these little insignificant things matter rather than, the moment you're celebrating to buy the watch. Yeah, there's other things. There's other reasons that we have to find to buy watches for.
This still feels bizarre that David's on the channel.
Yeah, David. I mean, it's unbelievable that you're here. Tell us a little bit more. Like, what are some of other?
What do you have now, David? Do you have any sort of like watches at all now? Like, what do you have?
Only the Tissot PRX.
Just the Tissot PRX.
Yeah, God. It's the 35 mil.
Wow.
The ladies one.
Wow.
That's it. Literally.
I just find that so incredible. As like you're the guy that you're one of the you sort of introduced me to what is the root beer as a watch. Like you're one of the guys that
the first review.
No, the first root beer.
Oh, like, right.
I just you went on about banning the root beer so much, and I went, no, this must be a really good watch, and that's what actually, sort of put me to it. I go, yeah, that's a really good watch, and I just can't believe that you actually got it from the AD and then sold it. I just.
Oh yeah, I bought one, and then like 2 months later, I got the call for it. Yeah, I remember this. It's a little bit annoying, but what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, no. This is like a proof that the whole market thing, the market going up, going down, it's all a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of bullshit. It's like what the Awesome Pawn. Wait, was it Awesome Pawn who was saying about? No, Red, like you were saying with those fake reviews. There's a lot of kind of fake reviews going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of shade like with stuff. There's a lot of shade with fake reviews and stuff like that too. Like, but it's just it's just seeing people's watch journey.
Yeah,
if I want to bring it back to
and I don't like this, David. Something doesn't feel right about your story. Maybe it is a happy story. Is it a happy ending? Do you feel fulfilled leaving the hobby? Did this whoever was doing the whole attacks, did they stop or they never stopped?
Oh no, well they the whole Just Cupcakes thing that we saw earlier.
Well, I think that could have been somebody.
Yeah, I think that was just someone dicking around, which it was funny. I'll give them that. And the picture was more realistic.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't know. This is how you could tell that this is not because dude, if they use the actual picture.
Oh yeah,
this.
It was. I think the last time anyone tried to do anything weird was the Just Cupcake thing and leave a review on a watch company.
People.
And I think that was around a year and a half, 2 years after I left YouTube, privated my account, taken down all the videos, and someone somewhere still did that after a year and a half, 2 years. So that's mad to think. And that must have been a couple of years ago now.
I remember, David. I remember the day that happened because my fucking phone went red hot that day because everyone went, isn't that the Oh, for fuck's sake, isn't that the picture of David's ex-girlfriend? Look, it's fucking
Yeah.
her. How dare she fucking
Oh, so they
stand
blamed
around and watch
her.
And I sort of went, do you know something? Why would anyone do that? Why would
Use their own
anyone...
picture to leave a troll review.
But it was the
No
fact
one would do that.
Do you know what
there's
really
all
pissed...
no, don't say nobody would do that. There's people who are
in all fairness,
sick in the head.
What really pissed me off, Tim, was the fact that it was targeted Jonathan from Edinburgh Watch Company. That I have, like, if you want to go to a grey market dealer, like, that is one of the best people to go to.
Yeah.
And that's what really pissed me off about it.
I think someone's upset about being slow on the super chats, Tim. Better knock it out.
Mikey, £10 super chat. Enjoying the reminiscing and good to hear David's stories. Yeah, David's story is a very important story. I mean, this is, in a way, right? It's a teaching story. It's a teaching story about going into social media. Maybe it's not for everyone. This is
definitely not.
Yeah, right? Like, if you knew that this is what it's going to be, would have you gone into it, or would be like, not worth it?
You know what? I learned a lot doing it. So lessons learned, and I'm chatting to you guys now. I enjoy this stuff. This is great.
Yeah.
You know, I'll have a chat with you guys and that sort of stuff. It's just the pettiness and the leaving fake reviews and shit like that just to stir the pot. It's just really boring. And I think the thing is, it's really sad. It's not like.
But can't you see it? How it's childish? It's it's clownish.
But this is the thing. I would expect it if I was like Logan Paul or KSI and had a load of 14-year-olds watching me, but it was all middle-aged men. I mean, to do that when you're in your 30s onwards, Jesus Christ, it's just really sad. I'm probably going to get some hate for that as well. Probably some of them here. Yeah, so social media is not for everyone. That is a very good point, and I don't have any. You know, I have this account, but that's it. That's all I have. No Facebook, no Instagram, nothing. That's why I prefer it.
Well, listen. I mean, but you know what? You're back here, which this says something, because this is a new day for you, right? There's definitely. I don't know if you planned coming on here. If you,
I'll pop in from time to time.
How did you know to come on today and to talk?
I didn't.
About it?
I just.
There's going to be people who are going to accuse me that David was planned, because
this was it.
Is so important to what's actually happening on the channel. It's unbelievable. Please continue.
It was. I literally turned on my computer, went onto YouTube, and saw you were live. Clicked on it just to see what was going on. Saw Red, and I was like, right, I'm going to wind him up. I'm going to leave a comment because it's going to blow his mind. That is the process. There's nothing more to it than that.
That's what actually did blow my mind, Tim, was seeing Just Horology in the chat. I went, holy fuck, is that...
This is what I love.
He's back.
It's a great example, right? There's just come in the chat. Stephen Monash, sinking ships attract David. They're back when I was doing YouTube. That would have upset me. But now that is fucking hilarious. That is brilliant.
That was your problem.
That
David.
is a good one.
You were so triggered.
I was
David, by
definitely.
the chat.
No, I agree.
Tim knows, you know, not to be triggered by the chat. Just fucking run with it. It's fucking part of it.
That was brilliant. That's a really good comment.
Usually the chatter, David, tells more about themselves.
Of course,
yeah.
So what does Neo say about himself? That's Jesus, Thomas Burnett.
Sorry. Let me finish this one, and then I'm going to read the Thomas Burnett. Who were the trolls around back then? Were fat ones like Ben, three-hander, and Chin Chin around?
I vaguely recall the name Freehander. The other two I don't know. It was Neo. That was one of them.
Wow, Neo still around.
Yeah, pretty sure that was one of the guys that was emailing me shit. I'm pretty sure. Trying to think who else. I can't think of any other names, to be honest. It was so random. A lot of the time it was just like people would create fake accounts.
David, Did you see the kid who was just on the stream with us? The
Cam.
Cam, yeah.
Yeah, I saw. I was on a stream. I didn't comment or anything once, and you were all ripping it out of him. And there was another guy.
You know that Cam totally humiliated Neo on the live stream.
That was the stream I was watching. Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah.
You know what?
I saw that. Yeah,
we found your guy who was leaving the nasty comments about.
Oh yeah, one of them was definitely him, and he seems to be so into it.
It might not be him. Let's be honest. Let's be clear.
It might not be.
There's no. I mean, it could not be him, or it could be him. We can't prove it, but he does get. You know what? He does kind of wants us to prove it that it was him.
He does fit the profile.
He does fit the profile. Yeah. What about this fat one like Ben? You said three-hander and the chin.
No, I've never heard of them.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the other guy that used to do streams. I can't remember his name now.
Thomas Burnett, £2 super chat. It's all about Just Horology. Good to see David. Hey, Thomas Burnett, thank you so much for show of solidarity, standing for freedom. Thank you.
Thomas Burnett, $10.
$10.
Sorry, David, you must remember the day that I said to you about the Thomas Burnett $10 super chat.
No, your memory's much better than mine.
Man, I met Thomas Burnett a couple of times now already. He's a
you actually done a whole fucking bet about the Thomas Burnett $10. You really did.
I think Red's broken.
Yeah, no, you did. There was one night that I went on and went, Thomas Burnett, $10 super chat, and you went, if anyone can actually, a super chat, how Red says that, I will, you can have another super chat for it. And I went, Thomas Burnett, $10.
I do not remember this.
You know, Thomas Burnett has a little YouTube channel where he talks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a great content there. It's the Enlightenment Show, right? The Enlightenment.
I'll have to have a look at that.
I'll give you the link. Yeah, just send me a text message somewhere. I'll send you the link. It's good stuff.
It's good to see that name.
We got Logan Hall saying Thomas Burnett, legend. Hakan, pretty sure three-hander, Fatwin Backband, and three are the same person.
Probably.
They're not the same person.
Wait, Rich Buddy, that was it. The guy that used to do the streams. Is he still around?
Yeah. Yes, he is.
Yeah. I went on a stream with him a few times, and that attracted a lot of the trolls to my channel. And Mark, the dog trainer guy.
Oh, people hate him for some reason.
Clive. I can't remember his last name there. Yeah, that's it. The rancher. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they kind of, I don't know, they don't like me. You notice that they never.
Weren't you on his streams?
Came on my stream a couple of times, but for a weird reason, the dog trainer has avoided me like the plague. What does that say? Very interesting.
That's not necessarily a bad thing, I don't think.
We did have a little back and forth. I asked him about the book. I said, send me the book. I want to put it behind me over here. Yeah. He never sent me one. Maybe he doesn't want it. He doesn't want me to promote his book. It's weird stuff. People are, I don't know.
Yeah.
You just try to get along. You try to, I don't know.
There's a lot of strange stuff that happened. Someone offered to buy my channel. I remember that. That was interesting.
Oh, very.
That was interesting. It was a bombshell. I don't understand why.
Tell us how much. What was the thing? What was the offer? This is fascinating stuff because I was offered. Someone offered to buy my channel too. So you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So this was.
But that's a joke. There wasn't a serious offer, I guess.
So at the time there was a Discord. And it was for a watch brand. Someone told me what it was called. Clam. If you send in the comments, you'll remember it. And they gave his son Lucian a watch. Aragon, is it? Aragon? Something like that. That was the brand. So there was this Discord, and it was owned by, I don't know, some older gent, and his daughter, who in every picture looked like a supermodel, was running it all. And she would basically sweet talk everyone into buying stuff. And then when I gave up the YouTube and stuff, they were talking to me, and I always knew that she wasn't real. I think her name was like Megan or something. I knew she wasn't real. And someone, I can't remember who it was now, spoke to me and was like, yeah, you know, Megan's not a real person, but what they're trying to do is a good thing. And then she messaged me out of the blue, like a couple of months after I'd given up the whole YouTube thing. It was like, oh, we're looking to buy a channel, and yours really fits the bill, like as far as, you know, the audience and stuff. So we'd like to purchase it. I think they offered me like a couple of grand or something like that. I honestly can't remember off the top of my head how much it was. I'm not as good as Red. And
I remember I knew
I told them to get fucked, effectively. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That whole thing was just strange. Yeah, because obviously working in IT like I do, there was a lot of times where she would post pictures, and like, they always said they were quite wealthy. And she'd go, I'm at the second home this week, so I'll be a bit delayed replying to messages because the internet's not as good out here. And just take the picture and reverse search it, and it's like some hotel in, you know, some fancy place, like 5-star place.
What was this?
I remember
Where's this came from?
Oh, there was this whole Discord tied to the Aragon brand.
What's the Aragon brand?
It's basically like Invicta but worse.
Invicta but versus it's like a Discord server.
It's just
for those people who don't know, a Discord server. It's like a WhatsApp group.
Yeah,
it's a chat group, WhatsApp group where people can post pictures and comment on it. It's like and everybody can create like different kind of a system. Oh, we're talking watches here. Here we talk about stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so in this thing, there were some people who. And what did you do? What happened?
What, when they asked me to sell it?
No. Yeah.
Well, I knew that this Megan character wasn't real. I knew that for a fact. So I spoke to someone else.
Just say M character. Don't use that name.
I mean, the person.
Just say M.
Oh, okay, the M character.
It's like
the female wasn't real. The female wasn't real. So I spoke to someone else on Discord at the time, and I was like, what's the crack here? What's actually going on?
It's like a bait. They were
catfishing. And they were like, someone's doing it. We know who it is, but they're trying to do a good thing. So we're just, let's just leave it there.
What do you mean?
And then
how were they doing a good thing? They were trying to get you to buy a watch.
Well, they were giving stuff away. I know they gave a watch away to Cam's son. But yeah, anyway, so they then she messaged me. It was like, we're trying to buy a channel. Yours fits the bill. You know, you've built an audience, not even that large, to be honest. So we want to tap into that and promote and all of this sort of stuff. And just knowing, there was 2 reasons that I didn't do it. Just knowing that person wasn't real. I didn't even know who I was selling my channel to.
But were they plausible? How were they able to fool you that they were? That you thought they were real? Like how did you?
This never fooled me. It was always sketchy. From day dot, I was reverse searching her images and stuff, and it was always like hotels and not the family home and all this sort of shit. So I knew it was all shit. Yeah,
wait a second. How did they reach out to you? This is
on Discord as well, like
on
private
Discord.
Message.
Someone from that group personal messages you.
Yeah, well, this woman, messaged me.
How does she approach you? What is she kind of? How does she lure you in?
Obviously, I knew she wasn't real anyway.
Yeah, but you tried. You thought you were gonna play along.
Yeah, I was just playing along the entire time. This is towards the end, and knowing that the person wasn't real for a start, I was like, I don't know who I'm selling this to. And I think I don't know what their plans were, whether they were just going to take the audience, rename it, rebrand it and crack on, but they wanted it to remain as it was, so the Just Horology name, everything. So I didn't know if they were just going to take that and just continue it as it was. And there's only like 4,000 subscribers, maybe, might even be pushing it, and so my concern was that I was going to be associated with anything that they did, at least for a time. And I just wanted it to die, to be perfectly honest. I wanted it to die with me and not carry on. So I just told them to kick rocks.
You didn't sell it. You didn't sell the channel.
I've still got it. Yeah, I'm on it now.
How much did you offer you to pay for it?
It's like a couple of thousand, something like that.
What if this is one of those trolls, right? Like the
Well, this is it. They could have faked all the stuff, sent money. Is that a bounce back loan? They could have done something like that. Just taken the channel and run, right?
you think that this troll was this part of the troll, or was this just a random kind of there's just generic catfishing, or was this?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Could have been the same people.
I remember that troll, David. The
woman.
The whole Megan.
Yeah.
I remember that. Holy fuck. Yeah, I remember that.
Very strange, and that was one of the other things as well, because I think I was still
wanted to buy your channel.
Yeah, this was one of the things as well that, like, when all that stuff started, it was just this is getting a bit weird now. I just wanted to review some watches and chat to some people. It's just getting strange.
There was other channels you don't understand. That she wanted to buy. There was other channels that she wanted to buy, and there was. I remember being sent pictures by that channel of certain properties that they were meant to have been at that time. And if you done a Google search or a Google image search, they were, they had nothing to do with these properties. It was bizarre.
This is the thing. I think ultimately what they wanted, I don't think they wanted my channel as such. I think they wanted a channel that already had monetization. I think that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
That's all it was about.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with me specifically. But they probably should have gone for the likes of Bark and Jack if they wanted something successful. Yeah. There's no point going for me, but then the price on his channel will probably be much larger than mine was. And if they offered me a couple of thousand, imagine what Adrian's would be.
I mean, this is something that something's not right about this, guys.
No, it's that, and that's one of the other things.
It's like, you know what, dude? It's like you've got this mystery, okay? You got these things, these pieces of evidence, but how do they fit together? We need to, you know what I mean? It can't be solved, and the clues are in front of our eyes.
Tell me, it was all part of the scam.
It was just all part of the scam. No, this seemed it came from the. Wait, was anyone who was watching your channel in that group? Who did you tell that you're in that group?
There was quite a lot of people in that group.
Yeah, there was a lot of people. Tell me, Tim. Sorry, I remember that group. I remember.
Yeah.
And Megan was a big part of that group, right? Yeah. And everyone was sucked in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
They really were.
Well, it's what the kids call now simping,
but
right?
It was a bunch of character. Simps. Everybody knows. Did anybody know who Megan actually was? Did anybody actually?
Someone did, but I don't know. I can't remember who that person was now. That's such a long time ago. But yeah, they were simping before it was cool. So yeah, so it was very strange.
And theories? Has there been any kind of?
It was just a money-making scheme, I think, for the arrogant stuff. I mean, if you've got a really hot chick, right, trying to sell you a watch, chances are you're going to buy it. You're going to splash some cash. Let her know you mean business, right? And that's what it was all about, I think. It was a very, very strange state of affairs right towards the end. And that was the other thing that I was just like, this is too much now. This is draining me. So it's just so much weird stuff going on. Every other day, there's some new...
David, I remember the Discord, and I remember, how many people were sucked in by that.
Yeah.
And I am sure there's people lost thousands of pounds in that.
Who was advertising? Who was advertising this this group? Like, where did you guys find out about this group?
It was just
on the Discord. It was on what they called Discord at the time.
Because I had a Discord. Rich Buddy had a Discord. I can't remember who else did, but there was a lot more. I remember when. I mean, this is one of the other things, like the Cool War. I sort of started the whole Discord trend. And
nice, congratulations.
You can just get one for free, right? Anyone can do it.
Yeah.
So
I even had a Discord channel. There's a Tim Wright Discord channel. Believe it.
There we go.
Yeah,
exactly.
I tried it. I failed. It crashed. It burned.
They always do. They always do.
But please,
close it down. Shut it
the
down,
more important
David,
story, please.
Shut it down.
Put the link. No. Hey, just really quickly here. Shout out to Daniel Kant. I wasn't in that group.
Oh, you missed out.
Thank God. But this is like mind blowing. Where did this Discord group originate? Were you just searching amongst different?
Well, a lot of
groups?
us had Discords because I really promoted
Who
it.
was advertising it? Did you know the owners, the moderators?
The owner was, I mean, the moderators just became, well, not that it was actually him, but like Thomas Burnett, but those sorts of people, like the regulars in the streams and all that sort of stuff that are well known, became moderators. The guy that owned it was apparently her dad, which it transpired that actually whoever the dad was Megan as well. I mean, when I got told that, I looked back through messages and, you know, Tim, you said something about like recognizing patterns and stuff like that. It was all the same. It's like you're talking to the same person. So yeah, that was a whole ordeal. I don't really ever know what happened with that. I think the Aragon stuff just all died. I think they made a couple of quid and buggered off in the end.
How were they making money? Were they like flipping?
Well,
watches?
they were.
Tim, they were making money because I remember all this, and there was a time when that Discord was that was the place where you trusted. That was the place where you
trusted dealers.
Yeah.
It was like the trusted dealers. And
this is like the original cartel, the Stone Age of the cartel.
Yeah, this is what it was like.
Wow.
And you believed everything that was on that Discord. Right.
You just believe, you blindly. People were brought into this like zombies, put into and told, just believe everything. And like, David, how did they make you guys believe that what was happening? Was it like with this Megan character? How was the mods allowing it? How were they justifying?
Well, they were made mods and things by her or her dad. So they'd already bought into it at that point.
So Megan was the owner.
Yeah, her and her dad. Yeah.
So, Dad, come on, it's their boy. Was Dad real? Was Dad fake too?
I don't know.
This is the cover story. That's
Nobody knows.
Story.
This is the thing, Tim.
Megan and her dad.
Nobody knows. That's the thing.
You're blowing my mind right now, David.
There's so much shady shit. So much shady shit.
Oh my God. I mean, people go in this like fucking sheep to the slaughter and they just get their necks open in these Discords.
I mean, if we look at what my audience was, which was like men from 30 to 50, you put a pair of nice titties in their face. I mean, they're going to buy pretty much anything, right?
Wow.
Especially Red. Red's got like 12 Aragons at this point.
So hold on.
But David, I remember this time when this person had so much influence in watch buying, right?
Yeah.
And people did buy and did send money on the basis of this person. That's what happened.
I do remember somewhat. I don't know if it's correct and it's the same person that Rich Buddy nearly got caught out by someone similar to this. And I think he nearly lost like 40 grand, something like that. Can't remember the exact story now, but it was someone that wasn't actually a real person who was well trusted. And this was one of the things that was happening just before I left. Yeah, that definitely contributed big time. It's strange.
Like I do remember the streams when people went, "Oh, all of a sudden, Megan really isn't a real person," and you went, "Oh, what really? Like this is only coming to you now."
How were people not allowed to talk about that she's not real? What was the rules? Why weren't people?
This comes back to the same. This comes back to the same stuff that you've been talking about for years about the wizard.
Yes,
the wizard.
The wizard. He came into my live streams. He bought me a PlayStation 5 for doing a little bit of work. He gave me a really good deal on the fragrance. And then he took 400,000 out of Archie kind of verse people and a little bit from my people. And it's like everybody got screwed up who were doing these live streams.
Tim, I probably have, if I look back on my phone now, maybe 2 or 3 messages from what was Megan, what was that era.
I want to know. This is
on the watch era. It was all a scam. it was all a scam against the community.
So that was
That's
just a
what it
cover
was.
story that they're talking watches.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a watch
shit.
talk. It was
It was
never
all
about the
shit.
watch talk. How?
It was all
Who was the
shit.
mods? Did you guys know mods? Did anyone know anyone there personally, kind of over the phone? Did anybody know anybody's face, or was everybody there communicating, kind of like?
It was all just, you know, Allah the Wizard, like, you know, this is the
Kind of.
Yeah, it was all that sort of shit.
And why did people stay? Like, David, why did you stay? So in that group, you get brought into that Discord server.
David, you
and you just
believed
kind of
that was Megan, didn't you?
just
You
watch what's
believed that was
happening.
her.
Oh, like I think right in the beginning, I believed it just because of what I'd been told. There was a lot of stuff going on. Oh God, it was one of my regular viewers back then.
Your regular viewer.
Yeah,
was he jumping on the streams with you, or was he only in the chat?
No, I never really had anyone on my streams.
Okay.
And when I did, I had Adrian Barker. You know, just rub that in.
Very nice, dude. No, it's a stereo. I mean, Adrian Barker did it the right way. He succeeded.
Yeah.
What everybody thinks we may have failed.
He did.
Maybe we have.
But yeah, I sort of in the beginning just believed what people were telling me. I always found it a bit suspect. Like if you're never on like a live stream and we never hear your voice or anything like that, but all of your pictures are like supermodel Instagram type shit. It's like it's a bit suspect. Like, yeah, it was always a bit strange. And then as soon as she started posting stuff like, "Oh, I'm at the family's second home in the mountains today," I'd like reverse image search, and it would be a 5-star hotel in like, oh, what was one of them was in like Thailand. It's like it's a 5-star hotel in Thailand. So I know you're bullshitting, so you're lying about that. So where do the lies stop, right?
Yeah.
And then when I spoke to them, and I think it was one of the times when she was offering to buy the channel, I was like, okay, well, yeah, give me a shout. And she's like, oh, I'll get my dad to call you. So no, you want to buy it, you call me. And she's like, oh no, I'll get my dad to call you. So no, it's okay, you call me. And she never would. So you just know.
Yeah.
It was a guy.
Yeah, it's an old geezer somewhere just sitting there trying to make a few quid.
Women's voice
or a voice changer apparently. You know, maybe if you got one of those, you'd be all right. But it's just very very odd. Yeah.
But
That's
okay,
happened to me as well.
but you haven't gone further. You
That's
stopped.
happened to me too, because I sort of challenged him too, and I went, "Where are you?" And you got this voice of this older person, and it wasn't the person who you were thinking about, and you went, "This is not a 20, 30-year-old girl, you know, at this location. It's somebody else." So you go,
That's
One day retro.
That's a good point.
One day retro says, I'm amazed Timmy is blown away that this story plays out over and over again. It's not new or unique because he's experienced it for the first time. Forums, Discords, live chat, it's all the same.
Yeah. It always goes to that place, doesn't it? If there is a hobby with a lot of wealthy people in it that are spending thousands on watches, some people are going to take a dip in that honeypot, right?
Is it always just exclusively to like this kind of type of hobby?
No, I think you're right, Red. You had one too many sherries, I think.
Red, are you okay? You hanging in there? How blown away is Red seeing David? David, this is, I have to really thank you again for having the bravery to come back on the live stream and tell a little bit of the truth. I mean, the man is speaking from the heart here. He's been through this.
This is it.
And people think it's easy. It's not.
Tim, it is amazing to see David on a fucking stream again.
You know how much courage it takes to come on the live stream, come back into the fold.
This is the thing, right, with the trolls and stuff. Then you never see them on here, right? They're not got the wind or the balls. But yeah, it's it's strange being on a stream again, but it's
It
good.
is,
It's enjoyable.
Because David, even if you're not on the stream for that long, right? Even I'm
I've
on
been on
stream
for a while,
for
to be
10
fair.
minutes.
I
You see
actually-
the amount of shit that I get just for being on Tim's stream. It's fucking unbelievable.
But this is the thing now.
Unbelievable.
I would usually say I don't have a pony in the race anymore. Like I don't care.
David.
Ask me anything, I'll tell you the truth.
David, I need to use the restroom, but you know what I want to leave you at on, and you know what I want to leave you on. Okay, that comment that you said there at the end. Do you remember what you said
About
what's most unlikely who the troll is?
oh god, yeah,
You said they would never come on a live stream.
yeah, exactly.
I think it's actually more common than you think it is. I think actually it happens
Really?
all the time in this watch community. Okay, I'm gonna go take a restroom break.
Okay,
Oh.
fine. Red, the fault is yours. You got to carry this now.
Fuck
I'm-
me
I'm
dead.
I'm
Fuck
rusty.
me dead. Who is-
I'm rusty.
I can't believe.
I'm rusty. What do you want me to do? I can't put the comments on the screen or anything.
Who could it be?
$10 super chat. Here we go.
Who could it be? Who could it be?
You know, I think it's way too late. I think the case is cold at this point. I think that's it. It's cold.
Man,
It's
what
lost.
What are you doing on this stream at this time of night? That's what I want to know.
What are you doing on this stream at this time of night?
Yes, exactly. Because I love watches. I love watches.
Stephen Monash has said, now you have been on, David, you can steal all the leads and start your channel again. I have already subbed. No, this is the thing, though. I've got nothing to talk about when it comes to. I'm so far removed from that whole world. I don't own anything anymore.
David, you were so, but you were the channel. I love going to your channel, especially about buying the root beer, because I loved that watch, and I wanted so much to buy that watch from the AD.
You should have done. Why didn't you?
I did.
No, you
in the
did.
end. I bought that watch from the AD in the end, but that was the watch because you had sort of like showcased it so much about buying it from the AD, and you previously bought it from the grey market. I want to buy that watch from the AD, and it was David that.
So
made me
basically,
want to buy it.
I'm an influencer, effectively.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're a part of this organism, this watch community. It started. It's like, which years did you do your stuff?
Oh,
your work?
God.
Because it has, the work that you has done,
But
set up
it
to
was-
what I'm continuing in a way.
I don't know. Let me see if I can find anything in my YouTube account
Yeah.
that points to when I actually started uploading content. I have no idea. I want to say 2018.
2018.
It's a long old time ago. Oh
Wow.
no, here we go. So the first ever review I did, and this is what made me wanted to get into the watch stuff, was when I got my Rolex Submariner. That was
Boom.
my first I had the Speedmaster, but when I got the Rolex, that's at that age I thought that's when I've made it, and that really got me into the watches, and I really wanted to crack on and get a YouTube up and running. My first ever video was uploaded on the 8th of June 2019, and that was like a preview of the review of my Rolex Submariner, and then the 20th of June was my first full length video. I'm just trying to find out when I first did a live.
Yeah.
God, that'd be
2019. So
interesting.
2019, 2018, you start the channel. 2019
Yeah.
was sorry, I missed that. There's a
It's
moment.
interesting. So the first ever stream I did, Red,
Yeah.
was about the Brighton Watch Show, 2019.
Brighton
Wow.
show.
Yeah.
Wow, sir.
I was there not too long ago, and I was walking around, and I was walking down the seafront, and I got to that huge, ugly, like Brighton Eye type fucking thing they put there, and I looked over, and I recognised like this shop front. I was like, why am I recognising this? And then it dawned on me that was where the Brighton Watch Show was, and that was a real blast from the past.
Do you remember anything important that you think stands out from that time?
From the Brighton Watch Show?
Yeah, maybe this is where you met this guy.
This was, I think, Reg, you were there, weren't you? I can't remember now.
No, that was the first Brighton Watch. I never went to that.
No,
who set this up? This has anything to do with Paul Thorpe?
Yeah, yeah. It is all Paul Thorpe. Yeah.
Paul organized it, but I remember I specifically didn't go to that show.
Oh, the Old Ship. Ed pointed out it's called the Old Ship. Yeah, that's it.
This is 2019. 2019.
Yeah, it's 2019.
Wow.
Yeah, it was strange because I remember vividly. I took my ex-girlfriend with me as well. Then there was a lot of troll comments made about that after the fact. I think one of them was like, "How many times did she have to suck someone off for me to get the root beer that I bought?" Something like that. It's like really, really wacky out there. Well, it's not that out there, is it? I guess. But the thing that caught me off guard the most was walking around, and it was the first time. I think at this point I had like 2,500 subscribers, something like that, and people would come up to me and go, "David, how are you?" I was like, "I have no idea who the fuck you are," and it's a really weird experience that people know your face and you have no idea who they are. It's really weird.
Even, David. Even right. Okay. Even
this is the one. I wonder if I'm in this.
I have been on Tim's channel like a bit, and even in Las Vegas, people.
Oh, that's the guy. Sorry, Brett. That's the guy I bought the root beer from.
Oh my God. Okay, we'll go through this video together. This might be really important. Red. I mean, this is what you missed. The first London One Show. This is before you took that leap of faith to go this, because you and me, we met at the I think the first show that I went to.
Right.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! This is vintage footage.
I think I watched some parts of this, and that's why I decided to kind of try and get into the London Watch Show. But
I
David,
never went to that.
You were here.
Yeah, I was. I'd be interested to see if I'm in this video at any point. Probably not.
So please tell us, Red. Let David just dictate a little bit for us what's happening here. Here, look at this. We can see young Paul Thorpe.
With Paul Thorpe in Edinburgh. A little interview.
This is good times, right?
This is a long time ago. Yeah.
Probably the first time they meet. Very interesting. Jonathan
More than likely,
is wearing a Panda Daytona. But were you a fan of Jonathan? How was Jonathan? Was he cool?
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
That's what.
No problem with Jonathan. Well, apparently I have, according to Just Cupcakes, but I have no issue with him. Yeah, I'll be interested to see. This is 11 minutes long. This video. That's mad. Yeah, back when drama didn't exist. One day, Retro just said, "Yeah, those were the days." Right.
Right. This is here. He was unknown. I met him. I think I met him with Red. Red, do you remember when we were sitting at the breakfast place where Nico Leonard came up? With the Richard meal? We were there with Jonathan.
Oh, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago.
It's first day that we were together. We met Jonathan. I think he had like a gold Cartier.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that.
This is nuts. But here we are, Jonathan. Have you talked to Jonathan, David, at the Brighton show?
Yeah, at this one, yeah, I did speak to him at length. Yeah.
Yeah, was he watching your show? Did you have him on the show? Did you talk to him?
No, I don't think I ever had him on the streams or anything. He was aware of my channel. In all fairness, I think because this was in the UK, I think most people, or the majority of, were aware of my channel. So yeah, it's, like I said to Red, it's a bit of a weird experience when people come up to you and just they know who you are.
Yeah,
it's very strange.
It's bizarre.
It's the closest I'm ever going to be to being a celebrity, I guess.
Yeah, I mean everybody's kind of a little bit of a celebrity, right?
What I loved about this, and
I
did it as well, and it was like everyone brought their wives and their partners, and they're just sitting there like, we don't care.
You know what is?
It's Tim. This is bizarre when you go to certain places now, right? Okay,
Yeah.
And you're either considered a not a celebrity, but someone who's known, but
Yeah.
depending on what side they fall down upon, right? You're either considered to be a friendly or a fucking cunt, right?
What? But
And
no,
I've been
but no,
described.
it's deeper than that, Red. It's deeper than that. What's the divide? What? How are people made to decide? What's the sides? What are the sides? I don't know what the sides are. What are the sides?
The sides basically are there's lots of people, right? Okay, there's one local example, right? There's lots of things where they don't even know what the side is, but
Yeah,
it's the fact
there's
that
all these
one
people
person
taking sides, not even knowing what does each side stand for.
don't even know what they are. Don't
side.
even know. There's lots of people that are Tim. There are lots of people that are archery, and they do, and the people in the middle don't even know what they're talking about.
There's just cannon fodder.
Yeah, basically.
Jesus. David, have you experienced that the current watch community is somehow divided? And do you feel where the tension is? Where is the issue? What causes the issue? Because there's something going on. You could feel it. There's electricity. There's Paul Thorpe. There's O'Sheen versus Paul Thorpe. There's Roman Scarf doing weird moves. Something's up.
To be totally honest, like I said, I've got nothing to lose in being honest anymore. I think the thing for me was, obviously, I was spending way too much money back then on watches and stuff like that, and I think a lot of that was driven by, doing the YouTube, being really into it, being just pushed in that direction to buy more. But then I was doing the YouTube purely to share my love of the hobby. However, I feel like, it's my opinion, it's very important to premise that the likes of these guys are in it for the buck, big time. I think there's an underlying passion there, but I think what I used to see a lot of is the money comes first, and it would always be a video about Rolex because we know that gets the most views. We'd be plugging our mate's watch business. We're going to obviously get a kickback from that, and I just felt like the content towards the end was a bit diluted, to be honest.
Content was the funnel. Content is just a funnel to get you to buy watches.
Exactly, and it was just promoting up my mate's business. I'm getting a kickback.
But then at the same time, they can tell everybody that they stand on the side of consumers. When we had a David on, I don't know if you were watching some of those episodes a couple of days ago.
Possibly.
A lovely gentleman who who was struggling with buying a Daytona, yellow gold, 30,000 pounds. He inherited the money from his grandfather or father, I don't remember exactly, but it's a family inherited money, right? And he is thinking of spending it on a beautiful Daytona Rolex gold, but he has doubts about the dealer. So he hopped on the stream. We had a wonderful conversation. We went in depth on all different questions. We gave him 4 ways to go about doing it, each one with different price points and different risk tolerances. And then the next day, Paul Thorpe attacked me, said that David is a victim of bad advice. We had the
but this is the thing, is that because it's almost like a wolf in sheep's clothing deal with a lot of these people. And they are technically, if you think about it, they are the experts. If someone said to me, okay, so you got this guy, Tim, right? He's a YouTuber. He's really into his watches. He can give you advice. Or there's this guy who's been a watch dealer for 25 years, blah, blah, blah. Most people are going to pick the watch dealer over us, right? They're going to trust that advice.
But this is based on a lie. Why should we trust?
But this is the
their
thing.
job not to help us buy a product. They're selling it.
Exactly.
Their
But
deal is
this is the thing. They are not your friend. They want to make money from you, and this is the perfect way to show you exactly what these guys are about. So if you look at, there's a guy that some of you may know him, Just Bluefish. He does watch reviews.
Mhm.
So he's been around for a long time. I used to do live streams with him and another guy. He's been around for years. And now, not that I'm taking a dig, his content doesn't get many views. It's very well produced content. Doesn't get many views, but he's still cracking on. You know, regardless of how many views
He's doing
he
it
gets.
for passion, for the love of the hobby. He doesn't
Precisely.
care about fame.
What happens with these sort of channels when the Rolex views stop rolling in? What have they done? They've moved to something else. They've moved to a point of contention. They've moved for they've gone for the contentious videos that will get the views in, and at the very least get that hate train rolling in. That's still comments, that's still views, that's still money in the pocket, right? So as soon as the views start coming in, they jump ship. Where's the passion there? If you're really passionate about something, you will stick with it because you enjoy talking about it.
Why do the people believe they're bullshit?
In what in respect to politics?
There's people like I literally we just spelled it out that these guys' job is not to help you. Their job is to help the seller. We spelled it out. This is clear. This is black and white. You can get. And why do people still say, "Oh, you got to give Paul Thorpe benefit of the doubt"? Why would you? Or like any dealer, it doesn't have to be about Paul.
But this is the thing, yeah. It's any dealer of any sort of item anywhere in the world. I think Stephen Monash put it perfectly down here. It's all about what I can get out of it. That is literally it. That is the only reason that some of these people ever started producing content, because it's a way to reach paying customers. And you can see, and it's a perfect example. The Just Bluefish and these bigger guys. As soon as the views for the watches stop rolling in, they're gone. They're doing something else. Like they're not interested. They don't want to talk watches with you anymore. They might make a video here and there to plug their mate's business because they know you'll watch it. But there's no real interest there in my mind. Are they passionate? Probably, but they're going to produce the content that makes them the most money.
What do you think of a guy that says he's a watchmaker because he changed some straps?
Well, that's just a ridiculous statement, isn't it?
It's preposterous. That's Nico Leonard. Actually, have him live on my live show. Oh no, actually, he actually produced the video where he said it himself. It wasn't AI. It was
Oh, thank you, Stephen. I've articulated everything all we need to know. Apparently,
how can this guy then be taken seriously? Is it purely because of the numbers?
But he is knowledgeable as far as the industry is concerned, and making sales. He is the Wolf of Wall Street, right? When it comes to watches, he is the man.
Well, we don't know the numbers. We don't really.
We don't know the numbers. But I mean,
Ferrari is broken, Tim.
Yeah,
he had to do that grift with the PRX with the two middle fingers to themselves. Did you see that?
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah. He was selling PRX in partnership with IFL watches.
My Ferrari is broken. My Ferrari.
They took the quartz PRX with the blue dial and they put two middle fingers on the dial, and they sold it for £1,300.
I think, you know what? I've actually seen adverts for these things, and I remember I bought my PRX from Dura Watches, and I paid like 170 quid, and then I saw these IFL things, and there's the middle finger one there, Nico Leonard Tissot, in your recently viewed items. It's right there.
Oh, it's right there. Boom. Thank you. Here we go. Look at that. Look at the price. This is the eBay price. I think it's 100.
I mean, anyone that watched my channel knows I can take a watch apart. I can change hands, do certain things on movements and stuff. I delved into that sort of stuff.
That's incredible.
But anyone can do that. It's what they call what's the name of it? A water decal. I think it's a slide decal, something like that. It's literally one of the simplest things to do. So they're taking a 200 quid watch apart, putting a couple of middle fingers on it, and then just by rule of association, it's worth 1,400 quid now. Well, it's not, because that one's sitting. Is that a one-off? If that's a one-off,
no, it's 100 of them.
Oh, okay.
Limited edition, you know.
But this is the thing: is unless you're a fangirl of Nico Leonard, I've no
You
issues
have
with the guy,
to be
but
riding his bicycle really, really hard.
I think you have to be riding something else to buy that, to be honest with you.
Especially after he's complaining about how my Ferrari is not working.
The
suspension is broken again. Like, dude,
it is. It was always the thing, and I mean, do enough people say it? I don't know. I've not been around for a long time, so maybe people are saying it. But all of these people, in my opinion, they are just a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is it. They're pretending to be your friend, and some of it is genuine. I'm sure.
Okay. How do we deal with this? Is there hope? Can we break through? Or is there nothing we could do? They're always going to find a way to spin the narrative. Because I don't know if you've been following me, but I've been, ever since I took a hard stance against the fucking cartel, I have been smeared into oblivion. But yeah, I'm a big boy. I don't care.
I think you just be okay with that. I guess I don't think there's any way of ever winning, because you've always got two sides, and you know which one's going to shout the loudest.
I'm not trying to win. I'm just fighting.
No, and there's no, and ultimately, what you've got like 150 people watching. I think
people. These are the best people watching.
Yeah, exactly.
You know who you are. You guys are the legends.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Tim, you've got 150 odd people watching, which is at my very peak. I might have nipped at that for a little couple of seconds, but they all seem like good guys. You're obviously making a couple of quid on it. You've already won, right? There's no winning here.
You know what? I'm earning money the honest way, right? I don't have to mislead my audience what I'm using the money for, right? I don't have requirements.
It's a perfect thing, right? So if you've got, say we've got X watch dealer, right? He's a YouTuber. He's your mate as far as you're concerned. You go to a show like this, maybe not this one, maybe another one, like the London Watch Show. If he's or she has arranged all those dealers to be there, and based on the fact they put the show together, they're getting a kickback. I'm not saying that happened here, but say that is the case. They get a kickback, and you're negotiating on a watch with one of their buddies. If they walk over to you and go, "Oh yeah, it seems like a really good deal. Actually, he's probably only got like 500 quid in that. It's probably all he's going to make on that watch." I
hate to break it to you, David, but I think that's exactly, you're describing how business works. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds
that.
insidious, but this is actually like, yeah. If you want to
this is the thing.
It is. David, I think what you are implying. This is really important. Is that this is what they're doing, but they're not saying that that's what they're doing. They're pretending like they're your friend. That's the kind of annoying.
I think we lost Red.
Red is plastered there.
I'm fucked.
Holy,
we got that.
To see you, David. It's
he's having a celebration. Bless him.
He's out of control, man. He's completely out of control.
But yeah, this is the thing, and I think this is one of the things that killed it for me. And it's like when I started the YouTube, I think you had like Adrian, you had the Urban Gentry, those sort of guys that were doing it. And not that it was anything to do with me at all. I started my channel, and then shortly after, like you got Paul Thorpe come on, Oisin O'Malley, who just came on and absolutely demolished my numbers. No two ways about it. And you had all these different people, Roman Schaaf, and everything became, when I first started, it was like everyone was passionate, and that was the whole deal. And we'd all just chat about it, had the Discord as well. We just talk watches, and that's what it was all about. And then when the selling guys came along, so like Paul Thorpe, Nico, the Timepiece Gentleman,
oh my God,
that all booted up. TGV is a weirdo. I'd just like to go back to that comment. That all came about not too long after I started my channel, and then that's what the whole hobby became about in the YouTube space. And I'll sit there. Well, I would have sat there for hours on end, talking to my audience about what's cool, what's not, what they've bought, what they like, what they don't like. I'm happy to do that. But at the end, it became like my streams were just like every other comment was like, "Oh, I'm thinking about buying an Explorer 1. Would you think it'll go up in price in the next 2 years?" So I don't care, and I'm not a market expert. I'm just here to chat about what I'm passionate about.
Did you like lose your temper in some of these questions?
No, I didn't lose my temper. I just found them. It was so boring. Like it's one of those things, and I think if a perfect way, I've known people in the past, right? And maybe they're passionate about something, and they'll, you go to their house or something, and they'll go, "Oh, look at this! Look at this cool thing I've got." You go, "Guess how much it was?" So right then that person's all about money. Whereas if I have something cool, I'll come and look at this. Like, oh, and they go, "How much was it?" Who cares? Look how cool it is, right? I don't give a shit about the money. Just look at how cool this thing is. Like, don't worry about the money part. It's just so superficial. But that's
right.
David,
that's what this stuff is.
You did towards the end there, like you did care about what people thought. Come on, like you did.
Oh, as far as the trolls and that are concerned, yeah. Oh no, I completely 100% agree with everything you say. Yeah, it did get to me. I was a younger man. I was less experienced, and I think at that point I had it in my head that I was trying to build something, and I have no problems admitting I wanted to be like the next Bark and Jack. I mean, that was like the pinnacle. It still is, right? For
what
the
was
watch
Bark and
space.
Jack doing at that time when you were making your videos?
He was
Tim.
Well, when I was
Tim, this is the thing, right? When Bark and Jack was at his height, he was just talking about fucking the Rolexes and that. Actually, at the time, David was actually more interesting than Bark and Jack.
Wow.
I can't disagree. I can't disagree. No, I don't agree with that. But that's very kind of you. But yeah, that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be the next Bark and Jack, and obviously.
Oh my God, we got Oshin Mali in the chat. He says, "I just got home. Can't believe my eyes."
Shit.
Put me a link.
Well,
Oshin
actually, no, wait. I in a lot of ways, I'm the OG because I've had Oisin on my channel. I had Oisin on my channel. I had Paul Thorpe, Adrian Barker. I had all the heavy hitters, right?
Yeah, he did. He's not lying.
Wow.
He's not lying.
It was a good time.
My times.
Oisin O'Malley. Wow, I haven't seen that name in a long time. But yeah, it became a very superficial thing being in the YouTube space, and it was all about the money, and it's not something I've ever really been interested in. And I'm a bit childlike in that respect, I guess. I got a bit of a child's mindset when it comes to money. Like if you had in the past like a toy that was like £200, I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't go to my friends and go, "Oh my, look, this is so expensive." Like it was just like, look at this cool thing. And I'm still the same now. What's this? Dingo Dave says, "Do you think we're as smart here as over at Oisin's?" I don't know what that means. What, his streams or?
No. He's just making like a joke. Do you think we're smart here? Okay. So
put Oshin on the top.
Yeah, Oshin's coming on the stream. Because Oshin, look, Oshin does or tries to do to the how he can in his way, in his unique twist on doing watch videos. Right, he blends his other passions for wine, right, and music.
Oh, he's. But there's one thing that sticks in my mind about Oisin. I'm probably saying that wrong. Actually, I apologize. Is that he's really fucking cool. I mean, there's no doubt about that, right? He's really cool. He always was.
Yeah, and he doesn't. The Wizard tried to use that against Oshin. The Wizard,
he's cool.
The Wizard. He would always say, "Hey, Oshin. Hey, rock star."
Oh wow! How offensive, right? Yeah, brilliant.
Who is the king? Man, that Wizard character. He was. He's still on the loose. He stole 400,000.
Yeah.
The victims. I'm telling you, Red Shovel, Red. I'm like this close to flipping bezels to go public. Okay, Basil Bezos might be our only hope. It all relies on Basil
It's
Bezos. If Basil
insane.
Bezos goes to Canadian police and has the courage enough to bring together other victims and go to the police, to the Canadian police, they might be able to shut him down right like tomorrow. That's the nuts thing, David. Sorry, we have you've been following the Wizard and all the saga. You know this stuff, right?
I can't say I know anything about this wizard. Is this Neo? Right?
Oh,
That's the only troll that I know.
Okay. He had a really bad dealing with O'Sheen. If you know anything,
O'Sheen, that's it.
You know, it all started with a deal that he made with the Wizard. Then it was all over for O'Sheen. It was all. Oh. It's been so much messiness.
Is O'Sheen in the waiting room? I've got a feeling he might be.
No. He's not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's just getting home. I dropped the link. He's coming on. O'Sheen, by the way, I mean, he's a great friend of the show. He provides many subjects. He actually put out his own watch. Did you see that?
I didn't know.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Dude. Okay. People are troll. There's so many fucking trolls. They want to suck the joy out of everything. Not that everybody who's critical of O'Sheen's watch is a killjoy. But look, O'Sheen O'Malley. Let's go here. Let me show you something, guys. It's pretty cool. He's put out this watch right here. Check it out.
Oh, okay.
The gondola. It's very interesting. Frollo watch. Red, because the gondola is because he's in Venice. He shoots videos in Venice, right? And he has this really famous shot. See where
the blue, Timmy, the blue.
Yeah, but look at the reflection in the blue. What do you see here?
I see the blue.
There's a gondola floating because it's on the canal. You see how there's
Timmy, I also see 50% of the cost. It's you.
Holy fuck. Here's the man, the myth, the legend, O'Sheen O'Malley.
I'm not
dragon.
I'm not the legend. This guy.
No. Oh, take me off the big screen.
Right. No, dude, listen.
It's good to see you.
It's great to see you.
You remember this guy? You remember this guy? O'Sheen?
I swear to God, I was out all night and I got home just a couple of minutes ago, and for my sins, I put on Tim Wright, as I do every day, because that's atonement. That's how you pay for your sins, by the way. And fucking hell,
it's like a ghost, right?
It couldn't have been more poetic.
I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it in the best possible way. I'm like, dude, you're kind of half responsible for so many things. You were one of the early enthusiasts. I used to watch your channel. Then I decided to make a channel, and here I fucking am.
Holy
buy me a drink, for Christ's sake.
Wow, I need a drink right now. Okay.
You know who doesn't need any more drink? Red. Can you stop it, dude?
You're hammered.
This is the second reason I'm coming on, dude. I want to represent the Irish in a better way.
I've drunk it all.
Red is in the phase where he's gonna start saying things that he's not going to remember later, and people are gonna be
We've all been there. We've all been
Alex
there.
Fody hopping on the street on the hate streams, crying about how Red Shovel offended his feelings. Oh, spare me.
But listen, back to David. How are you, brother?
I'm good. I'm well.
I never met you in the end, but by the time I started getting kind of better known in the watch thing, you were already out. You had already bowed out.
Yeah, I was gone. I mean, we were just talking about this, actually. It became so much about the money side of things, and it just wasn't really my thing. And I think at the time as well, there were so many people, yourself included, that just came in and just blew me out of the water. As far as production was concerned, I was just like small fry. I think actually you started your channel and you far surpassed me within a couple of months easily. It was.
If it makes you feel any better, it happened to me too when Jenny came.
I mean, that's a woman.
Jenny
though,
walks
that's
in and
easy.
just I blew, and then Nico came in and blew us all out of the water. So it's all relative.
It's
man.
yeah, exactly. But it's good to see you doing so well. Good to see you doing
Thank
well.
you.
Got the YouTube plaques now, everything. Look at
I
that.
do. It's behind me. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Dude, it took a long time. It's a long hike up that mountain. It's almost like when you get to the top, or whatever, if you could call it that. By the time you get up there, you're so bloody exhausted and scarred and bruised. You can't even appreciate it. But I think I spoke to you last time on a Paul Thorpe stream. Am I right?
I think so. Yeah, that does sound about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I did a few streams here and there as I had one foot out the door.
Yeah. It was frustrating you. I remember, you were getting a tad frustrated, but I always liked your stuff because it was very honest and very straightforward. And honestly, man, your part, and this is why I'm a little moved. I've got to say I'm a little moved seeing you on the screen.
It's so weird. Everything's come out of the woodwork tonight. It's strange.
It's a little bit like going back to an old house you used to live in or something, and then seeing everything, and you kind of go, "Oh," and you're all touched somehow,
Glad
it was a more innocent time.
Project.
It was. That was like, the beginning of everything.
Oh man, they were beautiful. I would give anything to go back. I would, because now it's so filthy and disgusting. And it's overrun with all these fucking grey market dealers and scams and animosity.
We were talking about that. That's one of the things that killed it for me. It was just the content that was almost required. I was saying earlier, I started my channel, and obviously the likes of Paul Thorpe, yourself, Nico was long after that. But all of the dealers making channels. And then the whole narrative shifted to this whole will it retain value type audience. Yeah. And it just wasn't the realm that I wanted to be in. And I don't know if you watched my streams, probably, I had Bark and Jack on and stuff. I was very famous. They all of the questions, and I was saying this a few minutes ago, were about value retention and how could they get a Rolex from an AD? And it just wasn't, in the beginning, it was just sharing the love of this hobby with everyone.
Yeah.
And then it turned more into just, how do I make money on this, right?
Horrible. Just for a second.
You have an imposter.
David, look at this. This is the other David. You were just speaking about it turned all into making money, right? And David right here is literally a victim of this whole situation, right? He's the guy who inherited the money, who was called a victim by Paul Thorpe.
Oh, the bad advice.
Bad advice. David, is your camera working? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Good evening, David. Good evening, Ocean. Good evening, Red Shovel. Good evening,
Hi, mate.
Thank you, sir. Have you bought the Daytona?
No. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for one to come back. The grey market dealer, as it were. He's on holiday with his family, but he said, "I'll get you one. I'll go to my database. When one comes in back from holiday, I'll email you with a spec, and come and grab it." It's simple as that.
Okay, great. Okay, just hang in there. David is telling us a story for Sheen. Please, David, continue. And then
what was the story?
Back. Yeah,
What's the story? I think we're just reminiscing. We're just reminiscing. We're reminiscing, man.
That's what it is.
It's like going back to this is like a school reunion, when you go back, you meet all your old buddies in the school, and you see everyone, and you're like, oh my god, and it gives you this perspective, right? Yeah, it does.
It was, but this is the thing, and it's like I said earlier, Oshin, I don't have a pony in the race anymore, so honesty is top notch for me. I'm fine with that now. Whereas before I wanted to be liked, right? Who doesn't? But I don't want to sound like I'm shitting on anyone when I say it.
No, we're retelling the history.
Yeah, the content back then, like Oshin was saying, was so innocent and pure.
Yeah.
And that's how it all started. And Oshin came along and obviously took a massive dump on my channel because his videos were amazing and he was in Venice and all this sort of stuff. And obviously much wealthier than myself. Not hard. but it's just, yeah,
No,
it was amazing. And then the content coming from Oshin was amazing, and that was just honest and pure as well. And then the dealer stuff started. The timepiece gentleman came along, and the whole narrative just shifted so quickly that you could barely blink.
David,
go on, Red.
David, I'll tell you what. I don't think
There's the other Irishman.
What O'Shane was saying about
There's
yourself.
a few more in.
But you really sort of killed yourself. But about what the viewers were saying about you. That's what killed you.
This is the thing, and I think the reason at that time, I think we've covered this already, but Oshin will probably know this anyway. But at that time, I was a much younger man. I was still finding my feet, and in a lot of ways, as cliche as it sounds, finding myself. And that's something like the likes of Adrian, Oshin, Paul had already done.
I don't understand.
Right? And to have not only the sheer amount of negativity, all because I reviewed a watch, which is just madness when you think about it. I've reviewed something that tells time, and now someone's given me a death threat via email. It's just mad to think of. And then at the time, what was I trying to say? Threats of like sexual assault towards my girlfriend at the time and stuff like that. And I was like, this is just way too heavy for reviewing watches and doing live streams.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I remember. David,
I put the girlfriend on the channel.
And I remember
worst decision. Worst decision.
Yeah, bad.
Is this seriously what people have got down to? But you took it to heart. You really did take it to heart.
No, 100%.
Because he's a human being. You know?
And I was younger. I mean, now, like, people have put some
genuinely for the enthusiasm. He did it.
Exactly.
You didn't have any ulterior motive, and that you were taken advantage of.
No, not at all. But this was the thing. Like I said, I was much younger. I was in my mid-20s, still finding out who I even was. So to have that amount of hate, and I think even now, like tonight, you've seen some people have put some choice comments for me, and that I don't really care. I'm too old and withered to give a shit about that anymore. But just the sheer amount, it will break anyone down over time. It's just one of those things.
That's the way that you have to be, David, because even with me being associated with Tim, the amount of shit that I've got.
They just make you a schoolgirl.
Yeah, the fucking schoolgirl.
Wait, hold on a second.
How many versions
Red,
of that?
it's not us that you get hate. It's these people be hating. Why they hating? We're not doing anything. Like, look, no one is forced to hate in a way. People just do it. They want to hate. They find reasons to hate. They look for excuses to hate.
Can I throw something in, David? Yeah. Many months ago, probably more than a year ago, I put on my Instagram a little pie chart, and it was on the side that was color coded, like things I've come across since I got into the watch world, and different slices. And one was like, watch enthusiasts, people who hate Rolex, blah blah blah, things. And the largest part was grown men consumed by jealousy. It's the thing that beyond anything else that I've encountered in the watch space. Grown men behaving like 16-year-old girls in a schoolyard.
It's interesting,
gossip,
yeah.
And you get a new watch, and by God, they're so mad that you got a new watch.
Oh, it's interesting you say that, because we were talking about this earlier. Because going back to me being in my mid-20s, at one point I had 7 watches that at that moment in time would have been at least 10,000 plus each. Yeah, used. So and we went through the statistics of my channel, and most of my audience at that point was like 35 to 45, 50 plus type realm. So I've got all of these older gentlemen watching my channel, watching someone maybe half their age at certain points.
With
all of this stuff.
David, but you cannot judge based on this because these individuals could be outliers. We don't know which age.
Not all of it. No, of course not. No, of
That's
course not.
the average age. But what happens? What if these particular guys? What if they're very young? What if they're like there could be an opposite. You know what I mean? Just because it tells you this information, it's kind of like with those fake reviews, okay, that you were talking about. All right, you got this. YouTube can only tell you percentage wise, and it's an estimate, right? But what if these guys, these particular type of guys that we're talking about, because they're very few compared to maybe a big population. But what if they're concentrated in a different category? This could be a red herring. We might be thinking, oh, these are older guys. What if it's the opposite?
It's not. What kind of point are you making, Tim? Sorry, David.
No.
Myself and Tim know each other very well at this point. Shut up.
Yeah, interesting.
No, listen. It doesn't. If a 21-year-old behaves like a 21-year-old, you let him away with it. The problem is these are men in their 40s, 50s, even 60s, behaving like jealous children.
No. But
that's the problem.
No, but you know what?
Yeah. I mean, Tim, the point I was making is a lot of my audience was older than me, like the vast majority. So by rule of numbers, there are going to be the odd 21-year-olds that are like, oh, fuck you, you've got the watch that I want, so I'm going to leave a horrible comment about you. But just, by law of averages, I feel like a lot of them must have been.
So let me ask older. You, David, because I missed, I don't know how long you've been on the show. I wasn't watching. I just got in.
Too long, apparently.
Too long. What have you been? Are you still into what? Do you still like watches or not?
I don't own any.
You don't own any watches?
I own a Tissot PRX, the 35
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got everything.
But this was the thing, and at the time I stored them away because they reminded me of the YouTube stuff and everything that occurred.
Wow.
And then they sat in storage in a bank safe for a long time, and then I was tired of paying like £35-40 a month to keep that going. Took them out, put them in the loft, forgot about them, and one day just thought, you know what? I was buying a house at the time, so the root beer, that was the first one to go. And then I just pretty much over time just sold them all off. Didn't wear them. If I'm ever going out like to London or anything, that'd just be absolute stupidity to wear a Rolex. But
sure.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I remember you got your root beer. You got it at a watch fair.
Yeah, a Brighton watch show. And then like 2 weeks later, I got the call from the AD.
I remember that. That's
I've actually got another funny story. I think this was like as the YouTube was fizzling out. I was still working from an office. So this would have been before the whole COVID shenanigans. Working at an office, or maybe it was during, one of the two. And I was about to send a grey dealer probably 4,000 to 5,000 above retail for an Explorer 2 Polar. And as luck would have it, call of nature. So I went to sort that out. And as I was coming out of the toilet, my phone starts ringing. I'm like, okay, who the fuck's this? I'm at work. No one ever calls me. And it's the authorized dealer. And they're like, oh, by the way, we've got a Polar for you here. Literally seconds before I'm about to click the button to pay an extra 5K for one, which was mad.
Someone above loves you, man.
Divine intervention. That one was. That was a good day.
Because I did the SD43. I don't know if you were paying attention. Maybe you weren't. And that would be perfectly understandable if you signed out of the watch thing. But I had the SD43. I was on the list for it, and I really wanted it.
Yeah, I do remember this.
Yeah, and then, but I went grey, and then I got the call within a week, and I went up with 2 because I had to take the one, and I got the call. So that can happen. But you got away lucky, man, on that one.
Yeah, I still got a bit of flack for it. Yeah, that was the worth the most. But the annoying thing is I thought, you know what, I'll be sensible. I'll sell the watch. I'm buying, solicitors and all that. They charge a fair chunk, so I'll do that. Have a bit more money for the house and all of that sort of stuff. And then I think about a month after I sold it, the hype for them went crazy, and they went up to like 25 grand at one point for like a simple 2-tone root beer. And I was like, bastard. I could have got a lot more for that. I think I still got like 15, 16 for it though. So I mean, it's not.
You
terrible.
You didn't lose money.
I didn't lose. That's it. I didn't lose. It was just one of those things. It's like you exited at the wrong time, but
there was no. There was a moment that I called a spike.
Yeah. There's massive.
Yeah, there was a spike, and it happened. It was about 2 months, 3 months maximum. Things got really, really wild. They got out of control, uncontrollable. And then everything kind of came back down to earth. The slow fall from that has created its own issues. But yeah, there was a period of, I think it was the end of 2021, if I'm not mistaken, and heading into 2022, leading up to when the moon swatch was announced.
Oh, that
was the wildest moment in watches, probably, maybe ever. I don't think we'll see that happen again. And that was it. And certain people were just lucky; they had the instinct or the inclination to sell their watch during that spike.
Yeah,
a lot of people held, and they thought it was just going to keep going forever. And, so there's lots of tales of woe where people waited too long or they got out before it too early. And then there are other people who are like, shit, I didn't even know it was happening.
And I was completely unaware.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was no way to know. And you need to be a clairvoyant. It's like guessing the lottery numbers, as it fell, a lot of people are like, oh, it'll come back and blah, blah, blah. But all it really did is it came back to where it was before. That's all really that happened.
Exactly. That's what always happens. I'm interested to hear David's story. Hear from the other David in the chat. Sounds like a sordid tale.
It's too long.
It's miles long. We've listened to it for weeks.
I won't go through it again. Initially, I've lurked on Tim's site for a very long time, and I've jumped on about 3-4 times since December, and I got great advice from a huge amount of people, which I'm eternally grateful. What I didn't, and I didn't mean to sabotage Tim's stream, but I went on there. But I've lurked here for a long time, like a voyeur, and I went on there, and the amount of negative comments from Tim's viewers or haters, I thought, fuck, I don't understand the hate and the bile. So I won't go on because I envisaged the questions I had for Tim and his panel would be resolved in 10 minutes or so. But as it happens, Tim and his panel and his viewers were generally interested in the backstory regarding my history of watches and regarding my intended purchase for the first time ever from a grey market dealer. So I won't press or rehearse or rehash the conversations we've had, because I just thought, my God, these people on Tim's channel think I've sabotaged his channel, and all I wanted was some advice, because I've always said I will never, ever, ever,
David, you have to understand, it's not as simple as it seems, right? Because when you dared to come onto my channel and speak about this topic of what it's actually like to do this deal, and you shared experience from the heart, you explained the mental torture that exists, it's the conflict, the uncertainty is so big, but yet all these gray market dealers, they try to convince you that no, this is a trusted dealer, as if it's a fucking like a certificate, like being a doctor, right? They give you a there's a diploma and there's a certificate. You have like a license. You have a license, because if you fuck up your a surgery, they take away your license. A trusted dealer, what? There's no repercussions. These guys cover up for each other. So there's this uncertainty that gray market dealers try to push people into. And David came on, he shared the actual experience, and that was an attack on them, because it showed people how to think about making this type of a deal. That's why they tried to smear David, tried to call him victim of bad advice, and tried to smear my character for having having the guts to ask those type of questions. So
right now, David is thinking. David on the top left of the screen is thinking, "Oh my god, I'm so glad I got out of this fucking
and
stupid
those
watch
trolls,
game."
David, those trolls, they don't come from nowhere. They're created when Paul tells people that David is a victim, right? There's people who think that I've done an attack on David. That
If you'll allow me, Tim, David, in short, what happened is the other David down on the bottom right was just about to go into grey market for the first time. He had some doubts and some questions and some queries, and it sparked a huge conversation. Simple as that. The conversation may have gone on actually maybe too long, but it was interesting anyway, because there's a lot of people out there like David wondering, should I go for this watch? What's the right thing to expect? The provenance of the watch, the history of the watch, and so on. But there's been a rift for a while between enthusiasts and traders,
Rightly
people
so.
who are in the trade. There's been a huge rift in the watch space, and I envy you that you weren't witness to it, that you didn't have to go through it, because it was pretty ugly. These guys infiltrated the watch enthusiast space, and it very quickly these characters show their true stripes. It's a shame what happened with Paul, because you and I remember when Paul was remember he used to just talk about his experiences in his store.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah. But unfortunately, and I was, oh my God, I loved listening to Paul all the time. You know, I was so interesting. Oh, I bought this Hulk watch, and then turned out it was fake. And this police officer came by one time. He'd tell these stories, and they'd go on for 20 minutes. And I thought they were fascinating. Paul, unfortunately, he saw the money. He saw an opportunity. I figured Paul for just a retired man who'd made all his money and was now just a little bit bored and wanted something to do, and figured, I'll tell people about my years. Maybe somebody will learn something. It'll be interesting. I need something to do with my daytime. But
I think that was the initial intention, right?
Yeah, I feel like that was always the way. But unfortunately, I feel personally, guys, because I got to know Paul quite well afterwards, and we used to collaborate a lot and so on. And I think he found there was a business opportunity in this. It wasn't just a little hobby on a Sunday afternoon in front of his iPhone. It was, oh shit, I think I can make money on this. And when all the dealers and traders infiltrated the YouTube space, he started stretching out his tentacles, and next thing it was all that. So it turned ugly, man. It did. I'm glad. You know what? You got out. You maybe didn't get out of your root beer at the right time, but I think you got out of the watch space at the right time.
It
fucking aged me, dude. It aged me. I put on fucking 10 years. It's been 3 years or 4 years. I put on, like, I'm 10 years older now. I saw a video of myself the other day at the beginning of the channel. I'm like, Jesus, who's that guy? You know.
Do you know what, chaps? My father, he
I'm going to bed here.
I think that's probably it. That's a good shout. See you later, Red.
Night with shovel.
Right, good night,
Fuck,
David.
so
Red.
See you, Red.
Okay,
Red, you're blasted. Good night. Good night.
Yes, I'm
Good thing you didn't say anything terrible.
No,
No,
it's all
that's
good.
good. Paul,
Sleep
fuck
tight.
you. See you. Bye bye.
Okay.
Sleep tight, brother.
Okay, David.
We're just left with the sober Irishman now. It's all good.
Jesus, that's not even true, but I know I can hold face. No, I got some vino right here.
Oh, nice. You got.
Well, I was out all night. I was live streaming, guys. I was out with all the Venetians live streaming and drinking. And so
this is the thing, though, Tim. How was I supposed to compete with this guy? He's so fucking suave.
There's no competition. But you know what? It's not a competition, David. This is what the gray market dealers fooled us into thinking, that it is a competition. It isn't. They flipped the narrative. Okay, it's because this is what happened. Okay, this is what you have to understand, David. Look at this image. This is I'm trying to illustrate this, guys, for you. Okay,
what's this?
Yeah,
I know it's from your video. I know this much.
There were the
what's the pink writing? What do you mean?
The OGs. This is just absurd. Pardon.
What's enthused? That's the enthusiasts.
That's the enthusiasts. Yeah.
Who did this? Was this Red that did this?
This is I did this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay,
Well,
there were
that's-
the
yeah, okay.
enthusiasts, David. There was you. Then there was Lasheen, right? But with you, David, there was a bunch of other people, the OGs, the enthusiasts, and you guys came together for the love of the watches. And you were talking about which watch is good, which watch is which watch, like designs, like just trying to give each other advice on watches for the love of the hobby. But then the flippers came in and they flipped the narrative. They turned it into all being not about the beauty and the design of a watch. They turned it into which watch is more expensive, because that's how you should value someone. You value the other person based on their watch, because you know how much that watch is worth. And that's when the joy out of the hobby was sucked out. It wasn't the quick flip.
Yeah.
We didn't even notice.
Yeah, that was the downfall for me, big time. Yeah.
It wasn't sorry, listen, the monetary side of it was always interesting. It was always a part of it a little. And it would behoove us as YouTubers not to ignore it. You know, you can talk about the horology and the beautiful watch and so on, but come on, guys, let's not ignore the fact that a root beer is so many more times more expensive than a PRX. That has to be addressed. But the problem is it got out of hand, right? It was like the thing you'd mention on the side a little bit, or you'd say, that watch you're going to have to pay a little bit more, but it'll probably hold its value. And it was just kind of a thing on the side. It became the whole thing, and it sucked all the love out of it.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Yeah,
I got rinsed on, and I haven't come on for a few days on Tim's channel because I got rinsed by Tim's viewers or haters, call them what you will. I don't really care. And all I wanted was some advice about, is my approach right in buying this watch from a grey market dealer? I've never gone grey before. Always answer to my questions.
That is a question that you are not allowed to ask if you associate yourself with the gray market cartel, because you will get the tap on the shoulder and you will be told, hey, you're not allowed to talk about those kind of questions. And it precipitates down. There's a hierarchy. They send message down, Roman Sharf, bunch of other guys, they sit at the top of the throne, at the top of their pyramid.
So my father said to me yesterday, when you buy a property in the UK, it could be a new builder. There's massive new builders like Wimpy, Bellway Homes. They'll tell you the property is A, B, C, D, E. Okay, you instruct your solicitor, your lawyer, to check what the seller is saying. And they'll due diligence it to absolutely fuck. It doesn't matter whether they're buying off me or buying off the largest developer in the UK. And I don't see why.
David, I love you, but are we back into the conversation again?
No, sorry.
We did it for 2 weeks.
Ocean, sorry.
Okay.
Ocean,
you know what?
Ocean, I'm going to zip my mouth, have a cigarette. And
I'm not. I'm just saying, you got to be careful. You might wind back up in the same.
Yeah, you're right. No.
We went over it. We did.
It's
a good conversation. Ocean, it really is.
I apologize. Leave it there.
Look, David. We'll get back to you, because we'll have you back 100%. But I don't know if the other David is going to come back. He's here. We have.
I'll pop in from time to time. There you go.
I want you to be a regular guest. I'm telling you this right now. It bugs me that you're allowed, whatever has happened, to control your love for the hobby, because I think you rejected the watches because they reminded you of this bad experience. But I think it wasn't your fault. Whatever has happened in the hobby, it wasn't your fault. It's other people. It's like this box over here that the roommate is bothering me about. Okay, she's trying to pin blame on me. Like, Tim, okay, if we went there a little bit earlier, if we have flown, if we took the plane, basically, then the Humble Pine, he wouldn't have shipped it, right? So it wouldn't have been stolen, right? Because somebody broke into our package. and stole the gift that she got from Humble Pie. So the roommate is looking for reasons and whose fault it is. And she said, well, Tim, part of it is your fault, because if you bought the flights, then we would you see, it's twisted. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. It's the
I
other
was
people who
confused
did
as
it.
you are, David. It's all
Okay,
right.
so you understand. It's not my fault that the box was stolen. That's the point is, I had nothing to do with it. I know I had nothing to do with it. The box, the thief stole the item. You understand? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
So the wife is giving you shit over something.
She's
that's
just
not your
giving me
fault.
shit. She's just
Big
giving.
deal.
She's just
Well,
upset.
tell
You
me
understand?
something new. Tell me
Yeah.
something new.
So that's the point. She's giving.
No, but
me
listen,
shit.
before I head off, I'm just so curious. Like, so, can I get this straight? So David got out before it got bad.
Yeah.
And sold all his watches. Doesn't think about watches. Did you continue watching any channels? Like, how come you're on Tim's right now? How do you know about Tim?
I didn't. I was. I always pop in from time to time, just to see what's going on. And it won't shock you to learn that the way some of the channels have gone, I find it a bit strange.
Tim is great by comparison.
Yeah, this is just like the legacy stuff. This is great. But yeah, I saw Red on here, and he was always a viewer of mine, like consistently. Every time I went live, he was there straight away.
Oh wow!
It's the first time I'd seen him live and on camera. So I thought, you know what? If I pop a comment in here and it says Just Horology, he's gonna shit. I thought I'd just wind him up, and then he almost demanded that I came on. And
Was
then,
that the name of the channel, Just Horology?
Yeah. Then like 2 hours later, here I am still.
It wasn't Horology. Oh no, Horology House was the other guy in Australia.
Oh, I did Horology House. He got done for scamming someone with a Daytona, didn't he? I remember.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago or something.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the name
he
of your
vanished.
channel.
Yeah. It was Horology 101 right at the beginning, and then it was Just Horology. But I think by the time you came around, it was always Just Horology.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the story. Yeah, I do pop in from time to time and lurk, but this was the first time I've left a comment and someone's noticed me. Yeah,
crazy, man. Well, listen, it's great to see you, brother. I mean, fuck,
yeah, it was great to speak to you. It's been a long time.
Ocean, do you remember any like videos that influenced you out of David's? That then, because you said this
yes, I do, because I used to watch David.
This is a weird conversation. Go on.
Well, listen, you're here. I feel like we'll never see you again. Like, we got to grab you while we can. And again, it's reminiscent. It's like going back to your old school where you were as a kid or something, and you're like, shit, all the desks are and the seats are so small. Everything's so small.
The thing that I can't compute is O'Sheen is telling everyone now how I influenced him to create this massive channel that he's got. That's madness.
Totally, it was an influence.
That's how it works.
David used to sit by his computer in many cases. I remember, I'll just stream of consciousness here, things that come to mind. One was that no one knew that David was very tall. So when he finally showed up at a watch show, everyone was like, "Oh my God, you're a giant! You're a really tall guy." That happened to me.
I was always sitting down.
Yeah, because you're always sitting down. That happened to me too. I went to a London watch show, and people were like, "Oh my God, Oisin is like," because they couldn't tell because the camera lies, And so there was that. Then I remember you got your root beer. You got it at a show. You paid over retail, but that's just the way things were. I was loaned a root beer myself, and I did a video on the root beer then sometime after that. And it took me a long time to get one on my own. I remember you had the root beer. Did you have a sub? You had a sub, like a regular sub, black sub. And you had a couple of you had a Datejust that you didn't like, right?
Everyone's
you had a Datejust
on
the Jubilee that you were always trying to get rid of. That was
I wanted it on the Jubilee. I got the fluted bezel with the oyster bracelet and regretted it. That was it.
Yes, that was it.
Your work mattered, David. What you did with that channel, you see, it had influence on the show.
It did. All the channels influence. Yeah.
Do you understand?
Because he was he was in early. He was in early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he helped develop the space.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but
Well,
yeah.
no, I mean you were putting down that groundwork, right? Oisin, and you were watching this, and you're like, well, what point in life were you, Oisin? Like, what were you doing that you were watching?
Oh, I
David
just remembered another thing.
Yeah.
You did a video for Zero West.
I did. Gee, everyone's got a better memory than me. This is madness.
You did for the bullhead, for the one with the fucking crown on the top.
That was
Right?
That was a nice watch, actually. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Well, do you know that I wound up working a lot for Zero West? I did a lot of Zero West videos.
I didn't know that. No, I think I might have seen a few though. This is madness, absolute madness. If what I did, and the I don't want the violins or anything, but the stuff that I went through produced channels like Oisin's, and it was worth it.
Yeah.
It definitely did.
It was.
I saw your Zero West video and I liked it, and you were talking about history, and it was, again, you were an enthusiast. You weren't trying to sell the watch. You got a little bit of a promotion thing or sponsorship thing going on. You told a story about a watch with a little history behind it and a brand, and I liked it. And I was like, that's nice. That's interesting. That's entertaining. That's not just showing me the lug width and the fucking, it's actually talking about some, it's not hands on the desk just telling me, there's so much of that. Like, you actually went into a little history. I remember you had some cutaways to, like, was it the car on the beach in Daytona or whatever? It was all that stuff in the history.
Yeah.
And I liked that. And I was like, this is cool. Like, this is historical stuff, So, yeah, it did influence me a lot.
Tim, I feel like this conversation started.
David, you don't understand.
She's grown legs.
David, you don't understand, because there's not a lot of enthusiast watch YouTubers out there. Oisin is one of the last remnants. Okay, and then
I'll take that.
Yeah, because it's the last vestige of hope. I mean, if you're gone, then who are the big YouTubers? They're gonna fall. And these guys are gonna steal the narrative. And they're going to run away with it. There's going to be no return, David. See, and then, listen, this channel exists, guess what? In large part of Oisin dropping the link for me, believing at the right key times to go on and not give up. I mean, and
Tim is the only true spirit left in the reporting on the watch space, David. He's the only guy. Yeah, I mean, the rest of them are, oh my God, it's an absolute shit show. You're looking at the only guy who'll actually still speak the truth anymore. Literally.
Fighting a good fight.
That's why I came on this channel, Oisin.
Yeah.
I mean, having lurked for a year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It is really, and by the way, it is right now, there's a lot of doubt about me. Okay. Has been a narrative. Oisin, I have been cooked like a crab. I've been cooked. I've been let cooked.
The way I look at it is, Tim, nothing can do to you that Chernobyl already didn't do to you.
I know, right?
You're a Chernobyl child. You've gone through the wars in Ukraine. Now all you have to deal with is trolls. Big deal. You know what the effect of cesium and plutonium has on the body. I'm only fucking with you, man, because you're from Ukraine,
It's like, look, but you know what? I wanna save my friends as well, because a lot of these people who have been flipped against me in this incredible coup attempt. It is fantastic, right? I have never dealt with a situation like this, Oisin, right? The wizard was one thing. I thought, wow, wizard, very clever guy. But you can understand the wizard, right? What did he want? He want money. And what
they're
did he do?
all after money. They're all after money.
For me,
just follow the cash. That's they're the answers.
If you love or detest him, at the end of the day, he's the only platform who is about the punter, and dealers without punters are fuck all.
Exactly. The dealers were trying to convince that they're the ones who have all the power. They were thinking they try to convince that they're the important ones. Guys, you're the important ones because it's your money who buys the watches. You choose what to buy. It's like it's that simple. If you just choose what to buy yourself, their opinion is irrelevant. Okay, then you have the power. They have zero leverage over you, because you could just say, you know what, watches are not for me. Like David over here said. David said, you know what, if this is the kind of game they're going to be played, you know what, maybe I don't want to play this game. Maybe I want to take a break. You don't know. You don't control me. I do what I want. If I'm sick and tired of this game, I'll leave. If I see that there's hope in the game, I might come back. David, think about it. If you saw right now, I believe the narrative is still on the cartel side. The sellers still control the narrative. But what if the hobby flipped? What if the enthusiasm for the
well,
watch
this is
returned?
if you don't mind me interjecting, this is one of the positives of the market slowing down and cooling off, so that all those fucking creeps piss off. We might actually get back to just talking about some nice watches.
This is a point I made earlier, Oshin. It's like in the case, and one thing I had noticed, one thing that really shocked me when I started poking and prodding about and seeing what was going on, was the total shift. And I'd obviously heard rumbles that the market had slowed down massively, and it was quite easy to see. You know, I still get some emails from Watchfinder in the UK. They've got like 30% sales on every 2.5 seconds. So I knew it was slowing down. The Rolexes were in the deals. I was like, okay, the market's crashed a little bit. Cool. But then that spurred me to then come and look at the channels. Obviously, Oshin, yours is largely unchanged. You're right, David, don't die. But when I looked at Paul's channel, I saw the complete shift into contentious political discussion. And I mean,
that's recent.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, this is strange. So the market's crashed and we've gone on to something else. Where's the money now? And it just seems like, what do they call it now? Is it hate bait? Like where you just get people in just because it's contentious to get the views in, get the money
triggered.
In. What happened with Paul is kind of somewhat separate. And it is shocking, and I get messages about it every day. People come up. Someone wrote to me tonight going, I haven't been on the scene for a while, and I just popped in, and what's going on? Pivoting has happened, so yeah, he's gone into like, oh, terrible stabbing, what a shock, police don't respond, UK is going to shit, the immigrants, and he gets a lot of viewers coming in to watch that, so he's chasing the viewers. Honestly, I wish him the best. I hope he pisses off out of the fucking watch world for good. Something tells me he won't. But no, that was a shift. I think a lot of people are coming back. I even talk politics on my channel too, dude, because my channel expanded into beyond watches, a bit inspired, I'll admit it, by your Zero West video, where you spoke about British history and accomplishments and so on. It's more than just the watch that the watch represents, has an association with other things. There's history, there's architecture, there's all of these other beautiful things that expand. A person doesn't just focus. If you're a guy sitting in his basement just staring at watches all day long and that's all you want to hear about, I don't know how to speak to you. You like a nice watch on your wrist, you probably like to take a nice trip somewhere every now and then and open a nice bottle of wine and do other nice things. And the watch is kind of the accompaniment. It's the guy on the wrist right there the whole time. Yeah. And it's kind of a nice lifestyle thing. My channel kind of expanded out into that, in fairness, in honesty. But coming back cold like that, you're going to see a lot of brand new stuff. I can only imagine it's probably very shocking for you, and it's a terrible shame. Let me repeat it about Paul, because do you remember when Paul was just telling us stories about his years in the store? It's been polluted a lot with Paul. He saw the money and he started raking in all the sponsors. Are you drinking Blue Label?
Yes, I do, because I'm celebrating. We got legends like Sean, who just super chatted $50. He says, legends on the panels, pour me a drink. And that's why I will drink this Blue Label to celebrate Sean. He's such an incredible supporter of this channel. And me and you, Oshin.
Sean bought me dinner tonight.
There you go.
I did my live thing. I went to dinner. Sean paid for it. I got a lovely steak.
Incredible.
Thank you, Sean.
Dude, this guy has helped us out, and I hope to help him out. He wants to try. He wants to try to give this whole YouTube thing a go, a show, right? And you know what? This is a perfect time that he's watching this show with David here, who went in blindsided. David, you didn't know what you were kind of getting yourself into, but Sean is now watching this stream, and I think this is valuable information here for Sean.
I didn't know Sean is he starting his own channel?
Well, he's building up some kind of a thing. He's trying to
I'd watch that.
Yeah,
I want to see a day of the life of Sean.
He's building up to it, and I don't blame him.
I mean, Sean has, he has improved so much on the streams. At first, people were kind of like, a little bit. I don't know. They didn't.
Everybody loves Sean. What are you talking
about? I mean, no. I'm just saying, no. I want to give him credit where it is due. He has grown in the way he talks on the live stream. It is so. Maybe it's just headphones. He's just got maybe a better pair of headphones, but he's so good. Dude, every time I had him on for the past 6 months. He was just been killing it. I'm sorry. It's just it's been hitting. It was like pulling on my heartstrings. I understood. Anyways. I love you, Sean. Thank you so much for the drink. Maybe it's just the drink talking. Legend. Blue Label, and one more thing. We need to shout out Pocket Watch Time, who's been a member for 25 months. You guys want to talk about enthusiast? This guy is a hardcore enthusiast. His channel's actually exploded. He's been talking about pocket watches.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, he's got
52,000 subscribers on just pocket watches.
Oh, he did the Dune one.
Cartel.
Oh, good man. Smart.
Yeah.
I should have done that.
The link is in the chat. Hey, he is powering on. Hey, Oshin, I mean, this is a great guy to even have a serious watch talk with. I mean, it's pocket watches. You know what? It is a kind of a throwback to the pocket watches time. He has really captured that, and he hasn't let go.
Yeah,
that 2019 era video style, and like that spirit lives on here, guys. So make sure you subscribe. If you don't know, if nobody knows what I'm talking about, subscribe to this channel. Go watch some videos. Have a throwback to the good old days. Anyway, sorry. This is a great episode. I mean, we were having David on, one of the OGs, influencer of.
You look the same, dude.
I wouldn't go that far. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I got a beard and stuff, but you look the same.
It's the hairlines started to creep away a little bit, but apart from that,
what has it been? 4 years.
I'm trying to think. When did I? So we established my first ever video was 2019. My first ever stream was the day of the Brighton Watch Show. That's how long ago that was. Wow. So the last video I ever made, let's have a quick look. Because there was a time when I was going to come back, and that was in like 2021. And I think I made a video, welcome back to the channel, which was like some buzz piece pile of shit. And so I did that. That got a lot of views. And then people started leaving fake reviews as me on businesses and stuff like that. And we touched on that earlier. And when that started happening instantaneously, I was like, no, maybe not. So I got rid of all of that. But my last video that I made, I'm trying to see where it is. So it would have been the last thing that I ever did was the big watch quiz, which was another one of my live stream ideas. And that was the 18th of April, 2020. So yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, it was the 18th of April, 2020 was my last video.
1 year before we just got into lockdown in the UK.
Just as it started in the UK.
Like a month before.
Yeah. And I think especially with all of the hate at the time, which I dealt with very poorly, and I took it to heart a lot of the time. And then with all of that stuff going on, I think I just completely collapsed mentally. It's probably at that point in time quite understandable.
Yeah.
Not a good time. But there we go. I could have sworn I did the content all the way throughout the lockdown, but clearly not. So I only did the YouTube for like a year. Go on, David.
Sorry, but Tim, back to your point about you think the narrative still remains with the grey market dealers.
Well, the grey market dealers.
Wait, Tim, I disagree. I think the narrative has long since reversed to the punters. The UK is in recession, yeah, and it's been in technical recession for like 18 months, yeah. But at the end of the day, no matter how wealthy you are, how much money you earn, spending 20, 30, 40, 50 grand on a discretionary spend, it's a big ask, and the market's falling.
We've just renamed it in the UK, right? It's a cost of living crisis, and then right towards the end, they're like, "Oh, actually, it's a recession." Sorry.
Hey, just a second here, guys. We got Sean on the stream. Sean, welcome to the show.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Timmy, Oisin,
Cheers,
David,
man.
and David. This is a double special. Gentlemen, I just jumped on. Sorry to cut the conversation. I am not starting a YouTube channel. Just want to make that clear. Timmy's middle name is Stick because he's steering. You know what? Again, that's not going to happen. What's going to happen is I do have a studio at the dealership, and just to do videos and content for our business. So Timmy was talking, and we were chatting, and I said, hey, maybe I can do maybe I can do a video a month. And then he kind of said, no, do once a week. I said, maybe I can do 2 at the most a month, just I don't have time. And also, I don't have much to offer like you gentlemen do. And quite frankly, I rather listen to you guys, watch you guys, and with your great content than to work on a piece of crap content that nobody wants to watch. So
no, Sean. Whoa. Stop the negative talk.
It's a very self-deprecating point of view there.
I hope you're just being funny, Sean, because you have so much knowledge. You could benefit so many people. Like, think about it. David over there, he thought his channel, you didn't think much of your channel, but here you are sitting in the presence of Oisin O'Malley, who has been influenced by you, and my channel too. This channel wouldn't exist if Oisin hasn't been helping me out along this journey.
Yeah, I mean, one good thing came out of it. That's good. That's good.
Oh my God!
I started a ripple. There we go. I'll take that much.
I can't believe it. Guys, we have a legend on this journey. Thomas Burnett.
David, I just wanted to say it's so good to see you again. I mean,
it's good to meet you. I've never actually seen you.
Yeah. Your channel was so good. I mean, your live streams was one of the only live streams where most people use their real names, and it was a real community, a real hub where we got to know each other. Yeah, we got to know each other friendly, and we it was a real sort of hub where we could get together and talk as friends. It's so great to see you again.
I must admit, having the experience that I did, having the thoughts about the whole thing that I did, the influx of love tonight is a bit overwhelming. I'll be honest.
Oh man,
you should have never doubted yourself.
To hear that Oisin was influenced by me, and obviously meeting you, Thomas, it's mad, absolutely madness. It's completely, and I'll be entirely honest, it's completely changed my point of view of that whole thing. Just coming on the stream tonight, which is great.
Yeah. But you're right next to everything you said. Times changed. The grey dealers got too money influenced, and I appreciate what you said about how you bowed out and There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
and like you
yeah.
said, you wanted to become a bit, the next Bark and Jack, and sort of you had the aspirations to sort of grow your channel, and yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Maybe there's not.
Yeah.
Maybe. Hey, who's to say that it's too late, right? Maybe it's maybe now is the time for a new beginning. If there's something you wanted.
Well, actually, seeing that you've got two $50 super chats, I'm actually quite tempted to come back now. No, I'm joking.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But I think that the
you can't do live streams though. If you want to do Bark and Jack, sorry to interrupt you.
I think. Did I mention that he was on my live streams twice? Did I mention that?
I know, but there's a
Okay,
reason.
cool.
No, because right now the live streams are not the same as they used to.
No, I know.
I think different ball game.
In the capacity of coming back and chatting with you guys, I'd be happy to do that. As far as my channel is concerned, I've drawn a line under that now. It's one of those things where it's almost self-deprecating in a way that you when you enter a space, no matter what you're doing, you have to consider what value you're adding.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, and I mean, this is fantastic having this chat with Thomas and yourself and O'Sheen dropping in. Amazing.
Sean, David.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, everyone.
Sean is a super supporter of this stuff. Sean makes this stuff possible. David is one of the people who has been just recently helped. Please.
And Red getting absolutely munted, as I would say on stream, was always an experience. Yeah, getting absolutely pissed up. That was amazing. But yeah, to figure out what value you add in that space is something you should always consider. And I think my channel had its heyday. And I think off of the back of this conversation, in my mind, the reason for my channel, ultimately, looking back at it ad hoc, was to maybe start that reform. Now, I'm not saying I'm not the big influencer of the watch YouTube space, but starting what I did, if that spurred on the likes of O'Sheen and a couple of other people, and then he influenced you, and it created that further community. Even where I fell short and failed, it still achieved something. And in my mind, that's amazing, And I'm not going to take full credit. I'm sure people were influenced by the Urban Gentry or whoever it might be, Bark and Jack. But to see what appears to be a very nice community stemmed from that is incredible, because that's all I ever wanted. I wanted to create that. But where I failed, people have picked that up and carried that on.
Well, as I said,
that's amazing.
You got in early,
and
that sometimes carries it's a bigger currency. Someone right now. There's been a lot of channels that have come out of nowhere, and they're amazing and so on. But they're kind of they're getting in line. There's 200 channels ahead of them. When you did it, David, there were very few channels, so you got in at a very good moment, and anything you did would influence other people. It's sometimes it's best to
it's the most powerful
early. Now Adrian, of course, has had a huge influence as well. So has Urban Gentry, so has Archie. All of these people have had their influence because they were the beginning. And it's harder now for some young chap, maybe even watching this stream right now, is thinking maybe I'm going to start a channel. He better step up to the plate, because now the expectations are so much higher. Yeah. And but you were there kind of at the beginning, David. You were one of the channels. We always did the same thing. We'd watch everyone's episode. We'd sit down for an evening, and people would have an episode of 10 minutes long, and we'd watch like 12 episodes of different channels, and they'd all cover a different thing. And that was our evening's entertainment,
It's absolutely amazing, this conversation. Honestly, this has completely flipped everything I had in my head about that experience on its head. Completely.
If you hit it on the head, you came at the right time where the YouTube watch scene was blossoming. And it was blossoming in a really positive way. It's now there's so many channels, and that's a good thing. There's nothing bad about that. But you came at a time which was it was not peaking. It was just climbing the hill, and it was you were just at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like it was the right time for the space. It wasn't the right time for me. I feel like if I'd started that channel now, so bring that time up to the I'll get there in the end. The age I'm at now, I probably would have continued to carry that.
Yeah.
But
David,
where I felt, go on, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I have to leave, but I just wanted to say this. There's a saying in where I come from. They say, "Drop by drop, you have ocean," and you and others like Ocean and TGB and Timmy, you guys are responsible for the fantastic flow of content in the watch community. So so you made it happen. All right, so you were instrumental. So hopefully one day, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot more to give to the community. So hopefully one day you'll decide to get back, because quite frankly, I'm not familiar with your content that you produce.
I'm not surprised.
And early on, and it's my miss, because from what I've heard by you and others, and we have a lot of respect, obviously, for Oisin and one day I hope I'll be able to get to see that content. From what I heard earlier, that content is no longer on YouTube. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told a little while like it's there. It's there.
It is there. Okay, fantastic. So I'll definitely look at it. Real quick, I'm going to say goodbye, Mr. Thomas Burnett. It was a pleasure meeting you, David.
Yeah, amazing.
It was great to get to know you. Thanks to Red and obviously to Timmy to have this platform. Oisin, it was a pleasure to see you walk through the streets of Venice and have the drinks. And I didn't get to see you have the meal, but my friend, one of these days, sooner than later, I hope you and I can get drunk together. So, look forward to that day. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a fantastic Easter Sunday, and all the best to everybody out there.
Cheers, Sean. Happy Easter.
Cheers.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
Hey,
fine.
I have a question for Thomas Burnett. Thomas, what would you think if David returned all the videos back onto his YouTube channel?
Oh, that would be amazing. That'd be great. He's got some great content going back to the Brighton Watch Show. I remember towards the end he did a video of him, just a little video of him cleaning a Submariner with a toothbrush.
Yeah, that was alive. Yeah, that was scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Another thing came to mind. Another thing came to mind, David. Sorry, guys, it just bubbled up.
Yeah.
I stopped using those cloths. What were they called? They came in a white tin for cleaning for polishing.
Oh, Cape Cod.
Cape Cod.
Yeah, those things are terrible.
I stopped because you told me.
They are they just remove scratches with smaller scratches, right? They're terrible.
But they leave micro scratches all over the watch.
Exactly. You put them under a harsh light. If you step outside, I mean, in this sort of lighting, you'll be fine. But is it fluorescent? That's the word, isn't it? Under fluorescent lighting, they'll look amazing. Go out into the sunshine, they will look absolute shit. But by popular demand, I've put 4 of my reviews back online. There we go.
Wow,
you can have that.
There you go.
I think they were pretty good. I invested a lot in the cameras. I mean, they were never as good as Oisin's videos, but they were there.
Can you put a comment in the chat?
Oh, for what? Like a link?
YouTube channel? Because I want to drop the link so people can go and watch it. Meantime, I'm going to read the super chat from Father Time, $50. Have a drink on me, Timmy. Thank you so much, Father Time. We're hitting on all cylinders. This is incredible breaking news. David,
There you go.
Just Horology is coming back to YouTube.
I put it in the.
Fuck the haters.
Whoa.
No, slow down.
Whoa,
Let's
slow
not get
down.
ahead of ourselves. Let's not
The
get
man
ahead
got out while the going was good.
Yeah, Tim. One thing I love about you, Tim, I've been watching your streams in the background for a while, is the enthusiasm. I'm always very enthusiastic. Can't knock it.
Hey,
But I've put the link in the chat.
Content. We need more enthusiast content, right, Thomas? This is what I love about Thomas. He's all about the enthusiasm and watches.
Thomas has been around for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say your videos were pure enthusiasm, David.
They
Pure
were.
enthusiast channel.
Yeah. There was never a time where I was trying to make money from it. Really.
Exactly. It's a pure enthusiast channel. Yeah.
Tim, the comment is in the chat for the. This is my root beer video I've seen.
Is it a link or just type something? Just type like hello.
I chat.
Links don't work.
I've got to dash off now, but it's nice to meet you.
Hi,
all.
David.
Oh, David, maybe you have any final comments?
No. I mean, I don't know, David. I'm quite new to the whole YouTube.
Okay.
Watch thing, as you know, not to watch necessarily, but again, it's been informative, it's been educational, and for that I'm once again very grateful.
Hey, David, when you get that real Daytona, you make sure to hop on the live stream. We're gonna unbox it here.
Timmy, done. I promise you. Done.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I tell you what, I'll do you one better. There's a link to my channel.
And you know, Timmy, I'm not joking. I am more excited now because when I get this bad boy, I'm not going to lie, I can't wait to show it off.
Hell yeah! To all the haters, you're gonna flex that Daytona.
Not bad for a tie kicker.
Yeah, listen, but be prepared for the hate. You know, like,
yeah. Well,
I think today's episode is all about being.
Timmy, I came on here. I went to the pub for closing last orders.
Yeah.
And I forgot the clock. I forgot the clocks changed.
Okay.
So they closed. The clocks went. David, the clocks went
okay,
forward,
we're
right?
talking too much now, David.
Oh,
all right,
I don't know.
Everybody's getting the shits. All right, talk to you later, man.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. Bye. I love that guy. I could talk to him for 24 hours. Sorry.
Yeah, he speaks much nicer than me. I'm more common than that other British David.
He's incredible. He's
yeah.
Where he comes
from. I've got a video of when I bought a Harrods Black Bay. Christ, I forgot about that.
Can you put the link in the private chat? You know how to put the link in the private chat?
Oh, in the private. Let me just.
It doesn't work in the regular chat. Yeah,
oh, okay. Let me just. I'll put the link to my channel.
I'm watching. It works. I'm watching the root beer video right now as we speak.
I
remember watching this video.
I see it.
I'm confused. I put a few more videos live and they're just not showing. I don't really get...
you're just no. It's just I wanted the link directly.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Sorry,
private.
Sorry. Thomas. You know, she shared some of the original stuff, like how he was inspired by David. Can you tell us about other influencers that were very important at that time? When David was very productive.
Oh,
because
I suppose I was watching a lot of Archie, and I was taking part in streams with Rich Buddy. I was doing the show with Blue Shirt Buddha, the Watch Talk with the Punsers.
Oh, I heard about Blue Shirt as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing the show with Flippin' Zippo.
I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a list. Thomas, is it possible for you to kind of, maybe for me, this is just for personal, because I'm interested in all of this world, how it all functions. If you could help me out, piece some of this early timeline together, because I'm really curious. I want to understand who could have it been. Who was it that went after David? Like what kind of person would? Because look, there's a lot of people. Yeah, there's been a lot of people going after Oshin. Oshin has been able to survive it for now.
Wow. Oh God.
right?
Oh my god, it's ridiculous.
I just put that Zero West video live, and it was 4 years ago. It was really weird to see that it's 4 years ago.
I'm just looking at your root beer video right now. So all those Rolex boxes in the background above you, behind, they're all gone now, huh?
Yeah, they're all gone.
Wow.
Hey, guys,
Nice
I'm going to drop
stack
the
of
link.
them there.
Just Horology.
Just
In the chat.
Horology.
Check out the
It feels weird that they're like gone.
I can't believe you just got a PRX now, then, David.
There's the
That's all you
Zero.
Yeah,
got.
just the PRX. Yeah.
Wow.
The automatic or the quartz? The
Oh
automatic?
god, the quartz.
Really, quartz?
Yeah, it was just one of those things. It's like I never really need to get this serviced. I can just wear it and not worry about it. Never runs out.
Wow.
With the Land Speed Chrono, that's the one you're looking at. You're unboxing it. I was even down at Zero West. I was in their showroom and everything. It turned into a thing because, you know, I love the stories. The stories were beautiful, you know, World War One and World War Two and all of that. So I got very invested in it. It wasn't even really about the watch. I was just like, you know, I'd spend 45 minutes telling a story of some heroic pilot who died during the Battle of Britain or something. And then the watch was just kind of thrown in there, but it worked really well for them because they're very story driven as a brand. So they really liked it. But yeah, I'm just looking at your video now. Wow.
The only thing I'd say
seeing
is I missed the sunglasses. What happened there?
The sunglasses, they're still there, man. I still wear them a lot, but not indoors like I used to.
Why not? Because whenever you watch one of your videos, like this guy, he's fucking cool.
No, but the sunglasses, I explained on one of the things that the sunglasses was because I just gotten through a crazy breakup and I left and, you know, got a new place for myself and I had
I'm gonna hold the fort for you.
Do you remember you guys did the Christmas show and you all wore sunglasses?
I remember when I did a stream and I wore, I think, these exact sunglasses, and I attempted to do my graveliest Irish accent, and it was terrible. I remember that.
Wow, this is crazy shit. I'm loving this. This is great.
It's before my time.
It's before your time, Tim. It's before your time, man.
But I am honored to be here and carrying on the torch of what has been.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Of what has been. Exactly that, yeah.
And could be. That doesn't mean that it's over.
This is the thing. I don't have anything to review anymore, right?
Don't drag him back down into it. Don't do it. The man is free. He's a free man. He got out while the going was good. God bless him.
There's no chains. Because, you know, in a way, watch is like a shackle, right? It binds you to the watch.
This is, I have to say it's off. This is one of the things that, you don't sometimes own that watch, right? It's sort of it becomes like it owns you.
Yeah.
It's odd. It's very odd, and that was one of the things. And I was always so concerned about theft and all this sort of stuff, and that being the consideration when you step out the front door, it's just like it's not an enjoyable experience a lot of the time.
What happens as well, though, you know, as the channel grows, everyone's watching the watch you have.
Well, Shane, that is a perfect point. That is a perfect point because obviously it's very obvious where I'm from as per accent. And the circles in London where I would make videos, I was always very anxious. And in the end, when the channel grew a tiny bit, and I think it was stemmed from one comment that I got, there was no horrible intention there, but someone said, "Oh, I saw you in Burlington Arcade, where all of these cool little watch shops are." I was like, Jesus, someone's recognized me in public. You know, how long is it going to be? Because those are the places that I frequented. And when I was making videos to try and keep up with everyone else about the prices of Rolex and stuff, I would go to the shop windows, film, take pictures and all that sort of stuff. How long was it going to be until someone that I don't want to recognize me recognizes me and takes me out, right? And takes the watch. So I stopped wearing them when I was making the content. And in London, there's only a few real areas where they have those shops, right?
Well,
go on,
David, who was telling you to worry about
no one. And it was one of the things. So yeah, it's something we discussed earlier, right? Is that when I went to the Brighton Watch Show, the thing that really freaked me out is that people would approach me and go, "Oh, David," and I'm like, "I don't know who the fuck you are." Not that there's any, again, harm in that. It was just a very strange experience. So to go to London, which is renowned at this point for these sort of activities, to be filming, which always draws attention anyway, for then someone to go, "Oh, he made a video about, a root beer. I know that's a £12,000 watch. Is he wearing it? Yes, he is. Right, let's get him." Right. And that was always a concern. So I stopped wearing them because I was concerned that I'd be recognized whether I was filming or not.
You went a tad darker with that, actually, and it's very valid. I was only mentioning really about it because they're on top of you. They're watching what your collection is.
Yeah.
I mean, from the YouTube standpoint, yes. What you're talking about is even way more serious. But even just from the point of view of like, don't you have that watch anymore? Did you flip it? Are you a flipper?
I remember these
they're watching
conversations.
every single move you make. And there's a lot of YouTubers, I think, and I'm probably guilty of it at a certain point as well, of like trying to keep up appearances because you're like, oh, I better not. I'd love to sell that watch. I need to sell that watch sometimes, but then I can't because everyone's going to see that I sold it, or they're going to say, you haven't worn that watch in ages. What's going on? They're watching every move and they're looking at your lifestyle. They're staring, down your blouse and up your skirt constantly at every single move you make. And your life becomes quite public with this stuff. And now all of a sudden your watch collection isn't about watches at all. It's about keeping up appearances, and it's about, not letting people down. There are people who will be disappointed if I sell a certain watch. They'll be like, how could you have sold that? I bought that watch because you made that video. And now you sold it. What am I supposed to think? Like you're letting them down somehow. So there's a lot of pressure. Your watch collection is no longer yours. It becomes like a public thing. And there are even more ugly sides to that I won't get into. But yes, the ugliest probably of the lot is the one that you mentioned there. And that is, you're walking in public and people go, oh, that dude has an amazing watch. Does he have it on? Because I'll clobber him over the head for it now. Luckily, I live in a town where I don't have to worry about that. But I hear that London is very, very different for that stuff. So, yeah, it's a serious concern. Yeah. You're kind of displaying wealth on the channel. And that comes with obvious caveats, doesn't it?
It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder why Adrian Barker moved to Scotland. I mean, he used to walk the streets with a Kermit on his wrist, and quite openly, with Kermit on his wrist, doing these walks in London, sort of with his phone and videoing himself and chatting away, and it makes you think.
I gotta say though, we can talk about the negative a lot, but I have to say from personal experience, for every one asshole, for every one dickhead, for every one troll, for every one dangerous guy, there's 99 out there that are, they're just great. They're very supportive. I'm stopped all the time now. The channel is so big. I'm stopped. If I leave the house, I get stopped most days by someone. Yesterday I'm in the supermarket and somebody's like, can I take a photo? I'm like, I'm fucking shopping for meat. I'm at the meat stall. I'm like, I have to go, and then I'm at the train station. There's another guy, very, very nice, but everyone's very, very nice. Everyone's nice. So I don't like the crowd watching. We're not trying to throw shade. Most people are actually very sweet people, and they're just enthusiasts, and we've given them something to watch and a little entertainment, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little love for something great. But yes, there is always that concern that you might get followed home. I do. When I walk home here, I always look over my shoulder, even though, I do. Even in this safe town, I do. If I lived in London, I'm sure it'd be way worse.
But like on your island video, Sheen, I mean, you have people coming up to you and sort of saying hi, Sheen, and embracing you, and they're lovely, all of them.
Yeah. Everyone was super, super nice in Ireland. I had no idea that the Irish were watching the channel so much. And I was walking around with a fucking go watch. I even went over the part in the video where I'm like in front of the last piece of the Dublin wall that's right behind me. If you remember that part, Thomas, that's a rough part of town. That's
really?
And there was a lot of drug addicts who came up, but they didn't ask about the watch. They asked about the camera because the lens is this long and it's on a tripod, you know? So they're like, what the fuck is that? Who are you? And how much does that camera cost? How much do you pay for that? They didn't even notice the fact that I had this gold blinger on me constantly the whole time. So I felt safe enough in Dublin about the watch, not about the camera. I was waiting for some fucker to grab my fucking camera and run away with it. I was lucky it didn't happen. But yeah, it can be a concern. So I can understand when David says that, like, he'd rather stick on a fucking beater when he goes out in public, you know?
Yeah. Let me show you. Let me give you an example. Okay, here, David, because this is just the kind of thing that look, this is what I got from Andy Benz. I don't know if you've been following my channel, but Andy Benz just out of the blue just text me, if you come to Brighton, meet up, I will beat the shit out of you. No, look, but for me, this is hilarious.
There's a lot of people who want to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah,
too.
I
me.
would love to see him do it. I mean, honestly, I would pay. It would be worth the money.
But this is the dangerous thing, isn't it? Is that when you do the YouTube stuff, I show you what I want you to see. You don't see everything, so you don't really know who I am. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Tim, you could be like a black belt judo. You know, you could beat the fuck out of me. Do you know what I mean? So to make those sort of threats to someone you do not know is just foolish in a lot of ways, right? Because you could go, he could start some shit, and that's all she wrote, right? Take him out. I don't know why. How old is this guy? That's the sort of thing teenagers do, right? I'm going to beat you up when I see you on the playground.
He's a fucking.
You got back to it, man. Grown men.
Yeah.
Grown men behaving like children.
What's the backstory there? What's the backstory? Why is he beating the shit out of you?
Look, it's just Thomas. Like it's irrelevant, right? I don't know. Just people just want to have some fun. I think it's just like a little bit of teasing.
Well, I like that sort of stuff. Well, is it teasing and trolling, or does he actually mean it? I love to delve in this. I'm in my job.
I take it as anyway, but like
I'm a bit of a. I don't know. I'm a bit of a thinker, and I like to explore the mindsets of people like this. I like to at least attempt to understand it. The attempt being the operative word there.
You can really start.
But it just doesn't make any sense. Because I had the same thing when I went to the Brighton Watch Show. Funnily enough, everyone was lovely to me when I was there. But it wouldn't surprise me if all the people that were lovely to me, a couple of them were the trolls as well, right?
Sure.
And it's like,
know who you're talking to, right?
But everyone there was above 18 for the most part, right? So the fact of the matter is that people were sending me super chats, just normal chats on the lives, emails, putting stuff on Instagram, Facebook, all this sort of stuff about my ex-girlfriend performing sexual acts on other people there for me to pay for watches. It's like, if you're above the age of 18, like, that's like some schoolyard shit. I don't get it. I don't get it.
But wait, hold on a second. Where was this stuff being posted? I mean, what are we talking
about? Everywhere. Emails, everything.
Everywhere?
And it was under the after the Brighton Watch Show is when I started to receive the death threats, and the people sending me this stuff were telling me, and this was rumbling away in the background, but I was never going to address it on the channel because it's just going to make it worse because it's gaining attention from me, right?
Yeah.
Because I would just ignore this stuff. Ignore as in not respond. But they were telling me stuff about me and my partner at the time that only someone who met me in person would know.
Okay.
Right. So it's like someone there that was, very nice to me at that point actually then turned around under the guise of a fake account and a fake name. I have no idea. I would
Do
like
you have
so
a
many
list?
people approach me.
Did you write down the list of people who could
Yeah,
have-
behind me, I've got like one of those boards with all the faces and the ribbons
Well,
and
I
everything.
think you
know,
should.
all that stuff.
I think you should. Look, we have the video here. We should download it before the criminal, whoever did it.
They
okay,
might
they're
panic
in
and
this
take
video.
it down now. I think
No,
it's
no.
that dodgy-looking geezer on the right-hand
No,
side.
look at this.
No, I'm
you
joking.
David, this is the crazy thing. Okay, you see this video, right? That person is in this video. They're in the Brighton video.
Maybe
They
it could be
are.
that.
No, they are. They are in here. Okay, and now that person is going to try to reach out to Paul Thorpe and get Paul Thorpe to scrub this video from the internet. Do you understand? Because they know that if you watch this video, you could figure out which of these people did you slight there. So when you were at this Brighton Watch show, who did you slight? Who did you flex a watch onto? Who could have taken it the wrong way?
But I've never been one to flex, as it were.
But you could have accidentally flexed without even knowing it. You could like say, "Hey, check this out. This is my watch," and you could have not even known what the heck you were doing.
I remember, on the side note, I remember this little boy. That was the charity, and the money was going to him and his family. Right? It was, bless him. That was great. That was a good part of it. But yeah, no, you're completely right. The person probably is in this video.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Right?
And the
O'Shea,
person
who
could
do
have
you
approached
think?
me, right?
Is my theory correct?
I think, you know what I think? Hot take. I think O'Shea orchestrated it so he could come in and muscle in on my revenue. I'm joking. But yeah, they might be here.
It's a crazy.
It's an interesting concept. That guy flew all the way from Texas to. I mean, if the hat didn't give it away.
Look, if you tell me, if you come on the stream and you tell me, hey, there was no trolling, then I go to a watch show, I meet some of my fans, and then I return back home, and now there's suddenly more trolling. To me, what I understand is that you're at the show, you in person did something to someone that you had no idea. But in some way, you kind of humiliated them. Maybe.
But this is the thing. I didn't.
You don't even know it,
though.
though. But that you have.
I almost.
But if you retrace your steps, if you can remember everyone that you talked to, and you can figure out who it was, that's your troll.
Let me work on remembering what I had for lunch yesterday, and then I'll maybe work on that. But this is the thing.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because the things off of the back of that were so heinous, and that really put a sour taste in my mouth. But now, if those same things happened, what annoys me, I mean, looking back on anything in the past, you learn and you grow, right? And that's the reason I am where I am now. And maybe because of that whole experience, maybe I'm a bit harder to hurt than I used to be.
Well, but whoa, don't get too cocky, David, because these trolls, they adapt. They
honestly,
changed, they evolved. You think they're not going to get you again? They're going to find another pain point, and they will jam it in there.
I don't really have any. I'm at the point in my life where I'm so old, withered, and tired that I just don't care. I just don't care anymore.
Tim, don't give these fuckers any power. They have no power.
Why they give them no power?
Assholes. They have none. That's what they're looking for.
It is just
David to be too cocky. I love you, man.
I would have bailed out back when David bailed out, because you can't. And you know what? The haters are watching every move. The haters are your biggest fans.
No,
they watch everything you do, and they're the biggest fans. And in some cases, they're subscribed and followers, or even members of your channel, or even paying money.
Okay,
but then some of them.
Let me just a second. Let me just explain why it was important for David to leave, because David is not part of this conversation. He's part of the new guard. We're doing a plot line with him exclusively, and I think the four of us here, we would be able to hit this subject because we're a lot more interested in this subject. Thomas Burnett, he's the OG chatter. David, OG creator. O'Shea, OG viewer turned into enthusiasts and continued the legacy. So, and I'm just trying to learn and piece everything, the puzzle together. And it's deep. This story, David, like of you leaving YouTube.
Yeah, this sordid story.
Yeah, I am freaking on the edge of my
I
seat.
find the whole thing fascinating, and now I would probably be more likely to study these people and let them crack on with their thing while I was doing the lives or the videos or anything, and actually dive into what the hell's going on here, because I know for a fact there must have been occasions where some of these trolls that sent me the most heinous things via email, Instagram, YouTube comments, live stream comments, those same people must have had alter egos in some cases where they were my number one fan. And that's the scary thing. And what sort of mentality must you have to play both sides of the coin like that? And really try in one step, try and completely destroy someone's self-worth and what they're trying to build.
People are incomprehensible, man.
It is just, well, that's the only word for it, right? Incomprehensible. I don't get it.
People are the strangest creatures on the earth. And I mean, the old phrase of my mother always used to say, there's nought as queer as folk.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's in the old sense, queer, like the strange. There's nought as strange as people are just incomprehensible. They're strange. Right now, here you go. You've got Michaela de Chatillon in the audience.
If she wants to join.
When Michaela started coming on my stream, she was bombarded by all these Ocean haters trying to turn her off. Yeah.
I mean, no offense. Who is Michaela?
Michaela, she's one of the new people in the watch space, and she's on the show with me every Monday.
Nice.
She loves watches and style and stuff like that, and she's great. But she was hit with a lot of stuff, and it was amazing because she just took it like, yeah, whatever, hater, whatever, good luck, hater. She had the perfect temperament to just go, oh my God, these guys are so obsessed with this dude that they want to take him down and they want to shatter any of his connections or his friends or whatever. And she's like, all that says to me is like, yeah, I'll keep on going. Fuck you,
Yeah.
So,
I wish I had that mindset back then. I literally I had the thinnest skin possible.
But you were back at the beginning. You were back at the beginning. It's more normal now. Like any channel starting today or tomorrow, they can expect this stuff immediately.
Yeah.
Back when you were doing it, there were fewer of us or fewer of you, and it was I gotta say, it was a purer, more simple environment, and it was, had you continued and the channel gotten larger, you just expect more and more of that. Imagine people who are like really in the limelight. Recently I saw, I think it was an actress, or it was Drew Barrymore. She actually is a watch aficionado as well.
Oh, yeah.
But she was on something in New York, some live thing in front of a live audience, and some crazy guy just walks up like to the stage, and he's like, I've been trying to call you, and she immediately stands up. Yeah, just some crazy dude is obsessed. And he's like, I've been trying to call you and you don't. He's just a mad, obsessive fan. And there was no reaction. She just stood up and walked away, and security just took her off the stage. And they removed the guy from the auditorium. And then she came back on and she continued the interview. This is the reality that really proper famous people have. You just got to know that 1 in 1,000 people is incomprehensible. They're a lunatic, and there's no reasoning with them, and there's no way to figure them out. You just have to kind of, it's the cost of business. It's it's the eggs that you have to break if you're going to do this kind of thing. You have to be ready for it. One person earlier, Tim, one of your members, mentioned that. I think he was referring to the fact that I was in the supermarket and somebody stopped me and, too good to take a photo with a fan. You sound like a prick. No, I was very nice to that person who stopped me in the supermarket. It was a very weird moment for that to happen, but I was very nice in that moment. I was also really tired when I met, he calls himself John Doe, at the train station. I was so pissed off because I had a really awful day the other day, and But this guy approached me at the train station. It was the last thing I wanted to deal with. I was just like, oh God, I just want to go home to bed.
Yeah.
But he was fucking cool as hell. He was really, really nice guy. And I put on a smile and we took a photo. And I even mentioned him last night. I do the best I can.
That's what normal people
nice.
do, Shane.
Yeah, just to be nice and so on. Even though inside I was like, oh,
you're tired.
I'm tired. But shut up, dude. The person has been watching you.
You made his day.
Put on a nice face.
This guy was gonna come home and he's gonna say the whole Shane fucking O'Malley, and he was great. He was made my day.
Delightful, and I don't lord it over anyone. I don't do any of that shit. I'm a regular dude. I take shit for coming onto your show, Tim. People are like, why are you?
That streamlines perfectly into the super chat that's just been sent. Someone has let's drill down into this. Someone has sent money to try and hurt your feelings, Shane. Look at that.
I mean, this is
listen. I always say it. There's nothing these guys can say to me that I haven't said to myself 2 inches from the mirror.
I just in this situation, right, and they're not gonna like it, is you've literally sent money to say that. I mean, we would say in the UK, pop 50p in your bum, you've played yourself. What are you doing? What are you doing? You spent money to you spent $5 for O'Sheen to laugh at you.
Yeah,
that's what you've done there. That's brilliant.
Dude, just last week or earlier during the week, because I was talking about a little watch I'm involved in the creation of, and I was getting a grilling here from the reporters, Tim and his buddies, and one of his sidekicks or his right hand men, OC, came in with hard pressing questions, and I was like, okay, I'm a big boy, I can take it. Let's hear it. And the questions were all perfectly valid, regular questions. And he goes, okay, that's it. And I was like, aren't you going to ask me like something horrific and terrible about my personal life? And there was none of that. But I was ready. I was poised for that.
You know why? Because OC is in the state of mind where he thinks that asking normal questions is against the rules. Because that's what Cartel forbids you. Cartel brainwashed us into saying that, hey, telling truth about watches is a bad thing. You have to make it sound better.
I got to get it off my chest, because one thing I didn't do when I was last here is tell the truth, right? And that guy, I cannot get it out of my head. Imagine if you walked into a room full of 150 people, went, by the way, everyone, I'm an idiot. Imagine doing that, and that's what that comment was. I don't know.
He's getting his $5 worth.
He's living room free in my head now. But Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ! That comment, spending money to try and offend someone, is like walking into a room full of people and going, "By the way, everyone, I'm a moron." So okay, thanks for letting us know. Cool.
That's the internet. That's the internet. That's the internet. What you can do hiding behind the keyboard, though, isn't it?
I'd be interested to know how many people my persona now versus back then, because I feel like it's very different. It must be, because before I gave a shit about everything, and now I give zero.
Yeah, now you're ready for it.
You're much more mature now, David. You've been through it. You've done it. You've experienced it. You're a much more mature person.
Apparently, I've got to get a grip, though. I don't know what I'm gripping. Maybe my.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, you got a grip. You got a grip of reality.
Get a grip.
Yeah, you got to get the grip of reality. This is the thing. When the cartel brainwashes you, and then your body, they're in the way, because Paul Thorpe trained you like a fucking bitch, because he kept telling you that you're not allowed to talk about the true value of watches, right? And then when you talk publicly and you feel like Paul Thorpe might be watching, like his ever-present gaze is upon you, and you feel like, hey, listen, I can't really tell the truth about the watches, because what if Paul is watching? And then sometimes he pops up into the comment section and freaking lets people know, hey, I'm watching you. Like, this is like, he instills fear.
I think that was one of my.
Sorry.
I think that was one of my failure points, is that when everyone was making videos about how amazing something was, I'd actually usually make a video go, actually, this is crap, and I'll tell you why. And people hated that because that wasn't the narrative. I would always go against the narrative. And I'd do the same now, just in a more extreme way, I feel.
No, but if you always go against the narrative, then you're too predictable. Then they know they can control you.
True.
Yeah, they're the reverse logic. Yeah.
Oh.
O'Shea, come on. O'Shea O'Malley Jr. $2 super chat. Daddy, will I get any child support from?
Frollo has two L's in Frollo.
It's Dirk. It's definitely
we need
Dirk.
a tally.
Yo, O'Shea, you know it's Dirk, right?
It's of course it's Dirk. That's all he's
just
got.
hop on the
I'm taking credit. You know when people break up and there's that meme like thanks for all the orgasms.
Yeah.
I'm taking credit for Dirk's masturbation process over the past couple of years. It's all he's got.
So you gave Dirk an orgasm? Is that what you're telling us?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
It's regular masturbatory.
Your videos have become that good that grown men are
it's like a
masturbating.
self-hatred deprecation thing he's gotten himself into. He watches the stuff, he loves to hate it, but he needs to orgasm on it. This is where Dirk is, you know. Oh shit, how many black t-shirts do you own? 5 or 15? Probably about 50 at this point. I'm gonna have to bid you guys farewell. Listen, David, great to see you, man. Fucking amazing.
It's good to see you, mate. Good to see you.
Thanks for all the great videos, and thanks for inspiring myself, and I'll speak on behalf of other YouTubers. I'm sure you had an influence back then too. I can certainly say that for me, and I hope you're well. I think you got out at the right time, and kudos to you. I'm a little bit jealous, but I wish you the best of luck, and I'm gonna go watch your videos now. I'm gonna go to bed and actually watch that.
Don't masturbate to them. Don't
I'll try not to masturbate. Yeah, bastard! He beat me to it with the root beer. No, but seriously, all the best, brother. And
thank you, buddy.
Great to see you again. It's been a great night.
Take care of yourself. Take care, mate.
See you, Tim. Enjoy your break. See you, Thomas. See you, Thomas. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Wow, what a episode!
It's great to hear from him. Great to hear from him. Yeah, it's madness to hear Oisin O'Malley, O'Sheen. I'm shit with names. Always have O'Sheen.
If you want to know how
to hear that I influenced him starting to make videos, that's mad. That is mad.
Oh, it's not mad, dude. You don't even understand how many people you inspired, influenced, helped get through tough times. Those videos, you know, especially at that fragile time, they were really what created kind of the original enthusiasm.
Yeah, it is really nice to see though that although when I started everything, like we just touched on quite a lot, the turbulent time that it went through, to then it's coming out the other side now. And you've got obviously channels like yourself and O'Sheen still going, and it seems like it's getting back to the place that I wanted it to be at when I was around, and that's great. Even in my absence, it still made it there. So
you're feeling fantastic. Like the tide is changing. Have you felt like the tide has been stopped? I think. Listen, when I
think you know what it is,
bragging or taking credit.
No, I hate doing that as well. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. There's no brag, but I feel like, man. When Paul and Thomas, you know what? You like Paul has been like blocking your comments. He's been doing some bullshit stuff there as well, right? He's playing some games. Okay, look, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to get involved. It's just he's been playing games a little bit.
I think
if you want to mention something, I don't know.
That's mad. I can't imagine a world where anyone would block Thomas. That's a bit strange.
Thomas had legitimate criticism. Thomas has always been extremely respected in the watch community. Has never said anything ever.
Yeah, I mean it's a name I always remembered. Whenever the watch stuff came up, like in my personal life, it was always a name that I remembered.
I think
100%.
I think you know what it was, Thomas. Because it wasn't much longer after, you know, you were blocked. But you know what? That to me, that felt like this is Cartel saying they're against watch enthusiasts in a way, because like you're a true enthusiast, and to me it felt it was because Red Shovel shared it with me, and it felt so hurtful because they were pretending, and it's like when you said it, when you broke silence, I feel like if they left that comment up that you left, so many people would have sided with you, and they had to delete you, they had to suppress your voice.
It was just about his pivot towards his political agenda that he's got now, and it wasn't to do with watches. It was just a comment I made about his pivot on his channel, and it's up to him if he wants to delete. Well, he said he didn't delete it, but if he wants to remove people from making comments, and yeah, fair enough. I mean,
I think if any comments are leaning more towards the hateful side, then yeah, I think there's definitely a reason to remove them. But something that I was always accused of was silencing people because I didn't agree with their point of view. But whenever there was constructive criticism on my videos, I didn't have a problem with that, and sometimes you learn from that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But to remove constructive criticism, which I can only imagine that would be the height of anything hateful from yourself, Thomas, is constructive criticism. To remove that is just silencing people for no reason. That's just like, you don't agree with me, so you got to go.
I'd be interested to know, David. When you had your channel, did you put a lot of time into preparation for your content and stuff? Did you? Did you find it took a lot of energy out of you? Preparing for your content and stuff, or did you just free flow it, and
no. Well, so oh my God, get that off the screen.
Whoa, you look like younger Buckley.
That's because I was. So yeah, walking through it. So this sort of intro stuff, yeah, definitely. Wow. That probably would have been like the 8th or 10th, no doubt. But
and you were filming.
I remember this video
with the water behind him.
So yes, the ocean, right?
You went into.
But I remember that video, the Planet Ocean.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. It would have always taken a few takes, no doubt. The review stuff, I attempted to make them informative with the right amount of information that everyone was looking for, because you've got a lot of different camps watching these videos. You've got the people that want to know stuff about this so they can buy it, so they want to know lug width, how it sits on the wrist, all that sort of like fit and finish type stuff. You've got people that are just nerds like we were, that want to know the specs, the calibers, all that sort of good stuff. And there's the cool wall. And so I would always script it in a way that delivered information for all of those people, and it was quite difficult at times. And not only that, it's really hard to describe. Tim, you might know what I'm talking about. Is when you're talking like I am now, you're not really thinking about it. I'm just saying words. It's just coming out. But when you write a script and put yourself in front of a camera, the worst thing you can do is turn that tiny little screen around as well. It's like the cardinal sin. When you're doing that, you very quickly become aware of every single word you say. You stumble and you fuck it up so many times that it just becomes a bit of a nightmare. So for a video like this, 7-8 minutes long, there must have been like 10-15 takes on some of these sections here.
Then you've got your editing. So a video like this might take you, say, 10 hours or something.
Depends what the video is. I think this sort of thing, I'd say a good 6 hours at least. Just for that. But that was, I think, given time, maybe like O'Sheen, he might have got his style of content down to a fine art at this point, right? He might, if he wants to do an 8-minute video, he can get it done in 3 hours. And that would be where you get see editing and everything. It's all
Sheen spends a lot of time adding music to his and stuff like that. So
and this is the thing that people don't see. is that this sort of stuff. So I had a 4K camera that I used, which was a fantastic camcorder. It's the only time I've owned a camcorder since like the early 2000s, and never since. I would have a professional microphone pointed just above my head, just above that awful hairline there.
Yeah.
Pointing directly at my
Good
mouth.
hairline. I don't know what you're complaining about.
And
look at mine.
yeah,
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
that would that would record separately to the video audio. So then you have to go through and sync all of that up. Yeah, it did take a long time, and that was another one of the reasons that I gave it up, because I was doing all of this. I was doing
And
the
working.
watchmaking content and working. Yeah, I was doing all the watchmaking
What
content.
were you working at that time? What were you doing? What kind
Same
of job?
Same job. IT.
Oh,
I've always
oh,
worked
so
in IT.
what kind of IT you said?
It's just software, like
It's just regular
e-commerce
software.
stuff. Yeah. And yeah, so doing all of that, a full-time job, and doing this in the evenings, and then obviously traveling out at the weekends to pretty places to put a watch and get a nice background shot. There was a lot of work. That's a
And then
really
the-
unflattering still right there.
And then the live streams on top of that. Did you do a lot of scripting for those, or were they just off the cuff, sort of
for the live stream,
enjoy more enjoyment, sort of socializing, and
exactly that. So the live streams, there was sometimes like the call wall. It wasn't scripted by any means, but there was, a structure, a loose structure. But then a lot of the time, if it wasn't like the watch quiz that I did or the call wall or something like that, it would usually be driven by the chat,
bro.
The way the live stream goes.
This cool wall. This is a horrible idea. I mean, if you were asking me for some advice, I would have told you from the start, dude.
No, it's really good fun, Tim.
Yeah,
actually.
it's great fun for
cool.
some. See, Thomas, see, you're just a genuine nice guy. You're in it for the fun. You're doing it for the hobby. There's people who genuinely think that when he puts that watch in the uncool section, that they're actually become uncool.
They get offended. Yeah, they get offended.
They get offended. Yeah, they'll do it. They
want
my
watch is uncool. You're saying my watch is uncool.
But I do understand in a way, because a lot of the time when people go out and spend probably a good chunk of
a few
what they've
thousand
got
quid,
saved,
yeah.
They've saved all of that money. They've worked all of those hours to buy that watch. For then this random chump to say that it's not cool. And a lot of the time, rightly or wrongly, and we all do it, our self-worth becomes tied up in that item. So for me to then say you're not cool, so I've just worked all those hours, spent all that money for this random knobhead to say that I'm not cool.
Absolutely.
And they get offended.
Has there been any fans that you kind of you put into the uncool section?
Any fans?
Yeah, some people that were on the show whose watches you put into the uncool section.
Oh God, I don't know. There wasn't many people that came on the show.
You didn't do a lot of streams with like, yeah, you did Bark and Jack.
No, you know what?
You had Oshin as a guest. Hold on a second, right?
Yeah, I had back in the day, but it was a long fucking time ago now. Actually, I'm trying to think of the first person. So I did a lot of streams with a guy called Just Bluefish watch reviews.
Just Bluefish, one of the first,
yeah, and a guy called AB, and that was the majority of my live streaming for a long time. And that's
Bluefish and AB.
Yeah, I don't know what he was actually called. His actual name was AB, I think, but I don't think that was actually
AB. He's from what watch collecting strategy?
Jesus Christ! Everyone's got a better memory than me. Yeah, watch collecting strategy. That's it.
What's that? What's the watch collecting strategy?
Yeah, so it was those.
That's a channel. That's a channel.
There was the three of us on the streams, and then I can't remember who was next. I think I spoke to Adrian a lot about coming on the show or on the stream even. The show makes it sound a lot bigger than it actually was. And then he came on the stream, and off of the back of that, I got a lot of new subscribers, funnily enough. And then in between there was Paul Thorpe, Oshin, and then Adrian came on. And I think Adrian was probably the last person that ever came on any of my streams. And And it's mad to think, like, you look at the views on my streams, and they're all like, at the time, maybe 50 to 100 people. When Bark and Jack came on, there was like 1,000 people in there, and it was a completely different monster dealing with that.
Yeah.
And then the views after the fact,
Can we get these streams unlocked?
They would maybe 2 seconds. They would maybe get like, 1,000 views,
Hey, actually,
maybe 2,000.
slow down. Do not unlock them. I have a plan.
Okay.
So do not unlock them, because whoever was the troll, they're probably in the comment section of your live streams.
Yeah,
okay?
I don't care. That's fine.
No. But the thing is, if you unlock them, they can go and delete they can scrub themselves out of it. While you have the live streams hidden, they cannot have access into that. They cannot pull.
Oh, just make them live. Make them live, David.
So what I would say is, go to the live streams, screenshot all the chat, just save it, and then you can open it up.
I can't even find. I can see the one with Paul Thorpe. Oh, here he is, Adrian.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any comments on these, to be honest. I think once
There's nobody in the chat.
I don't think so.
Open the chat.
But that's the time why I loved about your live stream, so that everyone used the real names. A lot of the people.
Oh, as soon as I open the chat, there's a super chat on the screen with me and Adrian looking for thoughts on the Cartier Santos midsize, and it's Thomas Burnett.
Oh, whoa!
Straight away.
Thomas was watching the streams back in the day. I mean, he's the OG. He's the OG.
Thomas is more of an OG than I am.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Where is it? Where is it? Right, there's one. I definitely did two. Oh, there's the second one. There we go. So I've got two. Oh, I've only got one. I don't know how to use this anymore.
It's
right,
not
public.
even super chats. What about regular chats?
I can't see anything. I mean, if they want to go and delete themselves over there, it's up to them. Right, so they should both be public now. Does take a little while for them to come through there.
There's some.
But yeah, it's funny because my streams got like 2,000 views at most, and then the ones with Bark and Jack got substantially more. Of course they did.
Of course. I mean, look, this is Adrian's.
If you refresh that should be there now.
Thomas, are you a fan?
They go
of
live.
Adrian?
It's there.
Oh, whoa!
Jesus, look how young and skinny I was. Amazing.
This is incredible. Bark and Jack and Just Horology.
He's a really nice guy.
I remember, comments are turned off.
Yeah, when I did these streams, we then had a chat. Well, before and after the fact, you know how StreamYard works, and we were chatting away. And he's just such a lovely guy. He's very down to earth. I don't think I have one bad thing. I don't have one bad thing to say about the guy. He's a really good guy.
Yeah, really nice man and me. Yeah.
I'm shocked how young I look. I look like a young teen wolf with that hair. That's mad. I mean, it's reassuring though. I thought my hairline was disappearing, but actually, I've always had a really big forehead, so that's good.
Wow. I mean, Thomas, have you met Adrian at any of the shows?
I saw him at British Watchmakers Day. I didn't chat to him, but he comes across as a really nice bloke on his streams. I know other people who do know him, and they have nothing but good things to say about him.
He is a lovely guy. Yeah.
Absolute legend. And did you see he met John Mayer?
Really?
Yeah. Look at this. It's freaking incredible. I mean, it's on Instagram. It's on Andrew's Instagram of all the people. Look at this.
Oh,
That's
wow.
pretty cool, right?
Rubbing shoulders, right?
Yeah. Rubbing shoulders with John Mayer. So, in a way, it's pretty interesting. Who are these two people? I'm not 100% sure here on the right.
I thought that was Michaela on the right, but obviously I've never met her, so I wouldn't know.
But this is Andrew. Oh, and I guess he got to see the new watch, the new AP, the John Mayer limited edition AP.
Yeah, Andrew McCutcheon. Yeah.
What did you think about this one, Thomas?
I'm not a massive AP fan, to be honest with you. I know your viewers love AP, and LC's a big AP fan, and but yeah, I know they're classic. The Royal Oak's one of the classic watches, but it's out way out of my price league. I can appreciate it. It's a great watch, especially the perpetuals, the perpetual calendars.
Yeah,
love those. Yeah, love them.
Wow, yeah, it's incredible. You're gonna be at the Watches and Wonders, right?
Yeah, yeah,
incredible. Yeah,
has Adrian ever done another live stream? I'm not sure he has. So I feel privileged to.
He's been on my live stream like once or twice.
Oh, has he? Nice.
Yeah, during the Timepiece Gentleman Saga origin, right? Like,
oh God, yeah, that whole thing.
During the beginning there, where everybody was first time trying to comprehend who is Timepiece Gentleman. It was.
Yeah, I sort of. Yeah, I must admit, I sort of smelt a rat with that whole thing as soon as it started.
Yeah, it's in retrospect. It's 2020. I thought, Andy Vance thought he was innocent. That's ridiculous. He thought that he's going to be able to pay it back. That's weird. Anyways, look.
Yeah,
it was simpler times.
I did see a few videos where he had like a counter where he was paying this money back, and then he just disappeared after that. Right? I don't think he made any more videos.
Yeah,
I can't say I'm surprised.
What did you guys talk about? What kind of topics you guys discuss on the watch?
Well, I can't remember. Such a long time ago now.
Look at this.
Oh, it's red. Oh, look, we're talking about the Joker.
Man, you look totally different.
I know. I really wanted one of those Jokers.
I think they're great, aren't they?
What's it? Constantine Shakin?
Constantine Shakin, yeah. I mean, me and Tim probably both met him on separate days at the HCI show last year. And but he's a lovely man. Great watchmaker.
He's Russian.
He just set the record for the most expensive Russian watch to be sold at auction, $450,000.
There he is.
Hey, Thomas Burnett, the OG. This is why Thomas Burnett is the OG, because he was there when all of this unfolded. Thomas, I mean, dude, if you help us out, we'll be able to find. We'll be able to get to the bottom of this. Look at this Breguet Marine range of watches. I mean, you're asking watch questions from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
True collector, always keeping the watch talk going. I mean, that's huge respect to you, man.
Yeah, there were some people that carried the lives. Can't lie. Thomas being one of them. Yeah, there we go. There he is again. Look, you can't get rid of him. He's always there.
Thomas is incredible, and like it's you and Adrian shooting the shit, and
I think I'm wearing a Breitling.
You had the Breitling in this one. Hey, by the way, David, we've got the original OC joining us. Look at this.
Hi, OC.
Hey, Thomas, what's up? Hey, David, what's up?
Hey,
hey, Tim. Good evening. I love these late night streams. Reminds me of the good old days.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it heats up. This is where the greatest
late night for you,
made. Yeah,
early morning for me.
Yeah. Oh. By the way, I don't know how much time you want to spend going at this.
I'm good. I'm cool.
You're good. You're good. You had enough.
No. I'm good. I can continue. Yeah, I'm all good.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's interesting watching these old. It feels so awful of me to have forgotten that I owned a Breitling. It's like I can't remember which one it was now either.
You let the watches get to your head. See,
yeah,
Thomas, I mean,
he
was so reckless. When He had no idea what the
That
heck
was
he was
very
doing.
reckless, very reckless. So that would have been 8. That would have been my total count then with the Breitling, my collection at the height of it anyway.
OC, by
Wow.
the way, Thomas, can you tell OC what the heck is going on the screen? Set it up for him.
Oh God.
Yeah, who is this guy? And
Who's this guy? It's Adrian and it's David from Just Horology, the channel Just Horology. It's old school OG UK channel called Just Horology that disappeared. Went off the radar. He took down all his videos and
ran.
He blacked out. He went dark and disappeared from the scene, and now he's appeared on Tim's show.
disappeared like before the hype, before the big spike of 2021.
Before
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow. Before the cartel wars began. too.
Before all that began, yeah.
He was during the early war, the primitive war.
It's a pleasure to meet you, and an honor to meet you.
You too. You too.
I came into the hobby around 2020, so some of the OG guys I missed.
Yeah. I my last video we found out earlier was April 18th, 2020. So it makes sense you missed me.
That's like what's 1 month after like I got into the hobby. I started getting into watching YouTube videos like in March or April of 2020, right after COVID.
Yeah. OC. So you haven't seen this stuff, right? You didn't. You don't know who David is.
I don't.
You don't know what is he doing on this channel.
Who is this guy and why is he with Adrian Barker?
I thought for a second David Khalil had eaten a couple of Big Macs. You know.
And what is Thomas Burnett doing on the live stream too? This is incredible. I mean, we've got some.
Thomas Burnett was on the other day. He's I think he's back. Thomas Burnett is back.
Great to hear. Great to hear. Thomas Burnett, one of the great OGs. He'll help us piece this entire puzzle together. It's like an archaeology dig.
Yeah. There's still more digging to be done, I think.
Oh yeah. See it. You're not. Yeah. Okay. Please.
I don't know. No. I don't know whatever. I might say something a little controversial, but I don't know what the big appeal of Adrian Barker was. I'm not into straps. So I hate straps. As a matter of fact, I don't change my own straps. I don't like straps. I like bracelets. So I know he got famous early on for having his own strap company or whatever on YouTube. But he's a nice enough guy. I mean, we met him at Watches and Wonders last year. Super nice guy. But I just don't care about his opinion on anything. That's the problem. You know, like if he likes a Speedmaster, if he likes a Tag Heuer, I just don't give a fuck. You know what he thinks about anything.
Right. I mean, I think me and David know him from the days of he used to do walk around Gonzo streaming on the streets of London, and just walking around, short videos about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes long, where he'd just walk around the streets of London and do brief chat and update on what he thought about a certain watch or what the market and that was before he got into straps. You know, it was before he got into strap selling. It was just him Gonzo streaming and chatting about Rolex mainly. Rolex, that was his main.
Yeah, that was the subject topic when I was around. Yeah, Rolex, everything.
Yeah.
If you didn't talk about Rolex, you didn't get any views, and that's how it went.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed.
Yeah, this is the thing. That's one of the things that killed it for me. Is that I was just talking to Thomas about it a minute ago. Like 6-7 hours of production to get a video out to get like 400 views in the end. I was like, this is just, it's fruitless. Here he is again, Thomas Burnett.
Oh no, that's looking at the Breguet. The Breguet is pretty cool. Interesting to see also what watches you guys looked at that time. Interesting. Bragging.
I remember there being a question on one of these streams of Adrian about the AP concept stuff. I don't know which one it was in though.
Oh, see. What do you think about this whole David situation? How he left the YouTube scene?
I don't know. Why did you leave? Did you just
It's,
get
it's,
tired?
oh, it's a long backstory.
Like,
Oh,
if
feel like
you,
it,
no,
bro.
no, but you know what? There's some new viewers who are doing. How about you do like a short summary? Like you could do a condensed short summary
Okay.
for Ocean.
So I started the YouTube stuff in around early 2019, when the only people that were really around was the Urban Gentry. That was like the main channel at the time, and that was or still is a very specific niche, right? That content, in my opinion, is quite niche. So I wanted to start something that was a bit more humble, in a way, a bit more down to earth and just more realistic. Did that, and then I'm learning today the likes of Oisin took inspiration from that and started their channel, which is just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
So if you don't like Oisin, I'm sorry, it was my fault.
No, no.
Yeah. No, this is anti-Oisin channel actually.
Yeah.
This is the Oisin hate stream. No. Oisin was asking normal questions, and everybody freaked out. How dare you ask what size the watch it is? What the hell?
Basically, as you can probably see from this lovely screenshot, I was a much younger man with less thick skin than I've got now, and I just got absolutely ravished by the wolves that are the haters, like the likes of Neo. I've seen you guys. I've been watching in the background for a while. It's probably
this is before and
premise
after.
that.
The before and after image.
Good,
you
thanks.
see this?
Yeah,
I mean,
great.
look, I'm kind of like you. I when I started out, I kind of looked like a beautiful boy.
You look normal.
As well.
Yeah, you look normal.
Yeah.
Now you look like Charles Manson's escaped nephew.
But yeah, that was it. That was it, basically. Just
what do you mean?
like
What was it? I mean, what do you mean by they chewed you? Like they chewed you up? I mean, what was it about your content or your style or?
It was just personal attacks mostly, and it was a lot of like I've gone through it a few times, like death threats via email, stuff like that, stuff against my partner, threats of sexual assault, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I went to the Brighton Watch Show, and that's where it all sort of started. And like people would send me stuff that you would have had to have met me to know, like very strange things, and I just couldn't hack it.
And wait. No. But there's some clues. Oh, see it because he said that he went to the Brighton Watch Show. Let me hold on. He missed it out because when he explained it, he had trolls. Paul Thorpe, Brighton Watch Show. He had trolls, right? But then after he came back from Brighton, this is when the troll attacks intensified. They went berserk. It was after the show. So
because they met you in person and they just saw what you looked like in person versus seeing you on the stream.
Exactly. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I just wasn't as mature and as hard-skinned as I am now back then, and the amount of stuff that I got, it just became too much. So it was that, and then the fact that I just at the time, it was just for the love of like watches, effectively, and everything. And I joined at the time, and obviously Oisin came, a little bit after me. And then after that was the explosion of like the dealer YouTube channels. And quickly everything became about not look how cool this is, look at the craftsmanship. It was look how much this costs. I'm awesome. It sort of became about that stuff, and it just killed it for me because my streams and everything where I connected with the likes of Thomas quickly went from, what's your opinion on this? I'm thinking of buying it and let's have a discussion about that subject.
Yeah.
It became about, I'm thinking about buying an Air King. Do you think that's a good investment? Will it hold its value? It's like just really surface level, shallow shit. And I just can't be bothered anymore. So the combination of those two.
I must say, props to Paul Thorpe. This Brighton Watch Show was the OG watch show of the UK, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of like the first. I mean, we've seen a lot more watch shows. The London Watch Show, World Time, the one that's happening in Wembley this year in June, Watch Pro Salon, things like that. But this is the first sort of enthusiast watch show that happened, where enthusiasts got together and dealers as well got together.
What is it about Brighton that makes it the watch mecca of the UK?
It's where Paul lives. It's where Paul lives. So it was
Okay,
just somewhere that he could organize a show quickly.
I think this was the first ever show that was organized by like a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Really? Wow. This is incredible. Hey, by the way, Thomas, have you went to this show?
I never made it to Brighton Watch Show. No, I never made it. No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well,
That's too bad.
Tim's not allowed to go to Brighton, so
Yeah, I have been threatened threatened by Andy Binns. He said, I will beat the shit out of you, Henry. Can't wait to see you do it. I'll do a fundraiser to come to Brighton. So hey, maybe we'll do a Brighton White Show 2.0.
We just need a little boxing ring right in the center.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna fight Andy Binns. He's gonna put up his guitar on the line.
For fuck's sake.
I'm gonna put my Panda Daytona on the line. We're gonna beat the shit out of each other, and the winner takes. Listen, it's a free guitar, basically. Come on.
Oh, don't say that. It'd be like a Trax NYC versus Nico Leonard fight, wouldn't it?
It would be. Well, it's my version. Like, we
the winner takes the pink
have that
slips.
kind of budget. Nico's doing it, Thomas. Nico's doing it on like big budget. We're doing it on like pittances.
Yeah.
I'm fighting Andy Binns, It's fun. But yeah, look at this. Even at
Paul
that
Thorpe is even wearing like a polo shirt. He's dressed conservatively for him.
I mean, he did. I mean, in the same breath, we do need to mention that was a costume change. He was walking around in a.
Okay.
If you go back a little bit, go back to the bit where he's sitting with Jonathan. I think it's right near the beginning. You'll see.
With Jonathan.
There we go. There it is. There it is.
Interesting. Different look.
I mean, conservative and costume change in the same thing.
And you bought your root beer from Jonathan, didn't you, David?
No, I bought it from another guy. I can't remember his name now.
Right, okay.
Not BQ Watches. It was another one. I can't remember the name. They are in the video, though.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was now. But yeah, I did buy that here. And then 2 weeks later, I got the call from the AD for the root beer. So.
And did you end up with 2 root beers at one point?
I did, yeah. That's how bad things got.
That's correct, wasn't it? But you bought the second one from the AD. Wow.
Yeah. It was a bit painful. A little bit of a hole in the bank for a little while, but yeah.
Wow, Thomas, you was a huge fan. See, this is the thing. Like, there was very few people back then making content, right, Thomas?
Yeah, absolutely.
And people like David pioneered the hobby kind of before it really took off and became anything.
Were you watching some of his videos, Tim?
Me? I think I've seen some of the videos, but I haven't heard anything of this drama that gotten David to,
It's sort of, it died. Well, it didn't die for a long time, though. There were still people trying to leave fake reviews under my name for Jonathan and whatnot, like 2 years later.
For Jonathan? This Jonathan?
Yeah, that Jonathan. Yeah, that was the one we were speaking about earlier, where someone made that Just Cupcakes and left a really horrible review on his business for Google. Yeah.
Wait a second. Oh my God.
That was for him.
So Just Copy. So wait a second. Oh, see, you have to understand. This is insane. Okay. This is insane. Okay. So someone to attack David took a picture of David's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Used her picture, but called the account name Just Cupcakes and left the review on Jonathan, a negative review, a very critical review.
1 star. Yeah.
And
He was
then
trying to scam or something.
And then people turned it around and said, David, that has to be you that left the negative review. What is wrong with you?
I would, of course, incriminate myself from the get-go. You know, like every good villain. Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, for someone to do something that sophisticated back then is kind of strange. That happens every day.
Oh,
right.
Tim
This
and me
is like
today.
every day.
That's
everyday occurrence.
That's an everyday occurrence for Tim and me to have someone on the hate streams make up 2 or 3 hours worth of lies, tell the audience, and expect for it to be spread across the internet, and then to come back to us, and we just ignore it. It's just pure nonsense. If we had to respond, Tim and I, to every lie that was spread about us, we would be doing 24-hour live streams every day just to refute.
Sounds good.
The
I'd watch that.
Oh man, I just don't want to do it for my own personal, because it doesn't matter. It's no matter what I say, they'll come up with any kind of spin, because there is no substance to them. They're just spinning. They're reactionaries. They just react to what I'm saying, and they don't genuinely believe anything. They're just melding their viewpoints around what I say. If I say I like green, they'll say what the opposite of green is.
A couple. I see some of those people in the chat. I mean, they're the hate watchers. That's a real phenomenon. You know, it started with Howard Stern, the people who said that they didn't like Howard Stern, but actually watched longer than the people who actually liked Howard Stern.
Wow.
That's a real phenomenon that started in the 90s and 2000s. And now on YouTube, it's just with the proliferation of people working from home, you know, on their computers all day, and they just take on these online personas. These are anonymous troll personas, and they feel like they can say things in a chat anonymously that they couldn't say to people's faces, and it makes them feel powerful because they had, you know, like a bad childhood, or they lack social skills in real life, being able to talk to people, being able to converse with the opposite sex, have relationships, etc. So they kind of create an online persona to be tougher than the failure that they are in real life.
But this was one of the scary things when I went to this show, is that some of the people that were leaving all of these heinous comments in all my stuff must have approached me at some point.
Well, but wait, hold on a second. Who was
suggesting
who was telling Jonathan? Did Jonathan contact you and said, like, why are you doing this? Or because
I think I contacted him in the end, because
wait, so somebody was leaving the comments with the picture, but Jonathan
they didn't leave comments as such. They literally just left that one review on Google for his business.
Did Jonathan know it was a picture of your girlfriend?
Yeah, so because it was Just Cupcakes and a picture of my girlfriend from one of the streams I did.
How did Jonathan know what your girlfriend looks like?
He met her.
And did he identify her?
She came to the show.
And was he upset? Did he say something to you like,
yeah, but this is the thing that blew my mind at the time, is that he himself, rightly or wrongly, truly believed it was me that left the review. It's like, if I was going to leave a review, I would surely make just up some random bullshit name and leave the review.
That's just crazy, because I mean, literally, like if Tim or I get accused of something, we just say that's just bullshit. We just dismiss it out of hand, and the people just go, "Oh, okay, you're right." And for someone to actually believe that, to me, is mind blowing, because
this was the thing. It's like, he's a business owner, and that's his reputation on the line, right? And I completely understand why he'd feel some kind of way about that. But the fact that anyone believed it, like I said earlier, it's like murdering someone and then sticking your photo with "I did it" like above the body.
Well,
it's like, why would you do that?
Well, because, you know, some people they get really empowered by doing that, because it's like a reverse psychology. Nobody would do it.
But that's what they wanted, right?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what they wanted. Is they wanted to cause me grief and get the finger pointed at me and have some sort of reaction come out of it.
So how will you set up? So this is obviously some type of a setup here.
Oh yeah,
who told
it's a terrible one. It's a
Oh
terrible
yeah,
one.
you were thrown under the bus. They
Well, by
prepared
the
the bus
sounds
for
of
you,
it,
and then you threw it under.
by the sounds of it, they've left this review, and
And then
like Red,
told
well,
Jonathan.
Red was saying earlier that they all have these WhatsApp groups that are still going to this day. So obviously they blew up about this review. Jonathan is probably either in contact with, friends with, or in those groups.
They convinced him.
He's probably seen that and gone, why would he do that? You know? And I think that comes from a discussion that I had with him a long time ago. And it was something that I spoke about briefly on one of my live streams, is that I offered him my Datejust that was like 6 months old or something like that. And I didn't agree with the price that he quoted me. You know, we're always going to disagree when we're buying and selling. There's all the time disagreements on what it's worth, right? And they took that, twisted it, and then 2-3 years later decided to leave a review on the premise that I'd been slating him, which isn't the case at all. I wanted to sell a watch. I asked him if he wanted to buy it. He told me a price. I didn't like it. I moved on, and it was turned into this huge thing, and this whole saga unfolds.
David, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You were set up. It's 100% set up.
Hold on a second. How many £1,000 difference was the price?
Oh God, I honestly can't remember at this point. It sounds like a bit of a cop out, but it was such a long time ago.
Okay,
I forgot that I owned a Breitling, for God's sake. It's I honestly don't remember the conversation at this point, but yeah, it was just so silly, and that's another thing that, like, stuff like that. I think that was around the time that I was thinking about coming back to the whole thing, and then as soon as I did, I was saying this earlier. As soon as I posted a teaser, oh, this is coming back type deal, there was so much shit that just came from that straight away. People created fake Instagrams and they were doing stuff like this. And I was just like, oh, no, I forgot about all this. See you later. I just couldn't do it.
Because the thing is, we have to understand that now you may have taken a break from your haters or whoever these people are that you have offended so much.
I honestly thought they wouldn't care after that period of time, but they still did.
Oh, they still care. They still care to this day. They still care right now. Right now.
Well, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that today, that if David came back to YouTube or started appearing on live streams, that they would start up again. I just can't imagine.
I don't know. Neo was one of the haters. He probably would be straight back on it.
That guy's an absolute.
He goes. The Neo goes way back to David.
Really?
Yeah.
2019.
That just proved. I mean, the guy's spent what 5 years now, just spewing toxic hate against people, just making up lies.
Yeah, I was watching a stream. I think it was a week or so ago that you guys were doing, and you were talking about Neo, and it just made me laugh because it was just such a throwback. Because he was one of the people in my lives and stuff that would just spout some of the most heinous things. And it was just like, this is just nonsensical. It's like, you've reviewed a watch, you're talking about this watch, I want you to die. It's like, this doesn't make any sense.
It's so ridiculous that he literally has a spreadsheet with the same sayings, and he just copies and pastes them over and over again, stream after stream after stream. So he just writes these stupid comments. He puts them in the spreadsheet, and he has like 5 or 6 of them. He just keeps continually pastes the same ones into the chat. Oh, it's like it's mindless. It's doesn't make any sense.
But that's the only rational explanation, right? It's mindless. That's the only explanation that you can come to.
Hey Thomas, what do you think about this whole situation? Neo, do you know about any of the? Do you have any accounts that you find suspicious? That you kind of, over your time, being from the beginning, has there been certain accounts that have cropped up from time to time?
Sorry, Thomas, can you just highlight that comment by Meatball?
Oh,
it's really good. It's a good one.
Neo is a serious collector, unlike Forehead. This is one of the. Never mind.
God.
My answer, my question was answered, Thomas Burnett. Here's Meatball.
Meatball's an absolute nutcase. I mean, he's an he should change his name to Screwball because that's what he really is.
But the beautiful thing is, back in the day, that would have really hurt me, but that actually gave me a belly laugh. That was fucking brilliant. Thank you for that. That's really funny.
To call David Forehead like that is just so rude. I mean, come on.
Well, I'm the forehead around here.
It made me laugh. Credit where credit's due.
By the way, we have all the goods on Neo. We tracked his Reddit account, and we found out all the stuff about his real life, and it's absolutely scary. The guy believes that, first of all, he believes Archie's robbery was a setup, that his son set up Archie while he was out of the country, and his son organized and orchestrated the burglary of his own father. That's Neo.
That's larger than life. It's film worthy, right? But yeah.
But, I mean, no one will ever call him on that. No one will ever say, Neo, do you still believe?
How did he arrive to that conclusion?
He's sick in the head.
Man, Jesus.
And of course, we have all the Reddit comments and the information about him being a client of TPG. He was actually an obsessed client of TPG. So he wasn't just getting tugs, but he actually wanted to
this watch community goes way.
He wanted to do the reverse on Anthony, and Anthony ended up firing him as a client.
And that's interesting. Is that a proven fact?
He was called. Oh yeah, Anthony had a code name for him. His name was Lover in Anthony's phone. That was his name, Lover.
Oh my God!
Really? Where did he get that from?
We have all the Reddit comments, all the everything.
Interesting.
He is a disgusting, and that's why he has all these vendettas. He's a psychopath.
We need a video from you, Tim, on the iceberg of Neo.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen these messages, so I'll see you. You're gonna have to show them to me for me to agree with you on this one. I don't know. I don't know. Neo,
Tim, prove they don't. Prove they don't exist.
Funny.
Prove they don't exist.
Right. Exactly. Timok. That's a great nickname. Neo invented the nickname Timok. It's Tim OC. Yeah. It's David.
Matter of fact, he went. Anthony called him Lover, and for a while he started calling himself Neo Lover. He started.
Oh God! What a cuck!
I know, right? So, hey, as I said, man, we're gonna piece this story together because something happened at this. Something happened here. You fucked up somewhere. What did you do? Who did you talk to?
I don't know.
Did you talk to Paul Thorpe while you were there?
Oh yeah, I did a sit-down chat with him in my video of the whole event.
Yeah, I remember that. You did a sit-down chat with Paul, didn't you? Just a one-to-one.
With the Zero West guys as well.
Do you have it? Do you have it unblocked or?
No, that one's still in the studio under wraps.
Oh.
Official video.
That's an interesting one. Man, these videos can help us stitch together. Because you know what? Look, back in the day, these trolls, they weren't really clever. Okay, that nowadays they cover up their foot tracks like 3 times. Back in the day, they didn't even cover it up. To be honest, they were.
Yeah, they do stuff now where they won't comment in the chat; they'll super chat instead, and then after the stream is over, they change their name, so you can't go back and find them in the chat. It's like they have a whole methodology that they follow that they get from the dark web on this.
But I love that, and we spoke about that earlier because someone was sending super chats because Oshin was on here, and they were sending super chats to say horrible things to him.
They won't take regular comments because the regular comments we can track.
Yeah.
You know? They'll send the super chats, and there's a whole thing. The dark web gives these guys instructions on how to troll.
But it's so mad to send money to try and hurt someone's feelings. It's just nonsensical.
Speaking of hurting someone's feelings with a super chat.
Holy shit. This is FU to all the haters. TG01. the legend,
Wow.
the one and only TG01 $100 super chat. I believe my account has been deemed suspicious. Great show, Tim. Wishing everyone a blessed weekend.
Happy Easter. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy Easter, TGO1.
You get a fair few eggs with
David,
that, Tim.
David, just to show you how insane some of the trolls are, they say TG01 is actually OC signed in as another account to create super chats to invent an illusion that this channel is actually successful.
Because whenever it seems like there's no super chats, because this is how it is. TG01, he's a cool guy. He's got my back. Whenever it's like against all odds, I always can rely on TG01. Like, that's why I don't give a fuck. People can do whatever the heck they want. I know what I know. I know what I believe in. I know what the reality is. And there's people who doubt me, and the doubters will be proven wrong, and I will trudge on, and we will. And you know what's going to happen later? Boom! The truth is going to reveal itself, and TG01 has had my back this whole time.
That's true.
There you go.
It's amazing that they actually convince some of the low IQ trolls that TG01 isn't a real person. This is a fictitious super chat in order to create the fake illusion that Timmy is actually successful when he's actually successful. Like the logic, and then they believe it. Some of them actually believe it.
It's alternate because it's an alternate. They live in a bubble, in the alternate reality, redefined, recreated, kind of like there's a woman who watches too many of these streams, and she's convinced that the reinterpretation of my stream is the reality that actually exists and not the reality, as we're trying to desperately help people to hold on to. Jesus.
I think part of them enjoys these delusional kind of realities that they invent in their mind. It's in some ways it's more entertaining than actually realizing that, oh, Tim's a nice person, or oh, he's a normal person. I think creating or inventing this nemesis, like, oh, well, Tim has to be bad because his Gonzo streams, he's drinking and having fun, and I'm stuck here in my basement. So I'd rather think that Tim's a bad person and Tim is unhappy, and Tim all these, and same with OCs. Like, no matter what, they have to project their miserable existence onto other people and try to pretend that no, it's them. It's not me.
Hey,
Tim, someone saying that there's a lot of lure in the Tim Wright cinematic universe.
Hey, oh yeah.
I feel like we've explored a lot of lure tonight, or lore, however you say it.
Oh man, dude, you're filling in the blanks today. We're connecting the dots because
it's madness. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? This is the time that I would really love to revisit that Discord. Because OC needs to hear this story, and maybe this time Thomas Burnett can chime in, because I don't know, Thomas
was probably around, probably.
Yeah, Thomas, have you been around these Discords?
A couple.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know if you were around earlier, Thomas. I was talking about the whole is it Aragon thing with the Discord, where there was that Megan, and it wasn't a real person. I don't know if you remember all of this. So there was a
long time ago.
It was such a long time ago. Yeah. So there was a business. They created a Discord, and they sort of infiltrated my lives, everyone's lives, and they created this Discord, got an influx of people. They did a few streams where the dad, the owner of the company, joined the streams, presented the watches, stuff like that, and they gave a watch away to a regular viewer who was here earlier. Actually, they gave a watch to his son, who has disabilities. So that people ate that up, right? And then they created this Discord, and then his daughter was involved in the business. Daughter in quotes, of course.
This
and
is
then,
all a legend. This is how they set it up.
This is the legend of how the
Backstory
Watch
of the
YouTube
channel.
stuff started. Yeah. So then they were pushing this arrogant brand, and I think any time and sales oriented business has been doing it for years, right? They stick a lovely little blonde at the front, and all the men want to buy from her, right? So it was the same sort of situation. And this Megan, who was completely fictitious. I can't say the word.
Fictitious.
Someone help me out. That's the one. Thank you.
She's not real, correct?
Exactly. They created her, and this was his daughter, and she was like the figurehead for this whole operation at this point. And every single image in my mind, I had my reservations from the get-go, because every single image of her was doctored. It was like Instagram model type stuff. And my suspicions were confirmed. She would post stuff like, "Oh, I'm at the family's second home in the mountains today." And I would reverse image search the picture she posted, and it was like a 5-star hotel in Thailand. So it's like, well, this is total bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And then I spoke to someone, because this was at the time where I was thinking about bowing out. And I spoke to someone because she offered to buy my YouTube channel, which I thought was a bit strange. I only had like 3.5, maybe 4,000 push subscribers. So a little bit successful, not very much so, but it's there. And she offered to buy it for like a couple of £1,000. So I thought this was a bit strange. I didn't think she was a real person anyway. And then I was like, okay, well, we can discuss this. Give me a call. Let's have a chat, like a video call. And she's like, oh, I'll get my dad to call me. I was like, no, you call me. You're offering to buy the channel. And she just kept pushing. She just kept pushing for her dad to call me. So whoever this dad was, he was Megan as well, right? And it was just a salesy thing. A lovely young lady to sell watches to punters. So I just told them to get lost in the end. I don't know what happened with the whole thing, but someone confirmed to me on the Discord, who was a regular viewer, that they know who's behind it all. They confirmed to me that Megan wasn't real, and that it was the dad who was effectively doing it all. But he obviously wouldn't tell me who the dad was either. But it was someone that was involved in the YouTube watch space back then. But they were like, oh, they're trying to do a good thing, and we'll just leave it there. So I told them to do one. I didn't want to sell the channel anyway, because it was just ridiculous.
That's actually against the term. That's actually against the terms of service to actually engage in a transaction.
But and this is it. And I didn't know what they were going to do with it. I didn't trust them. Were they going to continue the Just Horology name? And then it's sort of, for a period of time anyway, all of the stuff they're doing immediately after that for the first year or so is attached to me in a way. So if this all goes tits up and they scam people, it's forever tarnishes that side of things. Very, very odd. Very odd. I'm surprised you don't remember all of that, Thomas.
What is this Discord was about? What was it all about?
It was just pushing their brand.
They
were trying to sell
Aragon brand.
It's
Aragon.
Yeah, it looks like it's evolved a little bit. You know, you got that lovely Chinese tourbillon in there, but yeah, this is the one. But I don't know whether these people did they own the brand, or were they just like a franchisee trying to push this stuff?
They were this was probably just a cover story. They weren't even selling watches. They were trying to get money the other way. Maybe buying your channel was just a cover story for something else. Were they trying to get you to send them your watch?
No, they weren't trying to get me to send them anything.
No,
they were just desperate to buy the channel and do God knows what. I honestly don't know. We will never know at this point, which is a bit annoying.
It was a scam. I think they were actually going to try and get money out of you.
Yeah, more than likely. Well, this is the thing, right? And that like I was saying earlier, there's a lot of things where you can get. Is it a what's it called? A buyback loan? I can't remember, but somehow that looks like you've been paid, and then it bounces back like 24 hours later. That type of stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was that. To be perfectly honest, they've taken control of the account. I've given them all the details. They've changed the password in the email, and that £2,000 has now disappeared. That's probably what it was. It really wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't do it. So
that's why I'm not in any Discord group, and
I'm not. No,
despite
Discord groups are rough.
Yeah, and despite Tim's pleas, I've never joined the Tim Wright community WhatsApp group, and I've never joined Archie's WhatsApp group or anybody else's WhatsApp group.
Oh Jesus, Archie's WhatsApp group. That must be a box of frogs. Wow.
Oh yeah, I was in there.
I wouldn't want to be in there, but I wouldn't mind being a fly on the wall. That'd be interesting for sure.
Oh yeah.
Imagine
worth the money. Like if you just want to get in there.
Imagine willingly sharing your personal number with everyone in an Archie Luxury WhatsApp group. Christ, that's a good way to get doxed.
Yeah, and there's crazy stuff because like there's people who are like spying in there for me, and it's just like I don't need it, but
although Tim wants to see all the gay porn.
Yeah,
so he has a mole there that can forward him all the pictures. So
it's so funny.
That's good.
Yeah, like
I remember it's only just popped into my head actually that I went on a stream with him once, and I was speaking to him like I'm speaking to you now. Probably I was a little bit nicer back then because I was less honest because I wanted to just be liked. But I went on a stream with him, and as soon as I left the stream, he went on to say, he seems like he's a nice guy, but I guarantee you he's a vicious fucker. Something along those lines. And just slated me big time as soon as I left. I was like, okay, cool. I didn't go on another one after that, funnily enough. But I do remember we went on a stream. I think it might have actually been the stream, Tim, that you were on as well, because I remember you being on a stream. And I think it was the last one I was ever on where he said something about he's a nasty, vicious British fucker or something. This was such a long time ago, though.
Wow, this is interesting. I wonder if we can find it, track this down.
Oh Christ, you'd be going back a fair
yeah,
few.
if I was there, I think
it's got to be like 4 years ago, hasn't it? Something like that.
Because I started like 3 years ago. My stuff started 3 years ago.
While we're talking, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah.
That'd
If you
be
can find it, that would be very, very interesting.
Meantime, back then, you were on live streams. Were the live streams monetized at that time? Where people were sending like super chats and memberships?
Yeah. Oh, my streams, yeah. I had this whole cool wall thing. I don't know if you've ever seen Top Gear. We did touch on it earlier. Where I put watches on the wall, and we would all agree in the chat that something was cool, uncool, Sub-Zero. Oh, seriously uncool.
Oh, see it.
People
Watch
would
this.
use. Go on. Have you got it?
Yeah. Oh, see it. Listen, David was wondering why he's getting death threats. So just look at this thing. Look.
Yeah.
Here's your answer. This is why you got the death threats, brother. Right here. Uncool watches right there. Explore. Wait, what was it? A Grand Seiko. You for real said a Grand Seiko is uncool?
No, it wasn't me that decided. It was the chat. It was the chat that decided.
So what? You just bend to the chat's will and you fucking go and you put that and you dedicate that
until
who the heck is chat to make this kind of decision?
Until someone super chatted me and decided they want to move it. That's where it went, right?
Good. And then he wonders, see.
And you say you were all about the money, David.
I wasn't. It was one of those things. It was funny.
It was funny. It was good.
It looks funny.
It was good. It was.
This is tame. This is tame in today's environment.
Yeah.
It was.
The issue is, Tim, is that Archie uploads every 4.5 seconds. So this is a lot of videos to go through.
Yeah, upload. Oh, yeah.
And he's had about 4,000 channels since I last went on a stream with him.
Yeah,
I remember this Planet Ocean video. I really remember this one.
Yeah. What was that? I can't remember.
Planet Ocean chronograph one.
Hey,
Tim,
there you go.
Tim, this is when people made watch videos. The YouTubers actually made content.
What's that?
I think you even borrowed this watch off somebody, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I borrowed it off my neighbor of all people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And you could see a little bit of inspiration of Oshin because Oshin has done videos similar to this, but
O'Sheen said that it was my my root beer video that inspired him to start his channel. Apparently, I think he's just being kind to me.
Wow.
Let the record reflect that this is the first ever video to put a watch on a rock. So everybody now owes you royalties whenever they take a picture of a watch on a rock.
Yeah.
The problem is that if you have OCD, you're just scratching that underside.
That's on a wooden post. That one.
You can't wear it anymore.
It's fine. I must admit, I remember doing that. I did put it on there very gingerly.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
That's a good shot, that.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean the camera and equipment and everything I invested in was mad.
This was the first time that people were getting to see these type of watches. Kind of.
And this is the thing, as I was spending like 10 hours, 12 hours doing these sort of videos.
Yeah. Look at that.
Anthony Fair was inspired by that too, except he took his watch and he put it on a grilled steak with sizzling onions on it. Remember they did that? They took the watch and put it on the fucking steak. Fucking
oh my
steak juice fucking dripping all over it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is crazy.
There's some nice visuals in there, I must admit.
Yeah. That makes the root beer look phenomenal, doesn't it? Look at it.
It's an insane watch.
I do. I see this sometimes, and I do miss it a little bit.
Yeah, listen, you can't be. It wasn't your fault that these guys attacked you. They just attacked you because they attacked you. They didn't like you. It's like I said with the whole box package with the roommate. I'm not the one. Listen, we can't change time, but you know what? The thief should not have stolen my box. So it's the ultimate guilt lies with the perpetrator. So you can get this watch back again. Just wear it.
Don't you think, David? Because
remember the good times. Remember that you inspired O'Sheen.
Don't you think, David, because you were on YouTube before, that when you come back, the legend is bigger than the reality? Like you're an icon. Like you're someone who today will be perceived as bigger than.
You know what? I said this earlier, OC. I did say this. Like every memory I had of it was relatively negative, but coming on tonight has been a really strange experience because Red was on, and I thought I've never seen him actually live at that moment with his camera on. I thought I'm going to fuck with him. I'm going to leave a comment in the chat, which I know he'll see. And as soon as he saw it, I saw him look at his phone. He was like gulping at his phone. And then I saw, David, is that you? I was like, yeah, it's me. I just wanted to fuck with him. And then he almost demanded that I jumped on.
Oh,
and that must have been like 4 hours ago at this point. And then Thomas jumped on. And O'Sheen jumped on. And then to hear that someone that came in after you and no word of like, he blew me out of the water. Like he came in after me. He started making his content. His content has always been very, very good. Made mine look like primary school shit. And he just skyrocketed in popularity. So to hear that I influenced that in any way, shape, or form is just mad. And the fact that anyone remembers me is it just blows my mind.
You got a lot of fans, a lot of OG fans, man. You know, because this is the groundwork that was laid for the enthusiasts to then draw inspiration from, and make today's content.
This was the thing.
It's unfair. It's unfair that you took down those videos because just some douchebag was kind of trolling you a little bit. You know.
But this is the thing. It seems not that I'm blowing my own horn here, but this content is sparse now, from what I can tell.
Oh yeah, and we'll get why is it sparse? Because you guys keep putting it behind deleting it because some people say, "Oh, this is not nice." You gotta.
Yeah, it's just
let it sit there. Let the content speak for itself.
I think it's coming back. I think there's a revival coming for this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, O'Sheen's still flying that flag, and obviously Adrian Barker's doing his thing. So they sort of feel the need for the content I was looking to deliver, which is great. But to see what killed my love for it all, which is the whole surge of the dealership. To see that sort of dwindling away and this having its heyday again and seeing a bit of a resurgence is really nice.
What do you think, Thomas? Are you happy to see this channel back?
Yeah, definitely. I think you'll always have the dealer side and you'll always have the arty side of things. But yeah, it's good to see videos, you making them live again.
And this, you know, it was one of the most painful experiences ever, because I knew when I gave up the channel, there were genuinely just lovely people like Thomas that I felt like I was letting down en masse, you know, and that was always one of the big considerations. You got like people like Thomas that, you know, it's just reviews and live streams, right? At the end of the day,
yeah,
you don't know how. Not that I'm saying, Thomas, you're dependent on the content, but how dependent and how integrated into someone's life you are. So I felt like I was really letting down a lot of people.
You bring up a really good point, because it's not uncommon for us to be on like this live stream, or we'll be doing a stream on the community channel. Like today I was on the community channel and we had like 90 people in the chat. And it's like, okay, I'd been on for maybe 2 or 2.5 hours. Like, you know, it's time for me to go. But it's like there are 90 people who in a way are just they're not relying on me. They're fine if the stream ends.
They're enjoying.
They go on, but they're just but you're so you feel like, hey, you know, 90 people are enjoying this. You know, let's continue on with the joy. And then we just the other night we were here and there were 240 people in the chat and we ended the stream. You know,
no, but sometimes it's important. It's important because without ending it, there's no satisfaction, because you know, sometimes you have to take a break. It's kind of like life. There's no meaning of life without death. So there is no meaning to if the stream go on forever, then there's no point of putting anything in the chat. But if you know that the stream is going to end at any moment, then you're going to cherish the time to chat more wisely. Okay, guys, make sure to please hit the upvote button. I would really appreciate it. We welcome David back. Well, maybe not back yet.
I was so confused at what this music was.
Yeah, that's the end.
It means the show's over.
6 hours. We did 6 hours. Listen, I'm tired.
Greg, see David.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to do the after show, David. Just stay right there.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. David, again, Thomas Burnett as well, dude. I really appreciate it.
Just before we do go, I just want to give a shout out to Spunky Hunk. Love you.
Spunky Hunk.
Happy Easter,
Spunky
everyone.
Hunk.
Happy Easter. Happy Easter.
Huge shout out to Screwball in the chat.
Yeah.
Love you all. And PGO1.
PGO1.
Saving.
Yeah, have a great Easter, everyone.
All right,
Stay on the stream.
See you guys.
Don't go anywhere.
Later.